Your headphones on.
So I can literally just watch
Oh,
it
you know what I
live
need to do?
and then. Oh, that'd be fun.
Yep.
I can't wait to watch this video. So you're live now?
I think
That's
so.
Okay.
It does not feel right without Chris. I went live, forgot to do the intro video. Yeah, we're missing Chris tonight. Chris is a little busy, but I am thrilled to see you again, my friend.
Absolutely.
West Todd is joining us. I'm super excited to hang out with you, talk some games, talk some Disney villains, which is going to be really fun. Because I did not know you were a big Disney nerd. So
I am a ridiculous Disney nerd. Yeah, like being the age that I am, I was born during that Renaissance period where all the amazing videos came out and all the incredibly animated ones were done. But my family grew up on Disney movies as well because that's what we did with our VHS players and Betamax players. We watched all the Disney shows.
Sure. Same here. You don't happen to have the clamshell of the Little Mermaid, do you?
With the giant wieners on it?
Yep.
Unfortunately, no, I don't have that clamshell. I do have many Disney clamshell movies upstairs because my children still use VHS players occasionally in the because you can get them for like 50 cents at the whatever Goodwills and whatnot.
Sure.
So yeah, we still have some of those.
That's awesome. I know the Little Mermaid one is highly sought after and rare and expensive.
Yeah, very much so. Yes. Got to leave it to the Disney animators to hide those types of fun things in there, right?
Well, yeah, because they wouldn't let them claim it as theirs, right? You're not allowed to put your name on the thing. So, okay, here you go. I'll screw you with this thing instead.
Exactly.
Before I forget, like and subscribe, do all the things, click the bell, the thumb, whatever you need to do.
You're not even gonna say like smash that button. Come on, this look like a classic YouTube thing, man.
Is that smash? I don't even know what button they're smashing.
Well, all right, fine.
I mean, you don't want to smash the wrong button, right? Like
it's true. It's very true. If you were like smashing the help button or the cancel the stream button or any of those kinds of things, probably want to avoid those.
Yeah, don't smash those buttons. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we'll go into announcements. So obviously we have West on the show. We're going to talk about West and things that West is doing and where you can find him. West also just got back today, just a couple hours ago, from the Level Up retreat in Connecticut. So I want to talk to him about that. We are going to do our main topic tonight is going to be the top 5 Disney villains, which will be interesting to get into how we approach the topic. And I have a fun game that West doesn't know about that I'll throw at him. Hopefully you got those cards ready, right?
Yeah, you said get a whole bunch of different colored cards, right? So I raided my wife's scrapbooking room so that I could get all the different color cards. So if we have to write on these, I might die.
No. You won't. You won't have to write on them. You're just gonna have to hold them up. Your wife won't kill you.
Excellent. That's a good thing. She doesn't know that I stole them because she wasn't here when I was pilfering in the scrapbooking room, but they are technically scraps of scrapbooking, so I think I'll probably be okay.
You'll be able to replace them without even if she doesn't watch the show, we won't even know.
Okay, no worries about that. It'll be fine.
For those in the chat or watching, they probably already know what game that's going to be, but I'm not going to say yet. We're also going to jump after all of the fun and debauchery that we're going to be doing. We're going to jump into a game called Mantis Falls on Tabletop Simulator. I know absolutely nothing about it. It's a 2 to 3 player deduction game.
So it technically is 3 players. I do not recommend it. No offense to Distant Raven Studios. There is a 3-player variant. I'm not a big fan of it, but the 2-player variant is amazing. Okay. And yeah, it is a hidden role game, which is crazy to say with 2 players, but it's awesome.
Okay.
Should have lots of twists and turns.
I'm looking forward to that. And then as we do with announcements, I have tonight's Luca painting. He did this just a couple days ago on July 14th. So what do you see, West?
So when I first looked at it, I kind of saw what I thought was a pelican at first, but then it almost looks like there's a wizard with a very long arm, kind of like getting ready to smite someone. and he's being attacked at the same time with some sort of ballistas. So I think it's a very nice action scene.
Wow. All right. Yeah, I definitely saw. I didn't see the ballistas, but now that you mentioned that, I see that. But I did
Mhm.
some sort of green lizard thing, maybe a Godzilla, maybe lizard from Spider-Man, something like that. But yeah, about to lay the hammer down on something for sure.
Absolutely.
And I am not paying attention to the comments at all. Sorry, everybody.
I do like the Statue of Liberty one. I think that's a good call out as well with
Yeah,
the different color palettes there. Yep.
yeah, that's a good one. Hi, Diana with the fairy. You can see I can see the wings for sure. Goblin throwing what? Okay.
And the creature from beneath the sea giving a peace sign is also a pretty good one too.
Yeah, that one's pretty good.
Hmm.
Caden's also got the Statue of Liberty. Another peace sign. All right. Yep. Well, there you go. Why does it say? Oh, there's the new one. I gotta redo that. Yeah.
So when Luca made this, did he give you any hints of what he thought?
Just gibberish, really. He doesn't really announce what his motivation is for each of the paintings.
Yeah. Well, as any good artist shouldn't. I mean, they don't want to give away their secrets, right?
Right. Yeah. Totally up for interpretation. It's in the
Yeah,
eye of the beholder. So
it's very true.
yeah. Yeah, he's getting there's somewhere there. It's just, and you've seen sort of progression since the beginning of the year when I started it.
Hmm.
The difference in when I started getting him to do lines, instead of just rubbing the brush all over the canvas. Yeah, it's quite the journey in what's happening.
Yeah.
I'm running out of space, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
Um,
That's good.
yeah, crossed the 90 of these things now. So
At least you made them small because you weren't like, hey, I'm gonna get this huge canvas and now you've got to fill in like 12 or 13 of them. That
yep.
would have been a lot more rough.
Well, when I first started, they were 3x3s. So they were a little bit smaller.
Uh,
But now I buy them. They're 4x4, so they are taking up a little bit more room. But they come with the easels. I haven't figured out a good way to hang them yet because they don't really have anything on the, like, I can just,
oh,
something
yeah.
there. But I
Yeah.
don't
So
know.
you do those like little brad nails or something into the wall, and you have to get them exactly perfect.
Right.
But maybe it's a situation where you can do you could tile an entire wall at some point with 4x4 tiles. It'd
Hmm.
be kind of cool looking.
If I can get the right kind of shadow box where they fit in appropriately, then I could do just shadow boxes on the wall of those. So like paintings as a painting. I don't know.
That could be cool. That could be
Some
very
meta
cool.
kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Navi. Nice little Zelda reference there, John. I like that. Good stuff. So yeah, other than that, I'll be at Bullfinch tomorrow. I'm repping their shirt tonight. Gonna teach Dice Miner, but I don't know if I'm gonna live stream that. I'll probably end up playing Heroes of Arcadia again with Dave and a couple other people from the bar. That game is
Man.
it's super perfect for a bar atmosphere.
Yeah, especially if you play with the special cards that make sure you give someone like a special accent or one of those really weird condition cards. Those are the best.
Those are good. Yeah. I
Yeah.
it's definitely the crowd for it, and a lot of them would definitely lean into it because Dave and his brother rock D&D campaigns and have created stuff, so they would definitely lean into the accents for sure.
Nice.
Have you played it? You played?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
So good.
when I saw it pop up on Kickstarter, 2 years ago or whatever it was, I was like, yeah, this is a no-brainer for me. I think I have the straws around here somewhere. I think the game is actually over there, but yeah, I love it. I played it probably 5 or 6 times. It's a great game to just take to the bar and have a good time with. And it also, when you're taking a break from losing at Crokinole, it's a lot of fun to liquor up the people you're playing with. So maybe their aim isn't quite as good. Although if you're playing with Canadians, I've learned that they get better the more alcohol you give them. So you want to avoid that at all costs.
That's like beer pong. I always got better when I was drinking. As the
Yeah.
games went on, the more I drank, the better I got.
Yeah, I think it's because you just stop caring and trying to aim so hard. So you're just like,
Mhm.
it's hey, look, it went in, sweet,
I agree.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's fun. Those straws. The idea of drinking from as your hit points, but throwing in those straws so you don't have to bring the pint glasses is really smart too.
yep, very, very smart.
Other than that, that's the I think that's the announcements I have, or at least that I can say right now. Gen Con's coming up, so the next couple weeks I might have some other stuff to drop as I'm allowed to say some stuff. To answer Caden, it's kind of tough. What my favorite picture is for the 4th of July, I actually taped 2 4x4s together and let him paint with red and blue to make like a red, white, and blue type of thing. I thought that
I
came
love
out
it.
really cool. But he was wearing Ninja Turtles pajamas more recently. And he did a 4-pack, 4 different ones with different shades of green. And then I did the red, the blue, the purple, and the orange. So it looked like I showed him the turtles on his pajamas, and then I gave him the brush with the colors and tried to get him to just do like one swipe of orange or one swipe of red. So those came out really good. I think those are kind of my favorites so far.
That's cool. So like the themed ones are becoming more of your favorite styles, huh?
Yeah, and the unintentional themes too. Like he made one that looked like Superman fighting Batman.
Oh,
I'll send you a
okay.
picture of it later. It was one of the earlier ones that he did, and he just blotched it with like red and blue, and then blotched it with black. But it looked like Batman and Superman was coming down on him. It was really
That's
cool.
cool.
He did one that looked like the Hulk. He did one that looked like the Irish flag. So there was like much more green in the upper left and orange in the bottom, but the center was kind of white. It's been fun to see. Also, my interpretation of what I see is completely different than,
Yeah, it's
but they're
the
fun.
Rorschach test, right? I mean, we all see what we want to see.
Yep.
When I used to work for a company called Tigers, the Institute of Greatly Endangered and Rare Species. If you've seen the Tiger King, I worked for Bhagavan Antle,
Oh
and
wow.
we used to Bubbles the elephant. We would give her paintbrushes, and then she would make paintings. We also did paintings with tiger cubs as well, so we would do their little feet on the different paintings. Those were always really fun to do.
Oh, those are cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's neat. Do you still have some?
I don't have any of those.
Hmm.
I have pictures of me making those though. I think can I text you a picture of those and you put it up on the stream or something? That would be cool.
I should be. I can even, if anything, just hold up the phone.
Oh yeah, I could probably do that too, shouldn't I? Let's
Yeah,
see.
I mean,
I
you
think I
can.
can pull it up pretty quick.
Also, if you're
Should
not part of the
be
Discord, you should join our Discord too.
I can definitely do that.
We'll
Uh
definitely keep you distracted most of the day.
love it. Let's see.
And yeah, John, those are Luca. Those are his. Every show since the beginning of the year for the new season, every show I start with one. All right, what do you got? I'm gonna make you big. You ready?
Hold on, there we go. Okay.
There you go.
So that's me on the left there, holding the tiger cub, and we're making tiger foot pictures.
Oh, how neat is that?
Yep. And then wrong way. Let's try this way.
Oh, be
That's
careful.
Bubbles. That's Bubbles the elephant. These are all my favorites, so it's totally fine. There's nothing scary in there.
Okay. I'm just
That's
saying
us
it's
dressing her up.
I can't edit.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
Ladies in the tiger cage. I was on the outside with chains all around me.
Oh my God.
Us doing there. There's Bubbles the elephant at the event. That is China right there, his current wife, and we're making the tiger paintings again.
No kidding.
Vishnu. His father was if you watched Ace Ventura 2 When Nature Calls, the baboon that was standing at the doorway, that was his dad.
Oh my God.
Yep, that was the bear that I wrestled. There's myself and my mom, and that's me pushing one of the tiger cages into the place Alligator Adventure where I used to work with
crap.
them. So
How neat
yeah,
is that? Huh.
crazy stuff, man.
I had no idea.
Yeah, when I so after college, I wasn't sure what I wanted to do with my life, so I decided to go back to school, and I took very intense classes, things like sculpture and scuba diving, and a couple of different history classes because that's like candy for me. I just love that stuff. And then my father said, if you're going to find yourself, if you could find yourself on someone else's dime, that'd be great. Go get an internship somewhere, and that's where I got an internship writing the shows for some of the Ren fairs and stuff like that they used to do. So up until 2000, I wrote I think 8 shows for them, and they were still doing 5. So I think now they're doing 2 of the shows that I wrote, and that was back in the year 2000. So it was a long time ago.
Just last year.
Yeah, just Just a few years ago.
Yeah.
Just a handful.
Yeah, it feels like the 90s are still a decade behind us, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when someone says, "Oh, my car's from the 90s," I'm like, "Oh, it's not that old of a car." And then I realize, "Oh, it's actually an antique. You can get an antique license plate for it now."
You can. I have an 81 Camaro, and it's older than my sister.
Nice.
Yeah. If she's watching. Hi, Lauren. Yeah, John, that was good. I missed it. Went right over my head. It didn't go over Dave's head. I'm not surprised. How you doing, Dave? All right, so we went in a little bit into you and what you wanted to do with your life, or not knowing what you wanted to do with your life.
Yeah.
How did you? What brought you into the? Clearly, you weren't doing board games when you were doing Tiger Paw paintings.
No.
What got you into board games?
Well, I always enjoyed board games. My
And I-
dad taught me board games when I was little. And we used to play like 1970s board games, like old school Stratego. Like there's a game called Stocks, and all it is just buying and selling stocks. I actually have some of them up there, but they're like super old school, 1970s games, and everything was absolutely take that. There was nothing cooperative whatsoever in any games back then. So all of the games I played with my father were he will beat me every time I play. So you had to be vicious, you had to be rude, you had to be mean, and that was the way you enjoyed playing games. So I grew up playing those types of games. Then I realized that I'm apparently a rare breed. Not as many people like playing vicious take that games like I do. So I had to learn to play other things, and then I started. I fell into playing Ticket to Ride, all those different types of games, and then I realized that after you play that a few times, it gets a little boring. So then I got Alvin and Dexter and added those types of things, and then Pennsylvania, where you get to play with the stocks, and I still added the Alvin and Dexter to it. So I wanted to play more and more and deeper and deeper. And then I heard one of my friends said, "Yeah, I play board games," and I was like, "Sweet, you play Ticket to Ride?" And he's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "But I also play designer board games," and I went, "Really? A designer board game? What is that?" So that was like 2010, maybe something like
Okay.
that.
All right.
And then he introduced me to all of those beautiful, exciting things that I had never seen before. And then he told me about Kickstarter, not Kickstarter at that time because I don't think it was available, but he was doing it might have been available. I don't know. He bought weird games from all kinds of crazy places. And then he said that, yeah, you should go to the board game stores. And I was like, wait, they sell board games at places other than like Toys R Us? Are you kidding me?
Right.
So then that slowly began the collection and the obsession. And then I realized at one point that my collection and obsession was outpacing my income. So then I realized that I needed to find a new outlet for that. And at that point, then I reached out to both Board Game Co. and Quackalope, and was able to start playing a lot of games with Quackalope. And then I've now leveraged that into now working which is technically this is a first on the show. I'm now the marketing manager for Addicts Games, which I just started last week. So super excited about that.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully we should be making some announcements here very shortly, definitely at PAX, about the upcoming game we're going to be kickstarting, which everybody probably has heard of, maybe heard about before, Rove. We should be getting that fully going, and it should be sometime in May, I believe, is the goal.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, congratulations on that. That's awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, they'll start coming in a minute. They are a little bit on a delay, so so what was your you were already playing Ticket to Ride. What was your intro into the designer board game? Do you remember?
It's very sad of me that I don't remember. What I remember is it was a game about a mouse. I have, for the life of me, cannot remember the game. We only played it one time, and I did not like it, which is why I don't remember. But I remember going, I've never even heard of games that do the things that this game did. Honestly, don't remember even what that game did. But I remember going, this is how they play board games now. And it was so unique, so different, and so interesting that it just kind of opened my eyes. And then the next game we played was Legacy Risk. And I'd never even heard of a legacy version of a game before. It was like, that's crazy. You're ripping up cards. You're putting stickers on a board. What are we doing? This is heresy. And that was very exciting. And then it just kind of snowballed from there. But I didn't get really deep into the designer thing until a little bit before the pandemic, by starting doing my Kickstarter obsession. It was more like starting to find things like Cosmic Encounters and those kind of things at the local board game stores where I could purchase things, but then I also realized I didn't know what I liked, and
Right.
it got more and more experimental. Like I'm going to give you an analogy from a wine's perspective, because I've always drank beer and I found lots of different styles of beers that I enjoyed. But I was like, I've never really been a wine person. And then I ended up working for a winery for 2 years. So it wasn't that I didn't want to know about wine. It was that I didn't want to spend $40 a bottle to find out that I hated it. And it's kind of feels like it's the same thing with board games. I don't want to spend 125 or if my wife is watching, $15 for a board game that I might not enjoy, you know? So I started finding different avenues, different things that I thought I might like. And then when I didn't like something, I was very sad. And I'm not very good at giving things away. I'm the king of FOMO, and I don't like to let things go, especially board games, because then what if someone that I'm going to play with might really love this one game,
Yep.
and I might want to have to give it to them, or at least play it with them, because I don't know that I could give it to them. But yeah, I don't know. I actually have a board game over here that I'm not going to name, but it was the very first board game I ever backed on Kickstarter. It's terrible. It's a horrible game. And I'm not going to name it because that's not fair. I cannot get rid of it because it was the first game I ever backed on Kickstarter.
Sure.
But ask me how many other games I backed on Kickstarter that I've gotten rid of.
0.
That's right. Yeah, I haven't given rid of any of them yet. But that game is really bad. But
Yeah.
I can't ever feel myself getting rid of it. But yeah, I should. I really should. But I'm not going to.
It's tough. It's tough. I started a game convention just because I ended up with too many games that I didn't know what to do with. So I started a convention. So I have the CuseCon library. So whenever I get a second copy of a game, or I don't want to, I can't get rid of this game, but I'll put it in the library because somebody might eventually like enjoy it or play it. Or
It's a great idea.
Yeah, sure.
I've been debating donating games to my local library, so I technically still have access to them. And they're like games that I'll never play, right? But at least my library will have them in theory. So
yeah, and then somebody could
else
come
can get
across
them.
it, and that could be their introduction into the board game hobby.
Exactly. But see, they're never going to be the really good games is the problem. So if that's their introduction into the board game hobby, maybe that's not a great idea. I don't know.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah, it's hard, right? Especially with the designer or the harder or the more in-depth games, because you are spending a lot of money to find out, oh, I don't like it, especially in the beginning when you don't know, do I like deck builders, do I like worker placement, do I like resource management? And you're like, all right, well, this game's $70, let's try it out. Like, that doesn't work.
Yeah. And and the worst is when you don't even know what that means. Like if someone's a baby to the hobby and they're like, deck builder, what's that? Like, I don't generally like games that have cards in them. Okay, well, then you might want to try something different. I don't know. But those, if you don't even know what that word means or that concept means, it's even harder to understand what to do. Which is why, if I can caveat into, I think local board game stores are so important, because getting those walk-ins is vital. To having people that are able to be part of this hobby. If we don't have them, then we're in trouble.
Yeah. And then we all become somewhat of an ambassador for the hobby as well, right? Like, whether you're behind the curtain in the industry, or you're just, you're playing games as a hobby, we all become ambassadors for the good shit that people are missing, right?
Yeah. And I don't know if this is a good opportunity to move into the Level Up retreat that I was just at, but
yeah,
I think this is what you just said is exactly what we saw this weekend at Level Up Retreat. So full disclosure, I do work for Addicts Games, who also was part the same company put on the Level Up Retreat. I was sponsored to go, didn't have to pay, but let me tell you, I still had a really great time. The folks that were there were about 230 people at the convention, which is pretty good for a first year. There was a gigantic collection of games. I think we had, the library was something like close to 400 titles. And we had amazing things available for play to win. Like there was a full copy of Oathsworn for play to win. Yeah, it was nuts. We had a whole bunch of prototypes there as well. Like Unconscious Minds prototype was there, Stalker prototype was there. So there was a lot of stuff that people could get their hands on that you can't get your hands on anywhere else, which was a lot of fun. And then of course I brought some of my favorite games that are very difficult to get a hold on because they're just little indie titles that are a lot of fun. But what I saw happen there was quite a few YouTubers that were there, and they were able to take the games that they love and teach them to everyone. And I had a wonderful experience of that happen to me as well. I got to play Feudum, which is an insane game. The teach was about 2.5 hours long.
Come on.
It was the longest teach I have ever seen in my life. And I don't, to be very fair to the person who taught it, when we started playing that game, we didn't have a single question. She taught us everything you could possibly know about that game in that 2.5 hours. She did an amazing job. Her name is Lauren. Mwah, wonderful job on teaching that game, because that was the smoothest 4-hour game that happened afterwards that I have ever played. And it was a fantastic game. And I didn't feel like it was 4 hours long. I normally have a rule: if a game's going to be more than about 90 minutes, it better be damn good, because that's a game that is taking up a lot of my time. And a 2-hour teach was a lot of time. But I also knew that I would never get that game to the table because it's so complex, so unique, so interesting, and there's a lot going on. But man, it was a great game. And that was what happened at the Level Up Retreat, because there were people there teaching how to play all these different games, which is so much fun. And I think some of that gets lost in some of the bigger conventions because it's so loud, you can't hear. And Lord love Gen Con and PAX and all those places where there's tons of tables and you're having a great time. There's lots of people to play. But there's something special about a smaller convention where you just get a whole bunch of people together and you're just having a good time. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's a totally different. I love Gen Con. It's absolutely bonkers crazy before the COVID happened, and you're talking 70,000 people. Like it's just it's a spectacle, right? It's not for everybody. Then you go to Origins, Origins a little less, right? It was still a lot of people, still had that Gen Con feel. You can actually talk to people. And then you got PAX, which is a little less and very different type of crowd, but you can still talk to people. But they are big conventions. My favorite one, when I used to go, I haven't gone back since, well, they just went back to the Carib, but was Dice Tower Con before it was Dice Tower East. And it was 1,700 people, and you just felt like it was done properly. You knew everybody. Like it had a really, really small feel to it, although it was on a grander scale. And a lot of what I model CuseCon after was from that and the Gathering, but from the Dice Tower Con, having that small local community feel where everyone can like, you almost know everyone. It's like Cheers, right? It's like going to the bar and you know everyone that's there. And it's 4 years this year, 5 technically, but the pandemic shut us down. But you get to, like, you see familiar faces and you get to have those moments with designers and published designers and new designers that are now, picking the ear or picking the brain of not picking the ear. That would be weird. Even picking the brain. But getting to talk to people on that level that you don't get at a Gen Con or you don't get at a PAX. There's something special about a small convention and the community feel to it.
Yeah, there definitely is. There definitely is. And just like you said, I think, it's great to have those big, awesome conventions where you can pull a whole bunch of people together, but those smaller conventions are a lot of fun. And I think they get overlooked because they're smaller. And so, and there's people in here saying I need to go to CuseCon. So I completely agree. I would love to go to CuseCon.
Please.
Yeah. And there's a great question in here from Matt as well about what the conversion rate is for new gamers. Man, that's a great question. I think we screw up a lot as fans of the hobby, because you forget how deep you are into understanding sort of complex games. Because I have 2 friends of mine that come over twice a year, and we go to their house once a year, and we play board games for 4 days straight. It's awesome. We have a great time. But they are like barely past the Ticket to Ride level gamers. I've started introducing them to things like Wingspan. They're finally getting into those kind of games where they can play. You know, they're playing some Azules and those kind of things as well. But they're starting to get into more complex, more interesting things. And we've been playing games for 15 years. So you know, you've got to take it slow. And if you push someone too fast into a more complex game, you're just going to turn them off.
Yep.
And they're not going to want to play any of your designer games because they're too hard.
Yeah.
I think I made that mistake with my wife a few times when I subjected her to maybe not the greatest prototypes. So, but at the same time, my children also are like ready to jump into crazy stuff. So,
Nice.
you know, so I think if you begin early and you start pushing some of those concepts early, you can get there. Stick with the same style of game too. Like if you find something they really like, okay, so do a deck builder. Now build on that deck builder concept with another type of game that builds one other thing.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah. Like Lords of Waterdeep and adding those scoundrels of Skullport. Like it's another step in the right direction. It's not too much to wrap your head around. It's not too much to ask somebody to understand, even if they're new to the hobby, but it gives you just a little bit more. And then find that next thing that's just, you like resource management, you like worker placement. Well, here's the next step kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I
think those are a
mean,
lot of fun.
this isn't, I mean, it's a big ask. I've talked about this on the show. It's the longest game I've ever played. It was 11 and a half hours. It didn't feel like 11 and a half hours, but the game is not very complicated, right? Like it's first to 10 points. You have a certain amount of things you can do and you do a thing and move on. But then it's the strategy of it, right? It's like any game where you have to like bluff or lie, any game where you got to like, there's a little bit more to it where you're trying to like set the path. It's got more strategy in the gameplay than it does in understanding how the game works. And usually those kind of games take like a second run or a third run to be like, oh, okay, I got it now. I could do better next time kind of thing. But the game's not, it's really not that complicated.
No, you can teach that game really well in under an hour.
Yeah.
And yeah, I played it at PAX. No, yeah, at PAX last year, and it was close to 11 hours as well. And it was amazing. We thought one thing was going to happen, and then at the end, something totally different happened.
Yeah, when it comes down to that last moment where you're going for that 10 point, that's
I was an idiot and rushed the center. I won't do that again.
No, you can't do that. I mean, you can, but you can't.
I should have won, but we won't talk about what happened. It's fine.
That's all right. That's all right. You learn from your mistakes, right?
Right.
All right, so Level Up Retreat was in Connecticut. It was the first year, and I'm glad to hear that it went well. I do like, obviously, I'm a little more invested in small town kind of conventions because of my own, but I like that lately there's been more of a push. Not only, I always support local, I always try and push to get people to support good people in the industry that are doing good things. And your local, there's a local convention nearby. I don't know how far you are from them, but look them up. Tabletop Events has a list. Board Game Geek has a list. You can find something that's within driving distance to experience, to support your local community, the vendors that might be there. Not all have vendors, but get out there and find, if you're new and you're watching this in the future people, go out and support your local game conventions, your local game stores, stuff like that.
And so shout out to the Board Game Rundown here in my local area near South Bend. Man, they run a mini convention almost once a month. They pull 40, 50 people at every, once a month on a Saturday. It's incredible. I don't know how they manage to do it, but there are the Meeple Meetup. Shout out to the Meeple Meetup. I can't speak English today.
You drove Meeple for 12 hours. It's fine. You're good.
True. It's true. Yeah, that's an incredible little gathering that happens once a month, and it is consistently 30 to 50 people. So and I know there's another local one here to me that's coming out I believe in February, called PappyCon. And I know there's going to be quite a few people at that as well. That's out in South Bend. And it was literally people who met because their dad loved board games. So they started bringing more friends and more friends and more friends. And then it just became this thing. And now last year they rented a hall for the first time, and they filled the hall up with 200 people. And now they've rented a convention center because they were like really tight on space last year, so they should have close to like 300 or 400 people next year, which would be awesome.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, Board Game Rundown folks. Tim's there, Mike's over here. They're big supporters of us. We're big supporters of them, and I did not know that you were close to them, and I'm almost sorry for you.
So Mike and I know each other because I trained his dad's dog. That's a crazy story.
What?
Yeah. So I own my own dog training business. After I got out of Tigers, I started training dogs. And weird story, started training and I ended up training Mike's dad's dog. And then Mike's dad continued to be friends with me on Facebook, and he was like, "Yeah, you should that my old dog trainer, he's really into board games. You should reach out to him." And then he looked me up and was like, "Dad, yeah, he's on Quackalope. He's not just really into board games." So it was pretty funny. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, and then I met Tim and the rest of the Board Game Rundown guys from there too, so it was pretty fun.
Nice. Yeah, they're great people.
Yeah.
We got a chance at Origins. We hung out at Origins.
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably one of the more I can't really talk about it, but probably one of the more epic moments in my con memory happened at Origins this year, and you were part of it. And hopefully, sometime in the near future, I'll be able to talk a little bit more about it. But
first card, best card.
First card, best card.
That's right.
Yeah, that's pretty good. They're great. They're great as well. Good.
Yeah, I like them too. They're awesome folks.
Yeah,
most board game people are. I mean, come on.
I've said it. It feels like I'm just repeating myself all the time, but it's such a pleasure to be in this hobby because 98% of the people that I think it went down from last time I talked about it. And I think I used to say 99%, but 98% of the people that are in the industry they're just genuine folks that like just want to support each other, right? Even if it comes down to a game that's pitched. It happened at Origins. There was a game that was pitched to me for 3WS, and I liked it, and I would definitely play it, but I don't think it was a fit. But one of the people that was helping me in the booth, like, I think it would fit with the company that they worked in. So I asked him to come over and like listen to the pitch kind of thing because I'd already seen the sell sheet. I'm like, you should look at this. We're very. I mean, not all the time. Like, if there's that new hotness, you're gonna start arguing and like try and one up each other, level up each other.
They're like it.
Yeah. But yeah, for the most part, it's been some of my best friends, some of my favorite moments have all come out of this industry, and I've only been in it for a handful of years, so it's pretty epic. If you haven't experienced it, get out there and experience it. It's amazing.
For sure. Yeah. And cons are the best way to do it. I'll tell you that I've never had a bad con. That's crazy to say, but I've never had one.
No, it's true. I mean, you could, right? Sure. Go to your local store, right? And you get the wrong person that's teaching their favorite game, and all they want to do is teach it because they want to win, and they're going to abuse you through the game and not tell you all the rules. All that stuff can kind of happen. Those people that play games for the wrong reason or are just I don't know, socially I don't know, bad, awkward assholes, whatever. You'll come across some of them, and you can get them at cons and you'll get them at your local shop. But the majority of the people in the industry, whether they're hobbyists or they're actually, like I said, on the other side of the curtain, they've been some of the most genuinely amazing people I've ever had the pleasure to talk to.
100% agree.
So get out there and support your local stuff, please.
For sure.
All right. So you want to go over these Disney people?
Yeah, man. I'm so excited. When you said, "Hey, we're gonna do like a top 5 list," I was like, "Great! What top 5 are we doing?" And I was figuring it was gonna be some sort of board game related thing. But then you went Disney, and I said, "Yes, please!" I'm a huge Disney geek. It's fantastic. My kids were very excited to hear my list as well, and I only told one kid what one of the things was. So it'll be new to all of them too.
Okay. All right. I'm sure the comments will start. Well, I mean, just because he smiles in other photos and not in our own doesn't necessarily mean he sucks, but I might get myself in trouble. Again, we miss Chris. Chris is busy, but all right. So yeah, so we said top 5 Disney villains. And like most of our top 5s, it's open to interpretation. So you can kind of go at it the way you want. And I sent you a message a couple days ago wait, now Matt and I are gonna have words. Hold on. I don't know. Is this like a LeBron Jordan kind of GOAT thing? So yeah, so I sent you a question a couple days ago because Disney is like Asmodee in the board game industry. They're buying up everything that they can.
True.
I asked if the Disney villains was traditional cartoon animated or if we were going to go into Marvel and Star Wars. And you said,
and I said yes. You can definitely go, especially into Star Wars. I think Marvel's a little bit cheaty because you really have to have great villains in Marvel. But I also understand if you decided to go that direction. And then I started expounding upon it on my 12-hour drive home. What other things does Disney actually own? Well, they own Fox. So technically, The Simpsons would be on that list. And that also means they own Avatar. I mean, does Coral work? I mean, that's a pretty awesome epic villain as well. But I came up with different categories, and I took the best one of all the different categories that I could come up with. So I still have 5, but each of my Disney characters is the best one to fill that particular character category.
all right, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
How about you? How did you interpret yours?
I tried my hardest to stay with traditional Disney.
Okay. I did actually stay within traditional Disney with except for one jaunt off into the wilds, but everything else is traditional Disney.
Same with me.
Okay.
There's so many options with when you think about villains in Disney movies, whether they were the traditional drawn ones or the Pixar animated. There's so many really good villains. So it was hard to come up with this 5. And there can be honorable mentions back to like the 20s, right? If you really wanted to get
For sure.
old school. But
Yeah.
I did come up with 5, and I think I might. It's going to be hard to actually say that I have a number 1 because I usually don't rank them. They're usually just 5 in some sort of order. I'll go alphabetical. I'll go the year they were released. I'll do something stupid, but I think there's one that's definitely a number 1, and there's a close second, and there are reasons why. So it'll be interesting to see if we have overlap, like where you're going to go with this.
Yeah. So I definitely have a number 1 that is, there's not a question in my mind that it's number 1. And if I don't say this is my number 1, my children will call me a damn liar. So
perfect.
I
Okay.
feel like it's very clear. I have a number 1, and it'll be very clear when we get there why it's number 1.
Okay.
But so I'm going to start off with, do you mind if I start?
Yeah, no, please.
Okay, so this is my number 5. My first category for Disney villain bests is going to be which character was portrayed the best by the same person in 2 different movies.
Okay.
You have to try to guess mine for the record, because this is also a little game, right? We're board gamers. We do games. So this is an old one. All right, it's very, very old. This is pre-Renaissance, way pre-Renaissance. This character, this villain, was voiced. Each of these 2 villains was voiced by the exact same person, and this person did an amazing job. And there's a really fun story to go with the second one. This person almost didn't get to do the second movie because this person had tuberculosis and was worried that this person wouldn't be able to perform to the level and standards that they set for themselves.
Same character, same villain?
Different villain for each one, but the same actress, who knows, did the voice for both characters.
What the hell?
I told you I'm a giant Disney nerd. And amongst the other nerd things that I have, huge Disney nerd.
And you're talking old, like 40s, 50s old?
If not older than that, yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, so like original Disney, when Disney was still around Disney.
I'm having a hard time coming up with a Disney movie that had. Well, all right. And you're looking for the actor, actress, or are you looking for the villain?
Just which two villains? Because the actress will be difficult to name. Dang it.
So I was going with Maleficent. But
That's one of them.
is it?
What's the other one? The same lady voiced another villain as well.
Would it be the Evil Queen?
Nope.
Who else was Maleficent era?
Come on, Chad. I know you guys got this.
Was it what, Cinderella's stepmother?
That's it. Yes, Lady
Nice.
Tremaine.
Tremaine,
Yes.
that's it.
Yeah, Eleanor Aldi, I believe was her name. She voiced both of them, and she did such a great job with Maleficent that they brought her back, which was very usual because they still had guilds and stuff at that time. But they brought her back in and said, we really need you to do this character as well. And if you look at Maleficent's artistic edge and you look at Lady Tremaine, they're both very similar in style and look because they literally used her face for both. And she got tuberculosis right before they started doing the filming for Cinderella.
Yeah.
And she was so concerned that she wouldn't be able to give a good enough performance. So she told them to go get somebody else. And they said, no, we'll wait.
Oh,
And,
wow.
yeah, and she was the voice for both. I believe she's the only one who has voiced two separate villains in the classic era, because they're with all those like Aristocats and stuff where you get those same like four actors that did all the voices for all the different ones. But as far as like traditional classic Disney villains, she's one.
I didn't know that either. Facebook user.
Yeah.
Well, if not for your clues, I probably wouldn't have been led to. The only thing I could think of back in the day that was similar or that might have had a voice was Maleficent.
Yeah. Yeah, she's.
I mean, Pete.
Her like slow draws and really evil sounds. Just that's fantastic. She's amazing. I love the way she pulls that out. And I had an evil step monster, and I can promise you she was very similar to Lady Tremaine, but worse. So
worse. Oh God.
Yeah.
That's pretty awful. All right. Well, that's a good one. I think Tremaine was on my, like, all the people I started going through. Tremaine. Well, I won't say any others just in case, but yeah, she's down there. Maleficent. Yep. Oh wow. All right. Well, that's good tidbit of information.
All of mine have tidbits of information because, I can't do anything easy.
Right. I feel like mine are just going to kind of be like, blah, there's this bad guy next. So this should be fun.
Hey, I have to level
right,
up.
So I can't. I don't think I can reach your level of this. I did not know what I was in for. But we'll see. Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with first out of the gate is going to be the Horned King.
The Horned King.
Yeah.
Really? Why did you pick that one?
So, like, literally a demon that's just trying to kill everything, like mass murder, everyone, just one, not even death for like power, right? Just death for death's sake.
Yeah.
And it was 1985, so I'm 9 years old when I'm watching this movie. And that idea of like raising the dead and just sending them out to kill everybody, like the glowing red eyes, like everything about that, the animation style, it kind of stuck with me. So it's stuck throughout time, I guess. Because when I started thinking of villains, there were a couple that came to mind that were like, well, definitely that. But the Horned King had an impact, right? Also the fact that just like mass murder, like that's the first time I was like, this villain is just trying to kill everything that's alive.
Yeah. I think it's also really interesting what you classify as a villain. And I agree with you. Horned Kings, that's a great one. I didn't even think of that one for some reason. So well done on that. But when I was trying to come up with what exactly makes a villain, what's the thing that you look at and go, that's what a villain is? And I think probably the greatest villain of all time that's not a Disney character is is the Joker, but specifically the Heath Ledger version of Joker, because a true villain, in my opinion, is someone who doesn't care as much about, like, they care about their life, but they also don't care. Like, they'll do whatever's necessary to get what they want. And generally what they want is they want something, and they have to be powerful enough to overpower the hero, but they can't be so powerful that they just take over everything. Like, it's part of the reason why I think Thanos, I apologize if we're getting into any of your people, because Thanos might be one of them.
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, good. Because like Thanos has giant army, and he's got the snap the fingers after he's picked up all the stones. Okay, yeah, he's a powerful guy. But if you look at it from the perspective of what did the Joker have? The Joker had nothing. Like, he had a couple of, even in the scene with Two-Face, he says something to the effect of, "I have 2 cans of gasoline and terror," or something like that. And he was able to make all of these terrible things happen and always win in a way, because when he had Rachel, and he had the guy, I can't remember the other guy's name, but he switched them so that if Batman went to go save Rachel, he saved the other guy. If he went to save this guy, he saved Rachel instead. So even though he technically won by saving one of them, he lost because he saved the wrong one.
Right.
And like, that's so evil. It's just so evil. And he was evil for evil's sake, and he didn't care about anything else, which is why when he got shoved off the, spoiler alert, when he got shoved off the tower and he starts to fall, he's just laughing, because he's like, yeah, cool. It just, that happened.
Yeah.
That's just, that's such a good villain. That's such a good villain.
Yeah, usually a villain is seeking something, and that something is usually their downfall, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, usually,
right. And there's one on
Usually.
my list that kind of changes that, but yeah, like the Horn King was just like wanted to do the thing, wanted to seek the power, right? And the Cauldron, spoiler alert, from 1985, like ends up, that is his demise. But like, he was seeking the power and then used the power to just to kill everything, like just death. So
yeah.
Also those.
Yeah. No, that's a great one, man. Love it. That wasn't even one that popped into my head. So good for you.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm done. That's my list. I have one, and I did. I accomplished what I wanted. I'm done. All right, so that was my 5. I'm not doing the thing on the bottom. So if Chris is going in and putting timestamps on the bottom, that was both of our 5s. Now we're going to go to 4.
All right.
And yes.
Okay. So I think my number 4 will be most. I think the category I wrote down wasn't what I want to say now, because I think this is a better category. Villain that was changed the most by the person who voiced it. So this particular character, this particular villain, when it was originally written and the script was basically done, it was given to the person who was going to voice that person, that villain. And then that person read the script and they changed the character completely, because that person did such an amazing job that they said, this is the way it has to go. So if you look at it from the perspective of what that villain should have been, it's not even close to what that villain actually is in lore. Let's put it that way.
I'm lost.
So I'll give you a hint. This one is definitely from Renaissance time. And it's not Ursula. But good check. I'll give you another hint. It's a male.
Wow. Gaston?
Nope.
Who would have been
think Greek classic history.
Hades?
Yes.
Nice. That's a good one. It wasn't on my list, but that was another one that was like, yeah, Hades is bad.
Yeah. So when he came in to read that script, Hades was originally set up to be the classic Greek character, right? So Lord of the Underworld, very deep, dark, dangerous, whatever. And then he rolls in and is just like a used car salesman, right? And they had so much fun with it. Thought that he's almost like the Robin Williams version of a villain, you know?
Right.
And I think that was just an incredibly wonderful, well done. And at times when Disney takes a story and completely like changes it and smashes it and breaks it into this thing that becomes a childhood legend that doesn't even come close to telling the true story. Pocahontas, I'm staring at you. Um, you you need to have a reason why it did that.
Right.
And Pocahontas, I'm staring at you again because really we didn't need to change the story that much. The story is really interesting the way that it is. But Hades being this like really weird dude who isn't evil in that same sense. I think James Woods did just such an amazing job with that character and really completely changed the way that we look at Hades. Uh, there's so many
Sure.
great lines from that one too.
Sure.
This is so good.
Yeah, it's a good
So
one.
good.
Going back and looking at like just a list of villains and how to rank them and which ones like stood out and which ones still kind of give me a callback to a feeling that I had. There are really like some iconic, like even before it went digital, right in the drawing phase of Disney.
Yeah,
But then you can separate. I mean, there's so many. There's so many.
yeah,
Good call. Good call on Hades.
yeah.
I
All
like
right,
that guy.
what you
I
got
don't
for me?
know. Again, I don't know who this is, so if you can drop your name or if you feel like dropping your name, so I don't keep calling you a Facebook user. But yeah, you're this spot on,
Yeah.
and that made sense. Gaston's a dick. All right, I got to go at number 4, huh?
Yep. What you got for number 4?
Starting to get harder now because now I'm going into like feelings. So I'm gonna go with this is the oldest one. It's the oldest one on my list.
Okay.
I didn't see it when it came out because I was not born.
Yeah.
I saw
Fair.
it around the same time I was watching Black Cauldron, but it came out in the 40s. The first time I watched it, I was equally happy and terrified at the entire movie. I thought it was brilliant. I thought it was visually striking. I thought it was fun to watch at times and creepy and nightmarish in others. And this one character, I hope at some point they bring back because technically they're not um, they're not dead or defeated. They're just kind of lying in wait.
Really?
Uh-huh.
They're not dead or defeated. They're lying in wait.
Kind of like part of the top of a mountain waiting to wake up again. It's from 1940s. 1940.
Right. Who is still
So they're
Wow.
quite literally the devil or a devil and had the
Okay.
ability to create and manipulate and kill.
You got me, man. I don't know.
Chernabog.
I have no idea who that is. Why am I a Disney freak and I have no idea who you're talking about?
The big demon with the wings from Fantasia.
That's why. Okay. Interesting. All right.
Yeah.
So a Fantasia villain. So
Yeah.
you didn't even need words to be villainous.
No. The way that they did that movie, right, with the Sorcerer's Apprentice and the music that was doing all these highs and lows and like the coasting. I'm a big music fan. I love music. I love the way music
Sure.
makes you feel.
Yeah.
And Fantasia is one of those things that is just like it's strikingly beautiful and horrifying at the same
Mhm.
time. Some of the stuff that's going on screen, not only have people never seen before, but I don't think there's anything that's really captured the terrifying nature of the visuals and the music the way that Fantasia did. Like it's quite literally nightmarish at times, right? Like there's just stuff
Yeah.
that will haunt you when you sleep watching that movie because it's freaky. Like it's really
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
Chernabog is literally a devil. Like he has the ability to create life and then manipulate life and just kill them. And I remember the little, I don't know if they were flame sprites or they represented humans or whatever they were, but like going into the lava, like him just killing these things, and then just kind of wrapping his wings around and going into the mountain, and that was it. Like, so he's just waiting there, not really dead, just waiting there, kind of like Cthulhu-ish, right? Like,
Yeah,
not really dead, just waiting to come up.
sure.
So
Man,
yeah,
I'm gonna have to go back and watch Fantasia because it's been a very, very long time since I've watched Fantasia. So that's a good call out, man. The dancing hippos were evil, but I actually really like the crocodiles that danced with them. So
sure.
with their little funny hats and
Mhm.
blue capes, I believe they were good.
Yeah, Fantasia. I mean, obviously you have the most iconic, right? The Sorcerer's Apprentice and the dancing
Sure.
mops and the hat, right? It's all iconic Mickey kind of stuff. But there is so much other stuff going on in that it's not really a musical. I don't know what, like, it was just so different, but just punches you in the face.
Do you know what the evil sorcerer's name was?
Tim?
It's let me see if I can pronounce this. Yenzid. Yenzid. It's Disney backwards.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Huh. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little one of those little fun facts. I do know fun facts about Fantasia. I didn't recall that particular one, but yeah, that's a cool one.
Chernabog.
Good one, man. I like it.
Yeah. I hope I don't know if Fletch is watching or anybody from the op, but if you can make Chernabog character in the Sorcerer's Arena, that would be amazing.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
That's a good question. Technically, it wouldn't be mass murder because they weren't alive; they were just animated,
Literally and figuratively.
both literally and figuratively. So I don't know if it would
Yeah.
classify as mass murder.
Is it waterboarding then? They did dunk them quite a bit.
And they are wood, which are boards. That's interesting too.
I mean, these are questions I have late at night.
Yeah, these are really deep questions on the full 42 tonight.
So I know.
All right, so Chernabog is the second one I'm going to mention. Then it's going to start getting real after this.
Yeah, my next three are very challenging.
All right, what's your number three?
My number three is my favorite villain with the greatest backstory.
Okay.
Okay. This particular villain is in a movie that is probably my favorite Disney movie of all time. I have seen it more than any other Disney movie possible, but there's one section of that movie that I refuse to watch. We'll always fast forward through, especially now after life situations have happened for me. But it is also one of the most iconic Renaissance villains of all time. Hello, Alex.
Hey, Alex.
And I love this particular villain because it also has one of my favorite people who does voice work.
What?
Mm-hmm.
So Renaissance era, can't watch a scene, great backstory. Oh man.
And Alex, no, Jafar is not on my list at all, but he does have a very nice beard and one of my favorite companions. So if we talked about villains with excellent companions, then for sure he would be right up at the top of the list.
Yeah. Well, almost anything from Aladdin. It's such an iconic film. That's a
Yeah.
good one. Next time you're on, we'll have to do villain companions.
Yeah, for sure.
Man, I'm stumped on this one. Great backstory, Renaissance time. Have they been mentioned yet?
Yes, it was in the comments once. Also, the entire cast of the movie is amazing. There's not a single person in this cast who isn't incredibly famous.
I got nothing. Ursula, I got nothing.
So this would be Scar, because
Okay.
Jeremy Irons, amazing. Yes, thank you, Diana. You're exactly correct. Scar. So Jeremy Irons is incredible, right? You have basically Rowan Atkinson, Mr. Bean. Oh, Scar for sure. Yes, Scar's amazing. One of the interesting facts that people may or may not know is that if you what happened there? Sorry. If you may or may not know, Jeremy Irons got sick during the singing portion of his song, so he filmed the first half of it, and then he was unable to film the second half. So once if you're watching it and the ground starts changing and he starts raising up on the pillars of rock during the second verse, that's not him. That's somebody else singing that song, but they voiced it over so that they could keep doing the animation. And the guy did such a great job. They were like, we'll just leave it in. It's fine. So it's him singing the first half and another guy singing the second half.
Oh
Uh,
wow.
a really cool, interesting thing. But the reason I put him in there is because he has the most interesting backstory, and this is all true Disney canon that came from the novel that is about the backstory of the Lion King. Uh, there's things going around that says Mufasa means king in some random African language. It's been proven that that's not actually true. But what is true is that Scar's real name is Taki, which is Swahili for poop. Um, so they so his literal name is shit. And he like the dregs, right? So
Right.
chose to be named after a scar that he got in a fight. And he's just everyone calls him that because it's rude to even call him his real name.
Interesting.
Fantastic like origin backstory that goes with him and why he's called Scar and why he was overlooked and why he's constantly trying to find ways in. But in my opinion, him as a villain, he starts the concept of what a true villain is looking for, but then he also has remorse. So he's not really a villain because he made this, he came up with this idea, and at the end of it, he's like, I shouldn't have done this. I'm a terrible leader. It's clear I was not trained to do this. I'm bad at this. Everybody else sucks because they're not doing what I tell them to do, but I need someone else to come in and fix this for me. So in my opinion, Scar, while technically a villain, he's at the precipice of, am I really a villain or am I just misunderstood, or am I having remorse for truly being a villain?
Huh. Interesting read, my friend.
Yeah,
Well, that's like Thanos, right? You can argue that Thanos is not the villain of the story.
very true.
Right.
Yep, very true.
Huh.
And yes, Lion King was very Shakespearean, very Hamlet.
Very Hamlet.
Hmm.
So I guess to piggyback off you for my number 3, I will mention Scar because Scar was on my list.
Yeah.
And it was going to be hard for me to come up with my 3 and my 2 because of the moments that happen that make them so powerful in my end. My number 1, I think, now that I'm talking through it, is my number 1.
Sure.
But yeah, Scar, I think that's what, 94, 95, 94.
I think it's 99.
Lion King.
It's
We can look it
late
up.
90s.
There's
Yeah.
an internet we can find the answer for.
Yeah.
But that watching that film was great, right? Timon and Pumbaa, like the laughing and the fun and the songs and the hero's journey kind of thing. But that
Yep.
moment where he dug his claws into Mufasa's claws,
And then just
and then that next like minute and a half, where like it's so gut wrenching, and it's
I fast
one of
forward
the
every time.
more it's one of the more painful moments in movies. Like for me,
Yeah.
thinking about that moment where it's so powerful, and he's the cause of that, and it made it really hard for me not to put that up as number 1 because that moment is so devastatingly painful in that
Yeah.
movie, and it does sing a little bit differently as you get older, but man,
Yeah.
brutal.
It's also a very interesting death scene because most Disney villains, if you look back at how Disney villains die, most of them fall off of something. like almost all of them. And he doesn't. He gets overwhelmed by the hyenas, and you see his his shadow go up, and then he comes down like that. So
Yeah.
that's another, obviously you can't show blood or death or any of that kind of stuff, which is why it was so crazy to me that they actually showed Mufasa there, and like Simba's leaning up underneath his little paw over top of his face, like I fast forward that one every time. That and Up, I don't care. I don't watch the first 10 minutes of Up. Like I
Up
just
is-
fast forward to when he's old, because
yeah.
it's just that's too much sadness for me.
Oh, it rips your heart out.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah. Yeah, that moment when he, like, it was such an iconic visual, right? Where you got Scar up there and you see the evil in his face when he's doing the thing. And then it
Yep.
happens and you're like, "Holy shit, what the hell just happened?" For a Disney flick, right? Like there's
Yeah.
been some drama, some shit that's happened in the past, but like this was holy crap. And
Yeah.
then Simba comes in and like nudges him and crawls under, and you're just done. Like at that
Yep.
point, it's so hard.
Yeah. There's a conversation with the producer of Lion King in the extras, where they talk about why they made that happen with Mufasa falling, because it was that moment where you're seeing a change of power, because Scar was the villain and now he's the hero. By making the hero fall off the cliff like that, it reenacts the death of villains. So it was a power shift and change,
Mm,
which is a very interesting, again, way that they showcase that power change, which I just think is wonderful.
yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, really, really great movie. By far my favorite of all the Disney movies, especially my favorite of the Renaissance. Absolutely incredible cast. I mean, come on, James Earl Jones. You just
Yeah,
that voice, you can't. It's amazing.
so powerful.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, we can't forget about Up too. Up is
Up is that those are the two movies that I don't watch a portion of every single time.
yeah,
I refuse to watch that first like 15 minutes of Up.
it's
Just
brutal.
not gonna do it. It
It's
is.
hard. Yeah.
Yep. All
All
right.
right. So that was both of our number threes then.
Yeah. So
So
my
we'll go
number two
right into your
is
two.
the first time that I'm going outside of the traditional cartoon Disney envelope.
Okay.
Um,
Don't do it. You're going to get back-to-back crossovers here. This is going to be sick.
no, really?
I don't
Okay.
know. If you're going outside. I have one that's on mine that's outside.
All right. So if we're talking about the Star Wars universe,
Oh, come on, man.
okay, there's one villain in the Star Wars universe that's actually a true villain and was in the entire series,
Yeah.
with the exception of like the entire let's call it the six, I don't know, whatever you want to call that.
The
He's
original?
basically he's in all three of the originals, and well, sort of in all three. Yeah, he's basically in all three, and he's in 2 and 3. Yeah, he's in 2 and 3, 4, 5, 6, I believe.
Okay. And not in anything else?
He's probably in, yeah, he's in some of the other ones as well, but we're talking about just the core.
Okay. I mean, there's one answer.
There is only one answer.
It's Palpatine.
It is Palpatine.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's my number. That would be my number one.
Is it really?
Yeah, it would be my number one. Because he's so fucking manipulative through everything that he does, gives a shit about anybody.
Yep. Yeah. So I think the reason I chose him as the as my only one that I would go outside of the traditional Disney universe for is because he, after a millennia of the Sith being gone, right? 1,000 years. He's like one of the last ones left, and he's so manipulative, even with inside of that Jedi core, grabbing the one person, pulling them in, and then like just twisting every little knife and thing inside of them. And he did all of it while still holding the Empire together, right? He is a puppet master, 100%. And then he like, so if you talk about Thanos, right? So he clicked half of the world away from existence, yeah. Then, but Palpatine overtook the entire universe, like everything. All of it is done, and he's the most powerful person in that moment. He was the true ultimate throes of a villain all at once, which is unbelievably incredible. And for that one person to just do all of he didn't even need a lightsaber because he was so good at everything and just went back. And
Yeah.
like that's incredible to me.
Yep.
Absolutely incredible. And then his face and his body is literally transformed by going so evil all at once.
Yep.
And I think that alone is the major reason why he has to be my number 2 villain.
I can't imagine your number one because
My
when
number
I
1
thought
is not evil.
what all right. Oh, that's interesting. All right. Well,
But
that
yes, out of all the Disney characters that have ever been created, if we consider Star Wars part of the Disney universe, which I think we have to at this point, I think he is the ultimate of all villains that is truly and purely evil.
I agree with you. I think you can argue that you could do the MCU as Disney, not Marvel Comics, not the animated stuff. Like I think you could argue that the MCU is Disney, especially like Avengers and
Yeah.
all of that stuff.
Mhm.
And it would be hard to say that Star Wars, the original trilogy, is Disney, but
Mhm.
it is Disney now,
It is. Yeah.
right?
And
And good
if you
for it.
take it from oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, good for it. I'm just saying, good for it.
If you then take the fact that that the whatever the second trilogy that's technically the prequel trilogy, knowing that that was heavily Disney influenced, right? Heavily Disney influenced, even
Yep,
though
yep,
technically they didn't have it at that point, but they had it, you know?
right.
Um, the knowing what they did with it and where they still took Palpatine at that point, I mean, man, it, he still had so much power and influence even at that point to eradicate all the Jedi in the world, you know? Like that's just crazy. It's crazy.
Well, right and depending on how you watch it, if you're a purist and you watch 4, 5, 6 first, or if you watch the whole rise and fall of Anakin, right in episode one, you
Yeah.
have him where he kind of brushes him on the shoulder and he says, "We'll be watching your career with great interest." Right? And you
Yeah.
know he's been manipulating shit from the beginning. Then you watch Clone Wars, then you watch Rebels, then you watch all this other stuff, and you're like, he controlled everything, and in the controlling everything, he broke his own rules.
Yep.
He had people going up against each other. He had a father try and kill his son. Like he gave a shit about nothing else but his rise to power and control about everything. And if you were in his way, he was gonna fucking kill you. He didn't
Yeah.
care.
Yeah.
Yep.
It is true villainy at its most cartoonishly best.
Yeah.
Which I think is awesome. It's very awesome.
Yeah. A great portrayal of a tremendous dickbag of a villain. He was
Yeah.
so brutal. And
Yeah.
some of the lines and the writing, you know, Lucas was not a good writer. He was not a good script writer. I get it. But when you look at him as a character and because you can look at 1 through 6 as the rise and fall of Anakin Skywalker, and you should, right? You see
Yeah.
him as a kid and then you watch him die. And
Yep.
those 6 movies are there. But then as much as you want to shit on 7, 8, and 9, right? You
Mhm.
end up he's still pulling the strings as like a half body. Like he's
Yeah.
still doing shit, right? And then you
Yeah.
throw in the Mandalorian and you see all the clone stuff that he was doing. Like he's been at it from the beginning, and it's just like he's literally been there the entire time. And it's
Yeah.
just amazing.
And he sat in waiting for so long
Yep.
just to pull that string.
Yep.
And like just sat waiting.
Yep.
And I think to me, that alone is the true villain who can sit there for years and years and years and just pounce at the right moment.
Yeah.
Great.
Look at all the ships he had, right? Like all those
Yeah.
ships that he was making in all those. I think you can argue, and this is a whole nother episode and a whole nother hour of conversation, but the way that they ended it with, and I don't care if this is spoiling, you should watch the movies. It's going to be an episode a Star Wars spoiler, so mute me or shut me off, whatever you want to do. The fact that Rey was a Palpatine, I think, was shitty writing. It shouldn't have been. They should have had Rey and Ben maybe be brother and sister, like that connection. Like it could have been completely different than her being a Palpatine. I get it, but taking it for what it is now, because that exists, you're not going to erase that. I think him overarching throughout everything that I've watched in Star Wars, no matter what it was, he's had a finger on something. He knew everything that was going on. He's in Andor, he's in Mandalorian, he's in everything, right? He's mentioned everywhere. He's alluded to everywhere. It's crazy the amount of control that man had.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Sorry to spoil your number one, but
it's fine because we got a good conversation of it. But when you think of what a true villain is, and the way he literally manipulated everybody, right? The creating the droid army so he can have the clone army come in and save the day, and then the clone army is now his army. Like it's just everything. Army, yeah. It's such a chess game that he played, and he played it perfectly until the end.
Yeah. I will say, out of all the deaths, quote unquote, his is the lamest, in my opinion.
His first one?
Yeah, his first death it's my least favorite.
Sure.
Because like, I mean, it's a battle, it's epic. Darth Vader throws him again, spoiler, whatever. It could have been so much better, you know? Sure. But it was still good. It's still great.
But to your point, he didn't have a weapon, right? He had his Force lightning, and he got taken by surprise. He trusted Vader, so he didn't really. He turned his back to him, so he's doing the thing, and then Vader had that turn, so he didn't really see it coming. And at that point, he's got a bionic arm just crushing him and then throwing him down. There's nothing he really could do.
Is there? Yeah. Is there? I mean, I'm also one of those people that says, why can't you use the Force to turn the button on and off? Like,
sure. Yeah.
I mean, come on. This should be super simple. It should go boop, and then you just turn the thing off, right?
Yeah.
I don't understand that one. So, I mean, there's some things that make me go, okay. Yeah. I mean, and you can sense so much with the Force. Like, you know that people are here. You know that people are feeling and thinking. You can't tell that the person that you've created, the thing that you've created that's literally standing right next to you, isn't having some remorse while you're literally zapping his son to death. Like, you can't feel that in the Force. That's the one thing you can't feel in the Force.
Sure. Yep.
So, but yeah, I think everything else, in my opinion, is amazing. So, and I have to disagree with you slightly, because I do think that Rey being part of the family, while I get where you're coming from as far as storytelling goes, but it's kind of like if they made it the same Luke scenario, it wouldn't, Luke Leia scenario, it wouldn't be nearly as cool to me. And I like the fact that she had to overcome the negativity of that name that she didn't know anything about, like she had to then wrestle with the fact that she's part of that lineage and that there's still something good that comes out of it. So I think that redemption story in a way kind of is nice, but it also makes me go, Palpatine still had his finger on her thousands of years later,
Sure.
Which is awesome.
Yeah, but so I guess story writing wise, right? Like she only had to deal with it for about 35 seconds.
Yeah, that's the part that sucks for it. It should have been its own thing. I think like that should have been a giant struggle that she dealt with in a whole nother way.
Yeah, or just leave her as a nobody, right? Like she's told she's a nobody. Ben told her she's a nobody. Like if she's just a nobody and then she finds her way, then she finds her way and she adheres to Skywalker and the Jedi way or the New Order, whatever she's going to end up doing. But then she assumes the Skywalker name by the end of the whole thing. But she only had to deal with the fact that that revelation of her being a Palpatine was like, 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Hop in a ship and go find him and do the thing. Like,
yeah, I agree. It should have been significantly better. Or I think the story would have been even better by just leaving it out. Probably.
Sure. Or make it happen earlier where she had to wrestle with. She had the vision, right? She had her dark side with the sick ass clicky double lightsaber. Like that was cool. So there were hints to it, and watching it again, like you can see the little nods to, sure, this all made sense, but the reveal and all that stuff, I don't know.
Yeah. And Steven, I completely agree with you. That purple white lightning, the purple white lightning is definitely scary. I 100% agree with you. and I do agree that falling to death is scary, and that's the traditional Disney way, even though it wasn't Disney back then, that the villain falls to their death. And I think that was whether or not Lucas wants to admit it or not. That's why his villains always fell to their death in the same format. Like Boba Fett fell to his death inside of a hole. Everybody falls to their death, and that's because that's the way you dispatch villains.
Yeah.
So
I mean, even one of the best Christmas movies of all time, Die Hard, did the same thing.
that's true. It's very true. Yeah, very true.
Yeah. All right. Well, if you don't mind,
by all means,
I'm going to do my number one before you do, because now I don't want mine to fall flat after your epic number one.
You don't have honorable mentions?
I do.
You can't just do five. We got to do honorable mentions now before we get to our number ones.
You want to do that?
Yeah.
I mean, I just have a list of just bad people.
All
right, so ones that didn't make my list, and some of them were mentioned. Ursula was on there because, yeah, she's awful, but I don't know top 5 awful.
So hold on. Well, name one, and then I'm going to give you some information if I know something about them. She was actually modeled after a drag queen.
Ursula,
yeah. So originally she was going to be much more like covered with barnacles and scales because she's the sea witch. And I don't know if you know much about the actual Little Mermaid, but in the Hans Christian Andersen tale, the sea witch actually cuts her tongue out, right? So she doesn't have a voice because she literally cuts her tongue out. And then she makes her every step that she's going to take with her feet is like walking on razor blades, according to the way that the witch says. And in the original fairy tale, she doesn't actually get the guy. And Ariel's sisters make another pact with the sea witch to get this like dagger. And then Ariel's supposed to stab Prince Eric in the chest because he's gotten married to somebody else. And that night, like the next morning, she's going to turn into foam. So the sisters give her this knife and say, stab him in the heart. And you will then come back to be a mermaid with us, because Ariel doesn't get to go back and be a mermaid if she doesn't get his love and affection. She dies and turns into sea foam. So she can't do it. So she jumps off the side of the boat, and then the air wisps, the lords of the air, come and take her away and give her a soul. Because little do you know, the reason why Ariel wants to be human is because she knows that she doesn't have a soul as a mermaid.
So yeah, the fairy tales are completely different than the Disneyfied versions of them.
Yeah, but I think it's super cool. And Ursula in the Disney movie is technically it was modeled after a very, very famous drag queen. Destine, I don't know, something like that. It starts with a D.
I had no idea.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, Ursula was definitely a villain.
Yes.
Even more as the sea witch. Holy shit.
Yeah. She's really nasty as a sea witch.
Do you want to give one, then I'll give one, or you want me just to spout these all off?
Oh, I want to hear your next one.
All right, well, we talked about Hades already. We talked about Lady Tremaine. We talked about Maleficent. And where's the other one? Gaston. But of those we didn't talk about, well, Jafar. We talked about Jafar.
Yeah.
I really wanted to put him on the list, but I just didn't really like. He was just a manipulator. Like, he just wanted the power, and he was trying to manipulate. And he had his little staff that did the mind control thing. Like, I didn't really see him as much of a. I mean, although a villain, when he got the genie power, he was easily manipulated, and the power was his downfall. Similar trope, right? But he did have an impact, and I mean, Aladdin is great. Yzma,
yeah. So Yzma and Cruella de Vil, very, very similar styles. They're both fashionistas. And with Yzma, part of the interesting facts with her was she's kind of like that Jafar character in a lighter fashion.
Yeah.
That doesn't have special superpowers per se, but she has potion making and stuff.
Right.
And if you look at her character face and Cruella de Vil's character face, they're very, very, very similar, because they wanted to get that old feeling of originated anime or a villain animation in that movie, because they were trying to do some of those callbacks. It didn't work, but it was still really good. She's one of my favorite modern-ish day villains, because I think her and Gronk have that like really fun patter back and forth that I just think is great.
Emperor's New Groove is one of my favorite movies. I think it's got
really
that
good.
cover, the one-liners, the comedy going back and forth. It's a touching story from Pacha's side. But yeah, that I wanted her to be on there, but just wasn't villain enough. I mean, she's turned
Yeah.
into a damn cat at the end, right? Like not
Right?
even a cat hitting.
Yeah, yeah. Corey says Madam Mim. Madam Mim is one of my favorite runner-ups. I think she's super cool. That battle that she has um with Merlin, where
Yeah.
they're in the house and they just keep like poof, 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 and they're coming to different animals and stuff. And then she takes the form of Maleficent at one point, which is super cool.
Yeah.
Like I think overall those are super cool callbacks, really fun villain. And I wanted to see her in more movies. Or fun fact, originally Cruella de Vil was going to be in The Rescuers, but they put the other lady in instead. She was originally, it was Cruella de Vil was going to be in there, and she was going to be wearing alligator skin.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
All these fun facts.
yeah.
Yeah, Hook.
Hook. Oh man, Hook. So I have a really, really hard time with Hook because I don't think he's a villain. Um, I think Peter Pan is actually the villain of that story. Yeah,
Okay.
hear me out.
All right.
If I told you that someone that here's the two characters in this movie, okay? One of the characters comes into a house in the middle of the night, steals the children, and takes them away to another place, okay? Never to bring them back again. And puts them in very, very dangerous situations where they could likely get killed. The other one has had his hand chopped off by the other character and fed to an alligator. All he wants to do is just have his life on the boat. Okay. He's not trying to do anything. He doesn't want to hurt anybody. He just wants revenge against Peter Pan, who chopped his hand off. And he even says in one of the lines in the movie says, um, was it cordial or something along those lines to feed my hand to the alligator. He wasn't mad about getting it chopped off. He was mad that it got fed to the alligator. And Captain Hook doesn't die. He's one of the few villains that doesn't. He swims away.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's really truly a villain. I think Peter Pan is the actual villain of that story because he is evil. He's constantly harassing Captain Hook. He does everything he can to make Captain Hook's life worse. There's very few redeeming qualities to Peter Pan. He's constantly trying to get one over on people. He's very, very narcissistic and manipulative. He doesn't have a redeeming moment at the end of it, even. To me, he's the villain.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. He's one of those classic Disney tales that I don't think qualifies as being a true villain.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And Di says Sid. I think Sid is just an asshole.
He's a kid. He's playing with his toys.
Yeah.
He doesn't know that they're sentient beings.
Right.
Here's another one for you. Who's the villain in this story? You have one character coming in to this group of this town, so to speak, and he's got all these new fun and exciting things. He just wants to share the world with everyone. He's got love, hope, and imagination as part of his character arc and trope. The other one is currently the leader of the group who's mad that someone else is trying to steal his thunder. So he tries to get the new guy killed. He literally shoves him over to the guy that they know for a fact is killing people, tries to shove him out of a window. What happens to all Disney villains? They fall to their death. He shoves someone out a window, and he's constantly yelling and screaming at this guy, telling him that he doesn't know what he's talking about. Who's the real villain there? I think there's a big case to be made that Woody is actually the villain in Toy Story, because otherwise there really isn't a villain. Sid's just a bad kid, quote unquote, but he has no idea there's anything going on. He's just playing with his toys.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah.
I mean,
all right.
Yes.
Yeah, probably Hannah Montana was a villain. Yeah.
I would say that. I like Braincast's list here. Pete, definitely. That's an old throwback too. But
Yeah.
we just talked about Hook not being a villain, and West's got some good points on that one.
Mm-hmm.
The Donald's devil.
Donald's devil on his shoulder.
A good
Yeah.
one.
So I also believe that that the so I'm gonna get hate for this too. I think that Pinocchio is also a villain
How so?
because the boy left his parents, right? Didn't say anything was, or left his father, whatever, and didn't say anything was going to happen. He just up and left, right? And then he's constantly not listening to his conscience. Jiminy Cricket on the side, right? So he's purposefully going against everything that's happening. He is also causing terror and he's leading other people in to his own areas of evil in a way, right? Because he's pulling all the other lost kids into that other place. He saves himself. Does he save anybody else when they're turning into donkeys? Nope, sure doesn't. Just saves himself. Are you a hero if you only save yourself? I don't think so. I really don't.
We're told on every flight we take, though, to make sure you save yourself because you can't save anybody else if you don't save yourself first. So.
That's very true. That's very true. Modern day situations, you're 100% correct. Now, to his fair, he did go back out and get swallowed by the whale to save his father Geppetto, right? But Geppetto wouldn't have ever gone and got eaten by a whale had Pinocchio never left. And fun fact about Pinocchio, I don't know if you've ever heard or read any of the stories. It was actually a artist illustrated thing that was in the papers many, like long times ago. The artist hated children. So he wrote Pinocchio as a child, as a wooden boy, and all these horrible things happened to him. Like his legs got burned off. He was flipped upside down and head boiled. When Jiminy Cricket actually showed up for the first time, he stomped on him and killed him. So because children don't have a conscience, apparently. So he got into all this trouble and did all these horrible, evil things. And he was the death of all good things for his father, Geppetto, who only wanted to have a good boy. And in the end, his ending to this series was to hang Pinocchio from a tree and kill him. Yeah. The people who ran the papers were like, yeah, no, you can't do that. That's not okay. You can't end the story there. So he came up with this blue-haired lady that came in and kind of sort of made him a real boy, but he still, as a real boy, had all these horrible things happen to him. And that's where the blue fairy came from, was the lady with the blue hair.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
that's wild.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's a pretty. Those old stories, man, were awful.
Brutal.
My honorable mention for greatest Disney villain that didn't make my list is Elsa.
Okay.
Because caveat on that, maybe the trolls, depending upon which fan theory you might be talking about. Because if you look at Prince Hans, right? He comes in, he's a great dude. He's there to help Elsa, to help Anna. He finds this wonderful person. They have this great connection. Everything's going smooth. He's actually he stood up for Anna with the French dude and the Weaselton person as well. Like he's a good, strong character who's doing a great job leading the group. And then, unfortunately, all of a sudden, when they go visit the trolls, this is the fan theory part. When they go visit the trolls have a line in there that says, after she's been engaged to Prince Hans, the trolls have a line: "We have to get rid of the fiance," right? Well, the trolls can do magic. So what if they cursed Prince Hans? Because the very next time you see Prince Hans is when he tries to kill Anna. So there's a huge fan theory that says that the trolls actually cursed Prince Hans. And if you look at the story of the Snow Queen, which this is all based around, the trolls were actually evil, and they were bringing this very, very, very long involved story, but the short version is they make this mirror, they're bringing it to heaven. The devil and the trolls bring this mirror, they're bringing it to heaven and the mirror shows the evil side of you. So it doesn't show anything good about you, it only shows the bad side of you. And they're laughing and stuff, and as they bring this mirror up to heaven, the mirror shatters and breaks into tiny little pieces, and all those little itty bitty pieces are dust like. They get in your eyes and in your mouth, and then all you see as a person is the evil side of people. So there's a theory that trolls were, in a sense, they cursed Hans, and that's why he tried to kill Anna and Elsa at that point, because he could have done it earlier than that. Why didn't he just do it then? It would have been just fine. He could have easily killed them way before then.
Sure, yeah.
But Elsa, being modeled after the Snow Queen, she was originally supposed to be the villain in the story. And Disney himself wanted to make a version of the Snow Queen, but he never could figure it out, and neither could anyone else for years and years and years. And the original story that they came up with before they remodeled it a little bit was that Elsa had a wedding. She got stood up at the altar, and that turned her evil because she had this horrible experience with love, and that made her the evil Snow Queen. So then when Anna and Prince Hans are about to get married, she crashes the wedding and then turns into this like evil snow person. That was the original story. So Prince Hans was actually supposed to be a good guy in the beginning.
Right.
So I think that there's a big case to be made that Elsa is actually the villain.
Do you agree with the fan theory that the trolls were the reason?
I think there's a huge possibility that's the truth, but it has not been confirmed by any of the story arc tellers from Disney. I think it harkens back to the potential of the original story, which they use as leverage often in the original stories. But it is the story is actually very, very different. There's not princesses and anything in there. Again, the short version of the true story is that there's these two families that live on the highest portion of their village at the highest floor, and they have these little gardens, and so they're playing just on the top of the houses basically, so they're never down by the streets to get these shards of stuff in their face. So they're pure and still true. They don't have these evil sides. This girl and this boy, they love each other very much, but they're just really, really good friends. Eventually the boy gets the shards of ice or the shards of mirror in his eyes, and he gets picked up by the Snow Queen, and she's captured him, and she's forcing him to basically do puzzles for the rest of eternity. The girl figures out what's going on, goes and looks for him, saves him. Yay, it's all good. So that was technically the way that the real story goes. That just it's extremely long, but that's the theory, the actual true version of the story that it's based around.
Okay, we have some competing sides.
Yeah, I mean, I get that Elsa literally didn't do anything wrong except hurt her sister, lock her sister in a tower in the castle for her entire life, never let her go out and do anything fun in public. We don't know anyone else who did anything like that, Mother Gothel. So you're 100% correct. Elsa definitely didn't do anything wrong. She also has special powers that turn her that she can't technically control, and she uses them to hurt people, sometimes by accident. I mean, she did throw those huge snow monsters out there to keep people away, and they were going to kill her sister. So, I mean, it's that there. She did, though. She didn't want her sister to even go outside. There was like that one time there was going to be this really awesome, fun thing that was going to happen, that she let Anna out to go even into the city. And she didn't let anybody come into the castle ever. So anytime Anna wanted to get anything, she had to go out into public, which she wasn't allowed to do all the time.
Wow, some strong feelings here.
Yeah. Which brings me to my number one.
I love
most poorly understood.
Oh wait, don't do your number one.
Okay, I'm so sorry. You're number one first. Yes.
Right. I'm bringing in Lotso from Toy Story 3.
Lotso hugging bear. Yeah, man.
So I remember watching that for the first time, and at that point, what was known is that it was going to be the end of Toy Story, right? There weren't going to be any more Toy Stories being made. They were going to cap it. That was going to be the last Toy Story movie. It was a trilogy. We're done. And then you get that part where they're going into they're getting sucked down into that thing, right? And they all save Lotso, and Lotso climbs up, and they're still getting sucked down, and then Lotso turns again. And at that moment, that turn, like he's pleading for his life, save me, whatever. The heroes save him, and then he has that turn moment again, right? Now he just lets him go, and he doesn't want to save him. And at that point, I really honestly thought that was the end. Like, it got so emotional watching that for the first time that I thought we were going to lose the characters. And it was all Lotso's fault. And that moment, Scar's moment with Mufasa, just edges out Lotso's with the Toy Story crew. But my God, that moment, the first time I watched it was like, I don't remember. I'm pretty sure I stopped breathing when that happened because I really thought we were going to lose him.
Yeah, I agree with you. That Lotso is he was on my short list. He is the only villain in the Pixar series that I considered to be a true villain. I can't think of another villain. I mean, you could talk about Big Hero 6, but again, that's one of those misunderstood villains. So he turned his back and all these other things. I don't like when they make villains that are not true villains. Like they're villains that are like twist villains, I think is what they call them, where you get this epic twist at the end. Oh, this is the real villain. Like in what is Zootopia, where it's spoiler alert, that little sheep thing, right? Like what? No, don't do that. Make it a true villain. Make it someone that I can love to hate. Make this a real good story, a true villain that's gonna eat you up inside. I think that is I think that's where true villains come from. That's where we get excited when we see a movie that has a true villain. And I think that's what villains should be, and that's where Disney's hopefully getting back to with Wish. It sounds like they're going to have a true, honest villain in the next Disney movie, Wish. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, a real villain. Like you could argue that up until that point, Lotso was probably just pissy, was jealous, played the role really well, had his minions doing the thing, and he was sitting in a throne of power because he ran Sunnyside. Like, I get it. But that moment, right up until then, he's just a jerk. He's just a jerk bear, probably might still faintly smell like strawberries. And then there's that moment where he gets up to the thing and he's looking down at them and he's just like, nah, fuck it. And you're like, you shitbag. Like, that's what it's about. Like, creating that character to have that moment that has that impact on people watching at the right moment is like, oh.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's one of the reasons why, like, I like Encanto, but there isn't a true villain in that scenario. You can argue that Amma's the villain because she's ruling the house and making the everybody stay in, and she is the person that's causing all the drama and frustration. She's the character arc moment for our heroine. But she's not really a villain. She again, misunderstood, frustrated, not truly a true villain.
Right. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to make sure that it is true. I like the little pun that Steven did there. That was good. Talking about the sheep.
Yeah.
When you were talking about the sheep in Zootopia.
Yep. Yeah. It's true. He was only a jerk for a little bit. And does that mean there could be a redeeming moment for a villain and they can become one of the good guys? I mean, if we talk about Star Wars.
Vader.
Yeah. I mean, there's those opportunities.
All right, do it.
Okay, so here is my epic number one. If I don't say this is my number one, my children will call me a damn liar. And that's Gaston. And I know we've talked about Gaston once, but Gaston is my favorite. And if you've seen me in public, if you know me for real, if you see the way that I talk, all the things that I do, Gaston is absolutely, if I were to become a Disney villain, it is the villain that I would be. I love the way he walks. I love the way he prunes himself. I love the way that he communicates with the public, but I also think he's a horribly misunderstood villain because I don't really think he's the villain of that story either. And I will make a wonderful argument here, but I do understand he's technically the villain and he's my favorite of all the Disney villains because I think he has the greatest character arc, the best story for why he is a villain. And
Okay.
that is he was a soldier, right? So he went to war and he came back, and I believe he has a little PTSD, right? So he's just trying to relive those epic war situations, and he's floundering in the town, and he wants a little like excitement in his world, right? And in theory, he could potentially have any woman that he wants, but they all want him, so that doesn't mean anything to him. He wants that one thing that he can't have, which is what every villain wants, right? Is that one thing that they just aren't supposed to have, and that is Belle. Okay. So here's the problem. If I were to tell you that there was this horrible beast who lives in this castle, he's imprisoned half of the town, because don't forget, all of the people who lived in that, who worked in his castle, which was probably half the town, are now imprisoned in there as well. So that's
Right.
why the town is so weird and like frustrated as well, because they're also all put under the spell of the at the same time, because they're not supposed to remember that castle's even there, right? And they keep hearing these horrible tales that there's this epic beast in the tower, and then Gaston finds out that the only thing in the world he wants, the only thing that matters to him, is away in this tower, right? What do you think he's going to do? He's going to go save her. Why
Yeah.
wouldn't he? Why is he not a hero for wanting to do that? And it's the one thing that he does well. He kills things. I mean, he was a hero in the war. Why wouldn't he put that one skill that he's really, really good at to the best use he possibly can, and potentially save the girl, the only thing in this world that he truly wants? And if he maybe saves her, then maybe, just
Mhm.
maybe, she will be thankful enough to one day marry him, and he'll have the perfect life that he always wanted. It's literally the only good guy saving the girl story that isn't a hero. But he is my favorite villain of all time, because I think he's the most misunderstood villain of all time, because I don't think he's really the villain. I think the
I,
true villain in that story is that evil witch who cursed everyone in the first place, because that's the real villain in the story.
sure.
Uh, and there's a big there's probably something to be said for that prince. He was a bit of a jerk, really.
Yeah.
Like, he was worse than Gaston.
Yeah.
And now he's better because he had this horrible thing happen to him. Would Gaston have been better if Belle had said yes after he killed the beast? Because, he saved her from the one thing that was terrible, was he was going to keep her for the rest of her life? Maybe. I don't know.
Huh. That's fascinating. I can't argue with you at all.
Yeah. So it's my favorite of all villains. Whenever we go to Disney World, I always have to see Gaston, and we do the push-up competition, and he wins every time, because why wouldn't he? He's giant. I'm not in the same way. Um, Fantastic. But yeah, they should totally turn Gaston into a beast and give him a chance to redeem. I agree. He could have. And he got the worst of all of the Disney deaths, right? He falls to his death, and then you can see in his eyes terror and fear for the first time probably in his whole life, because he's always won. I mean,
Yeah.
he went through a war where everyone around you was getting killed constantly for no reason. And then to be the one person who dies in that scenario,
Right.
that just isn't what happens to him.
Right.
So if you watch that and you see the true epic fear in his eyes for the first time probably ever in his whole life, when he dies, which I think is crazy as well.
I like this.
I
I think that has to happen.
I think that would be amazing. Amazing.
Yeah.
Like, I think that movie, I think Pixar's movie Wreck-It Ralph, right? Where
Yeah.
all of the villains are sitting in that one room. I think that sums up how I feel about Disney villains, because I truly believe that there's a case to be made for just about every Disney villain, true Disney villain, to be in that room and say, okay, what's really going on here? How can we fix you? I think you
Yeah.
could be saved. And here's another, this will be my closing fun fact. The very first animated movie, full-length animated movie of all time, the very first Disney movie of all time, a villain spoke the first lines. The evil queen technically spoke the first lines. She has the first lines of the entire movie where she talks to the mirror on the wall.
Right.
And that is the first words ever uttered on a full-length animated movie and the first words ever uttered on a Disney movie were from a villain, which tells you how important villains technically are to the Disney franchise.
Right. To almost anything. There always has to be an antagonist to the protagonist. There's always got to be a barrier to the journey, right?
There should be. And I think Disney lost its way for a while there and forgot about why villains are so important. And they're coming back. They're coming back slowly but surely.
Okay.
Because I think good, true villains are still out there.
Waiting to be written.
Yeah, I think what makes Disney villains very unique is most of them have a redeeming quality.
Sure.
Whether or not you want to see it, they're there. They're still. They had something that happened to them that caused them to change, and they're not pure evil, because I don't think any Disney villain is technically pure evil. Frollo probably is the closest one to being just pure evil, but even him, I don't know. But he's probably the most evil of all Disney villains, but he's also one of the least talked about because he came in that slightly after Renaissance scenario that just where they weren't doing things right.
Right. But it's hard to argue, like, when you talk about literal demons in the Disney universe that are quite evil.
Yeah. In the new Disney universe.
No, the old ones.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
Chernobog is literally a devil. Like, he's a devil.
Yeah. That's true. That's very true.
There are a lot of them. I think there is definitely a middle ground where they kind of get soft.
Yeah.
But yeah, in the beginning they were quite evil, and then hopefully they're coming back around. But they were evil for a while, right? Like Corey said something about Cruella literally killing puppies.
Yeah, that's pretty doggone evil.
Right.
Yeah. And she wears them. That's even like the craziest part, because they have the softest fur. So that's just, that's pretty rough.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
All right, well, that was fun.
Yeah, man. Absolutely. I appreciate you. That was so much fun.
Learning some fun stuff.
Yep.
Oh, the Headless Horseman. Yeah, but the Headless Horseman is just... Are they a villain?
It depends on your definition of villain.
Yeah.
Because, he terrorized one person pretty terribly. Caused him to basically run away forever.
Huh. I didn't even think about the Headless Horseman. That's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Howdy, Justin, by the way. My buddy Justin, the Braincast. Yep.
Nice.
We're coming out with you have to come to Gen Con, and we're going to play Claw for sure, right? That's my new game that I've been co-designing with Braincast Games. Super, super fun. I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, just find me.
Yeah, we're going to be playtesting it in the playtest area.
Cool.
So anybody who's here, come sign up for it. We want to play.
Good night, Steven. Good to see you. Yeah, find me. I'm sure we're gonna find each other and play some stuff at Gen Con anyway.
For sure.
So.
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
Especially Mission Impossible.
Especially Mission Impossible. Oh, Mission Control.
Sorry. Mission
Oh
Control.
yeah, come and play.
Yeah.
Either play that in the booth, or we'll find a time to play it afterwards. But the booth.
Well, yeah, I'm signed up for the creator one at like 1:00, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So I announced it last week. Yeah. I announced last week that Danielle was participating. And Corey, I don't know if Donnie's in there, but Corey, one of the co-designers, is in the chat. At Gen Con on Friday at 1:30 and Saturday at 1:30, we have some personalities trying to save one of the designers. They have
do my best, Corey.
They have done. Yep, they have done their selection. So Donnie is going to be the Friday Ethernaut. Trying to get saved by Grant Benita and Mark Streed from the Dice Tower. And then Corey is going to try and get saved by last week's guest, Danielle Standring, this week's guest, Wes Todd, and Danielle Reynolds, who has been on the show before as well. So
nice.
If you're around Gen Con, come and listen to the chaos happen. And hopefully everybody comes back to Earth safely.
That's awesome.
It's gonna be fun.
I hope I beat Grant. That's all I care about. I just want to beat Grant.
Yeah, so I mean, we are gonna do who saved him, and obviously you have to save them, but we're gonna see who
Right.
did it with the most time remaining.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll do a poll. We'll try and figure out who people believe in more. Yeah, we'll see. It's gonna be interesting.
Love it. Love it. It's gonna be great.
All right, so we're going on 2 hours, and I know we have the tabletop game to play, but I do want to run you through something because you are such a Disney geek.
Let's do it. I got my sheets of paper.
All right. So have you ever played Disney Color Brain?
I have not.
All right, perfect. Have you ever played Color Brain?
No.
Okay. So Color Brain is it asks you a question, and then it asks you to define or answer that question by a certain number of colors.
Okay.
Hence, you have those colors listed on your right.
Yep.
So, I don't even know how these were last time I played. I think these are all Disney. No, these are Disney and Pixar. So great. I'm just gonna shuffle and do the thing. So for instance, of your 11 colors that you have, and you can play along in the crowd if you'd like. They're your basic colors. I have them here somewhere: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple.
Mhm.
And then if you throw in white and black, and you throw in gray, and then I guess the two oddball ones would be brown and pink. So your basic rainbow of colors with black and white and gray, and then pink and brown. Of those 11, a card will ask you a certain question with a certain number of colors that answer that question, right? So, for example,
Hercules headband. Okay.
and it's asking you for one color.
That would be blue. Oh, I gotta hold up the thing though, right?
Sure, yeah, you can hold up the thing. So you're gonna say it's blue.
Yeah.
And you would be wrong because it's red.
Oh, Hercules. I'm thinking of stupid Hades. Dang it. That's correct. That would be red.
Hercules. All right, so that's how it goes.
Okay. I'm so on to villains in my head. I gotta turn off villains.
I should have done this with just villains. That would have been great.
No, it's great. This could be good now.
All right, I'm gonna go to this one. I want to do some Pixar in it as well. We'll do that one because you love that one so much. Oh, you just talked about that one and that one. Perfect.
So I know most Pixar movies until you get to like really recent ones.
Okay.
Haven't been as into those.
This is a little bit old.
All right, we're good then.
I'm not necessarily sure what the newest one in here is, but and we'll do that one. Okay. So I just pulled out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wow, look at that. I got 10 questions here.
All right.
I'm going to shuffle them up so they're in no order. All right, first question. Oh, Wreck-It Ralph.
Love it.
Wreck-It Ralph's undershirt. And it's asking you for one color.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Wreck-It Ralph's undershirt. So he wears a red shirt, I believe, which then I think means he has something probably. Is it blue or is it yellow? It's probably neither one of those things. I'm gonna go with yellow.
Final answer?
Yeah.
We got Corey coming in with white. Unfortunately, you're both wrong. It's green.
Green. Man. Interesting.
And I will say this as I say to Chris whenever it comes up, and he calls me wrong for that. You can contact Disney directly and let them know that you think it's not the right color. So Wreck-It Ralph's undershirt is green. For 1.
0 for 1.
All right. This one's from Toy Story.
Okay.
Main
the
two
first,
colors.
second, or third?
First movie.
Okay.
The main two colors on the rocket that gets strapped to Buzz's back.
Wow, these are obscure.
The main two colors.
Okay. All right. I believe that is white and red, I think. All right. I think white and red.
So Braincast is saying gray has got to be one of them. Unfortunately, you're wrong. Green and white, also wrong. And West has one of them correct.
So apparently it's red. Good. Is it red and blue then?
And Alan's got it right.
Green. Oh, red and blue.
Red and
Yeah.
blue.
Man.
Good job, Alan.
Nice.
Good to see you, buddy. All right. Question number 3. We'll switch it up. We'll go to Disney this time. Beast's jacket when he danced with Belle. 2 colors.
That's blue and yellow.
You should get this one right. Blue and yellow, final answer?
Final
Hold
answer.
that rocket. Beast's jacket when he danced with Belle. Obviously, one of the more iconic scenes in Disney movies when they're in the big hall and there's the big chandelier. Mrs. Potts is singing. Oh, it's Alan's favorite. Nice. I assume that's still talking about Toy Story. All right, and West, you say blue and yellow?
Yes, blue and yellow.
As does Braincast. And you would be correct.
Aha. I'm going to say that it's probably technically blue and gold, but, you know.
Well, gold is not one of your options, right?
Exactly. So that's why I went with yellow.
Yep. That's why if you've ever played what the hell's the name of the game now? Colorful. It's got the 15 colors and it's got pale blue and lime. Yeah. But you are restricted to those things. So of the colors that you have, of the 11 colors you have, yellow would be the closest to green.
Very
gold.
fair.
All right, we're going to go to a one-color one from Finding Nemo.
Love
Peach, a starfish in the dentist tank.
Pink.
That would be pink.
Yes. I told you scrapbooking paper. It's close enough, right?
It's pink. It looks pink. It looks pink. I'll give you that. It matches the flamingos on your shirt.
That's right. Pink.
Pink is the right answer. Now, I've been doing this show for 2.5 years. Two Januaries ago.
Yeah.
3 years ago. And this is the first time I've seen a heart come up on the top of the screen.
Does someone love flamingos that much?
No, it lets me know that like how many people are watching.
Oh.
But it also, there's a heart button or a heart icon that came up. It's the first time I've ever seen it. And it's from Steven. I know Steven went to bed, but I had no idea that was even an option. So thank you for that.
There you go.
All right. We're going to go to Frozen, that other great movie you love.
Absolutely.
The Jewel in Elsa's crown. It's a one color.
Jewel in Elsa's crown. I think it has to be blue.
Does it have to be blue?
I think so. Ha!
It is blue.
Excellent.
And you got 3 in a row there.
Yeah. It's all those Disney ones.
All right.
They're helping offset the Pixar's.
Sure. Well, yeah, you've gotten one. You got 1 Pixar and 2 Disney, but you missed 2 Pixar. So interesting.
Yeah.
So you should get this one then.
Well, hopefully we'll see.
Well, this is Disney.
Okay.
It is The Nightmare Before Christmas.
Oh, Sally's hair.
1 color, Sally's hair.
1 color? 1 color. I'm going to go with orange. I know this looks yellow, but like this is my yellow, so final answer orange.
I'll believe you if that's orange. If you say that's orange. Ooh, we have another orange. I like Patrick Pink. That was good, Dan. You'd be wrong with orange.
Love me some Sally. She's fantastic.
Sally's great. It's red.
Oh, but it says red? Really?
Yeah.
Come on.
It's red hair.
I guess. That's not what I think of red, but okay. That's fair.
Again, fine Disney.
Yeah, We'll talk to Disney. It's fine.
Okay, speak to
We
them.
have to confuse them again because Santa's suit is red, and if you look at the two of them together, it's definitely not red.
I'll say they're different. Yep.
Mhm.
I'll agree with you. All right. We're going with Genie from
Bad
Aladdin.
lighting. Exactly.
Yeah, we'll blame the lighting. Genie's wrist cuffs.
Genie's wrist cuffs.
One color.
They're gold. So gold? Do the most color? Yellow. We're going with yellow.
Yeah, closest to, right?
Yeah.
If they were emerald, it'd be green. If they were ruby, it'd be red. Wow. So with you on the gold. Alan's with you on the yellow. Corey's going red. Dan says it's easy, but has no answer. So I don't know how easy that really is. It is yellow because they are gold.
Yes. Hey, Tessel.
Well done. Well
Give me
done.
some rug.
All right. We got Disney's Pinocchio.
Okay.
The feather in Pinocchio's hat.
That
Okay.
is, I believe, red.
Well, wait a second. Now Dan answers after I already revealed that it was gold. Nice. Well done. I want to do a harder one for you. I think I'm going to change up this next one while people come in with the wrong answers. Nope, not white. I want one that's not just a one color. Oh, that's good. Nah, I don't like that one, though. No, that one's too easy. Any other answers? We got pink from Corey. That's good. You could do that one.
Aha! Nice.
Well done. Another one right. All right, we are going to trade this one up for this one. Since you loved, well, this not the one I just traded up, but we did mention Up earlier.
Yep. Okay.
One color.
I do like Up a lot.
Carl's
Okay.
favorite star.
Ah, it's green.
Favorite
Can I
chair
be
is
Johnny
green.
Carson?
Johnny Carson.
Yeah. What is it? He used to do the marvelous Mr. or whatever, and he would give you the answer, and then he would open the letter and he'd read the question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a purple. And they've never seen Up. So you can it's you have a 1 in 11 chance of guessing the right answer then.
What? Oh, her chair was green then. Dang it.
Rainbow, nice. I mean, there are plenty of colors with the pillow and the blanket. I get it. But the chair.
Yeah. But the chair itself is red. That's
chair is
fair.
red. All right, so we are sitting at 1, 2, 3, 4 wrong and 5 right.
That's terrible.
So it comes down to this.
Okay.
Now, I specifically traded this one out because I wanted one that wasn't just one color.
All right. That's good.
But you should get this one because you're an old school Disney fan. So, Alice in Wonderland.
Ooh, okay.
The card guards.
3 colors?
3 colors.
Okay, I got you. I'm gonna hold mine down so other people can guess.
Okay.
Oh.
You should be able to figure this one out, right?
You should be able to, yeah.
If you know the IP and
Also, technically, the Queen of Hearts is the worst villain in all of Disney because she uses flamingos as croquet clubs. So she's the true villain in all of Disney.
I see where you're going with that one for sure. All right, we got red, green, and white. I don't know what deck of cards you're playing with there, but you going red, black, and white?
Yep. Ah.
Red, black, and white.
Excellent.
Red and white and black.
I need this game desperately. My children need to play it with me. This is a great game.
It's
I love
super
it.
fun. It's super fun. The original Color Brain has a so obviously this is the card, right? So it's got the question on the back, and when you're looking at the back, you can see the answer. So
That's
it's
cool.
hard to play that way. But the original Color Brain had it in a box that hid everything and had the question here with the number of colors.
Oh,
Anybody can play without revealing. Like you don't take the card out of the box until you have your answers in or whatever. So
cool.
that's good. That's good.
Chartreuse, indigo, and aquamarine. Nice.
So
Very
yeah,
well done.
Color Brain. I don't know. It was at it might still be at Target.
Yeah, cool.
That's where I got mine.
Excellent. I will
So
definitely pick that one up. That was fun.
6
Thank
to
you for
4
showing
out
that
of
one to me.
10. Yeah. I figured
How did I do in comparison to other guests who've played said game?
We've only played it a few times. It was usually Chris and Katya when she was on.
Okay.
You're probably on par with probably 50-50. Some
All
of
right.
them, a lot of the ones were, I never saw that movie.
Yeah.
And they do become so obscure that you're like, wait, what?
Yeah, that's fair.
Like Tinkerbell's dress,
It's green.
right? So some of them are easier than the others, and usually the one colors are easier. But then you got like the Frozen, the jewel in the crown.
Yeah.
So they can be a little challenging, but there are a ton of cards. So we went through 10 of them.
Whoa. Yeah, there are.
I mean, there's been more in here that I can't get out because I don't have the right fingernails.
I hate that about games.
Everybody gets their own deck of cards. Plays up to 8.
So everybody gets their own deck of cards, and then you get points that way, huh? That's cool.
20 minutes. Well, you get point. Yeah, I forget how the rules actually play.
Yeah.
There aren't. So it says it plays 2 to 20, and I guess it's team based, obviously.
Yeah.
Buzz, Mickey, Olaf, Cinderella. So there are only 4 decks of color cards, but then there's these color catchers, which are 8s, and I don't know what they do. They steal color. I have no idea, but they're villains.
Oh. Nice.
Never ever played with them. Have no idea what they do.
Yeah.
So like most things we play on the show, it's modified to fit the live stream.
Sure.
So there are other rules to the game. So read the rule book.
Rule books are for wimps.
Yeah, there's more suggestions anyway. No one really listens to them. But yeah, Color Brain.
That's
or
cool,
the
man.
Disney version of Color Brain.
Yeah, love it.
Good. It's fun. And it works really well on this type of thing too. So. All right, and that was that. You did well, 6 for 4. So now the official score to beat for guests is 6 out of 4, 60%.
Love it. That's fantastic. I set a bar. If anyone beats it, I have to come back on and beat it. So
try and beat it. Okay, that works.
For sure. Yeah,
we have that on record. So
yeah, for sure.
All right, so we're 2:20 into the show, just about.
Yeah.
You still good? Are you? I know you drove.
I'm fine. If I get to play my favorite game, are you kidding? And I get to teach you a new game at the same time? Heck yeah, I'm all for it, man. So I don't. All right, let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. I know you drove from Connecticut today, so I don't want to keep you too long.
No, it's totally fine. I was up until like 2:00 last night playing games as well, and I got up at 5:45 this morning. So I'm rolling on well, some people would say cigarettes and coffee, but I don't smoke. So Adderall and coffee. How about that?
Adderall, that's good.
Yeah, man.
Adderall and coffee. Geez, there's a combination.
Yeah. Get your heart really warming.
Really get it going, especially in that driving mode.
Yeah. Get your brain looking ahead.
All right.
All right. Pulling up the table.
Yeah, but so I'm gonna bring it up to the stream. We're already in. We've already set up the game. I haven't looked at a card. I don't know how to play. This is one of Wes's, if not Wes's favorite game. One of your favorite games?
This is probably my favorite game.
Okay.
Like, I haven't officially. I say that it's my favorite game. And I say that with. I don't know if there's a caveat to say with it. It is one of my absolute favorite games, and it's certainly my favorite game when it comes to actually being a 2-player game. It is by far my favorite 2-player game.
Good night. Thanks for joining us.
and I would definitely say it's probably my favorite game.
Okay. All right. So the game is Mantis Falls.
Hmm.
I'm going to add it to the stream now. Wes is not looking at my cards, correct?
I cannot see your cards. No,
All
I don't
right,
even
good.
think. I wonder if I can. Can I? Oh, I can grab your card. Interesting. I won't look at your card though. Apparently, I can grab your roll card. I
Yeah,
won't do it.
probably don't do that. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Also on the stream, I have my hand hidden. Apparently, we have a hand of cards.
That is correct.
All right, so I'm turning it over to you. I don't know what the hell is going on. We've already set up some stuff. The game has already divvied out our roles, apparently.
Yep.
So, West, if you need me to scroll around, let me know where to zoom in or something.
Sure.
But take it over.
All right. So this is Mantis Falls. As far as how things work in this game, I'll give you a little bit of backstory first. We're trying to leave the wonderful city of Mantis Falls because something's happened and we've seen some stuff. All right. So in theory, we are both witnesses on this road here, known as Mantis Falls, and we are trying to follow this path on our way out. And then we're going to end up going up here and going all the way across, and then eventually we'll get to here. And then if both of us end here on the last road, then we will both win the game, assuming we are both witnesses. Now, there could be a chance, there's a 2 in 3 chance that you're going to be a witness. There's a 1 in 3 chance that you are unfortunately going to be an assassin. Because the key with this game is I'm never the assassin. I'm always the witness. Just that's how it always works out. I've probably played this game 50 times, and I've only been the assassin maybe 5 times. So I'm always the witness. I just like to start off with that. Now, what we're going to do what we're going to do is on the way, as we are going through this area, you're going to notice on the actual cards themselves, there's on this particular card here, there's a 2, a 1, and then a 0. Those are going to be referenced in the event cards that we're going to be pulling here at some point during the game. Okay. The event cards are going to be things that are happening to us along the way. So as we're moving our way through sunset into the night and then finally finishing out into the dark, at the end of each movement phase for both of our pawns, we're going to be grabbing one of those event cards. Now, I believe we'll be able to shuffle these. So I'm going to go ahead and grab a card and flip it over and show you what it says. How do we do this rotation thing again? Yeah,
Q and R.
Q and R. Perfect. Thank you. So these are seen events, and then sometimes you're going to have unseen events. My Q, oh wow, Q, you're just terrible. That's so slow.
Upper right, you see where it says 90 degrees in the upper right? Or it doesn't say 90 degrees, but it has a degree rotation next to a weightlifter.
Oh, yes. Okay.
You can change that to 90, and then it'll flop it around 90 degrees.
Perfect. Love it. So sometimes we're going to have seen events, which are these white events here. Now, this means that you have to show the other person what the actual event says. Other times you're going to have unseen events, which means that they're hidden events. And you don't have to show, or you're not allowed to show the other person what actually happens. You'll notice here on this scene event, it says that the health of the opposition, which is this terrible looking mafioso guy here, is the red number. So that's going to correlate to this red stoplight up here, showing that this total health for this bad guy is 2. Now, as you're moving along the sunset road, the road at night, and then the road in the dark, that number is going to obviously increase most likely and will get harder and harder. But sometimes that health number is just a flat number. It might say 4, it might say 6, who knows? Then what it'll tell you at the bottom of the next section of this card is if the opposition is not defeated, you're going to receive some wounds. Now, this particular one says you're going to receive 2 wounds divided amongst the players as you choose. It's very important that the as you choose part is very clear. So as the start player, as the player who's the one who moved and pulled the event, ultimately it is your decision as to how this plays out. As a scene event, generally what you want to do is say, oh, we're taking 2 wounds. There's 2 of us. We each take 1. that's fine. But there may be a situation where you have less health than I do. And it might make more sense for me to take more wounds because, again, we're both witnesses, hopefully, and we're just trying to get out of this town alive. If for some reason we have to take these wounds, the player who pulls this card is the final say in how they are divvied out. No matter what agreement we make, when this event is resolved, the player who has the card is the one that technically gets to resolve it however they so desire.
Okay.
If the opposition is defeated in this particular situation, nothing happens. Now, there are times where, if you'll notice over here on the right-hand side in this unseen event, it says bonus, both players move forward one road, ignoring the effects of ambushes. So there could be something good that happens if you defeat the opposition. It could even say something like you heal 2 damage, or you heal the yellow damage or the green amount of damage, again, correlating to the stoplight there. So the yellow number or the green number. And that is, again, as you choose. Sometimes it'll say each player heals 1 wound, which is great when that happens. But imagine if this seen event is technically, or the seen opposition is now an unseen opposition. You have to read the card out and not make up a story. So you couldn't say that, oh, this health is 12 because 12 doesn't exist. That's not a real number that it could potentially be. You have to tell the truth as far as those things go. But when you get down to, if we don't defeat this thing, you're going to receive wounds, you could just say, this card says you're going to receive 2 wounds. Because you don't have to say divide it as you choose, because you are the final decision maker. So you're going to just give the other person 2 wounds. Or that's because maybe you're an assassin. If you're the good guy, maybe you say, yeah, we're both going to take 1 wound. And then you would say, nothing happens if we defeat this guy. So that's how you would read a card, even if it's an unseen card.
Okay.
Now, an opposition means that there's a potential for us to kill the thing so that we don't have to have this event happen to us. An unseen incident, or an incident in general, is something that is happening and there's no way for us to kill it to stop it. So doing damage to this thing doesn't matter, but there are cards in our hands that might negate an incident or stop an incident from happening, and that would be the only way that we'd be able to stop this type of an incident from actually happening, because this just says both players receive wounds equal to your yellow number. So we would each, in this particular instance, both receive 1 wound, and there's literally nothing we can do about it unless we cancel the event. And we'll get to how you can do that with cards in a moment.
And if I'm an assassin and I have an unseen event, can I lie about that and just say you're taking wounds, or is that also has to be truthful?
It also has to be truthful.
Okay.
So, but if this unseen event said you choose, there's 3 wounds to divvy out, you choose how they're divvy out, you could just say you're going to take 3 wounds.
Okay. Woo.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Now, if you look at the, actually, you're not going to look at the cards. We're going to do that. So this is basically what you're going to see with seen and unseen events.
Okay.
When we discard events, you're going to always flip them face down, and you're going to put them in the event discard area here. So they
Okay.
always are face down, regardless of whether they're seen or unseen.
Okay.
Now, with action cards, we've got different types of action cards. I'll grab a couple of them here. And okay, let me grab a couple more, see if I can find something good here. There we go. Okay. And then we'll do one more. Perfect. Maybe something that's not a bullet. Okay, these will work. All right. So if you notice when we're reading these cards, there's some iconography here at the top that we need to be aware of. At the very, very top, you'll see that there's a like an icon, and then it says the word granite after it. Also, in the one next to it, there's a little icon, and it says hunter. And then this one says granite, and then we've got hunter, and then hunter again. I don't know why we got so many hunter and granite cards. Apparently, we need to shuffle a little bit better, but that's the idea. So let's say in your hand, this is your hand of cards. You're technically going to get 7 cards, but for right now, let's just pretend you have 5 cards. On your turn, after you've drawn your event, you now have an opportunity to play cards. You can only play cards that match as far as the suit goes. So you could play these two granite cards together. You could play this Reckless Abandon, Bullet, and Hunter card together, technically, because they all have the same suit. But the way that it works is it's a programming face down hand. So you place the card down that you want to go last, then you place the next card on top of it, and then if you're lucky enough to do 3, you could place the card that you want to be first on the very top, because you're going to flip one card over, then I get to flip a card over, then you get to flip a card over, then I get to flip a card over, and so forth. The vast majority of turns, you're going to play one card because your hand is generally not this awesome, and you generally don't have all these really great cards at the top. But that's okay. This is still very good. These also show a couple of different things. If you notice the bullet here at the bottom, it says deal 2 wounds if you have the gun as a condition. You get to deal 2 wounds to either an event opposition or to the other player. Now, if we find a gun, the gun also has to match the suit. So you can play the gun out and you get to keep it as a condition that will sit in front of you, which we'll go over in a moment. And then if you happen to have the correct caliber of bullet, so to speak, by having the correct suit, then you can use that bullet in the gun and fire it at either the event opposition or at the other player, potentially, if you're an assassin. On this Reckless Abandon card, you'll notice that it has a 1 and a 2. So you're always going to do those in order. You'll do the number 1 thing first, and then you do the number 2 thing after that. So in this particular case, you're going to move the red number on your card. You'll move to the red number of 4. So wherever you are, you'll just keep moving across the board until you get to a card that has a number 4 in red on the top of it. The bad part about this card is that you're going to receive wounds. So you receive 1 wound for every road that you traveled during this particular effect of number 1. So that is great to move really fast because you only get to move 1 space at a time. And this will allow you to move very quickly to the end of the road, which is very important. But if you die before you get there, then by the way, if one of us dies, we both lose the game. But there is a cool thing that can happen, which we'll talk about in a moment.
Okay.
Now, this mole card has what's called a condition. So if you look at it, it only says number 1, keep as a condition. So in our space area here, it says there's a spot that says conditions. A condition card means that you're going to play it in front of you and then you leave it out, and it's something that you have to deal with for the remainder of the game. Sometimes they're really good, sometimes they're really bad, sometimes they're doesn't really matter. There are conditions that allow you to heal. There are conditions that allow you to look at action cards that the other player, in this particular case, sets down. There are cards that let you look at different events. Lots of cool things that conditions can do, but there's also really bad cards in there that might allow you to heal, but if you make it to the end of the road, you're going to die. So be aware of those particular cards. Now, there are cards in the deck that will get rid of conditions. So it's very important that if you use one as a negative thing, that you're able to get rid of that condition before the end of the game.
Okay.
And then you'll also see tar down here at the bottom. This particular one, instead of keeping it for yourself, you get to assign it as a condition to the other player. This would be a very clear way of saying that you are the assassin by using something like this, because you're literally tarring the other person to the ground and not allowing them to move for any reason at any time.
Okay.
But it does say that you cannot move for any reason, but at any time you may reveal and discard 4 action cards of the same suit in order to discard tar. So you can remove tar as a condition from yourself, but you have to go through the deck enough times to be able to find 4 cards that match. And regardless of what I've drawn here, that doesn't happen a ton.
Oh, okay.
I will say that one of the things about this game is that you will take damage a lot. It's usually a plink here, a plink there, 1 or 2 points here. There are not a ton of healing cards in this game. So when you find them, you want to save them, and we want to avoid taking damage as much as possible, because the vast majority of the time you're not going to have a ton of health. Which brings us to the area over here on the right hand side, which talks about your character and your role. Do not flip over your role card in front of me because I will be able to see it, so I don't want you to do that. Don't flip over your character card yet because I'm still looking at it, but this card right here will tell you what your character card is. At the top of it, it's going to tell you the name, like Urbanite or Doctor or something like that, then underneath it, it'll tell you how much health you have, how many wounds you can take. If at any point in time, let's say that it says you have a total of 7, you could take a total of 7 wounds. If at any time you get to 6 wounds, 1 wound in front of that total number, you have to reveal your character, because some characters at the bottom of their card will have special powers and ability that'll allow them to heal in an extra special way.
Okay.
So that's an important thing to keep secret, especially if one of us happens to be the assassin, and the only one of us that could do that would be you, because I am always the witness. Now, feel free to look at both your roll card and your character card, because I am heavily zoomed in on just my one location here, and I definitely don't want to cheat at this game, because it is one of my absolute favorites, and it's only fun when no one knows what's going on.
All right, so you're not looking at the screen. I can just flip these over. I don't have to take them in my hand. All right.
That's correct. Yeah, you can just flip them over.
And that's this. I almost started reading it.
Now, I don't know how you want to handle this, but there's something to be said for one of us having a completely hidden role, where no one knows what the truth is. But again, we all know that I'm always the witness. But if your audience would prefer, you could also zoom in on my side. I trust you to turn away, and then I could flip over my cards, and then people could see what they are as well, if the audience so desires. Otherwise, if they wish to keep it secret and see how I play, always being the witness, that is also fun as well. Doesn't matter to me either way.
One, I like how you've already seated yourself as the witness and always being the witness. That's well played. But
Uh-huh.
I think we should keep you secret.
Okay, sounds good to me. Have you flipped your cards back over? Is it safe for me to move back over?
I only looked at my roll card. I didn't flip my character card over.
Okay, it is important for you to flip your character card over, because you need to find out how much health you actually have.
All right, don't look.
Yep, I'm definitely not looking.
Okay. Okay. All right, both my cards are flipped back over.
All right, fantastic. I'm going to zoom back out again. Okay, so we've talked about events, we've talked about cards. Something else that's interesting to talk about are these ally cards over here. There are cards that will allow you to draw from the allied deck. When you draw from the allied deck, most of the time it says take cards from the allied deck, which means you can flip the allied deck over, you can look through all of the different cards, and for this purpose, we're going to take one card and flip it over so you can see the general idea of how it works. Up here at the top left-hand corner, there's a number that tells you how many cards of that particular character you need to complete that ally. Once you've completed the ally and you have all of the cards, in this particular case it's 3, you then are able to have that ally as an ally, and you're able to use the ability of that particular ally card. If you don't have all of the cards required to make that ally for real, you would leave the cards face down until you do. There are cards that will pop up in the event deck that will make you discard face down ally cards, and there are cards in the event deck that will also make you discard active face up characters.
Okay.
So it's important for you to make sure that you're always playing them either face up or face down. And where apparently they have it set up here is allies go at the very top.
Right. Okay.
All right. Okay. Now, another thing to note about the cards here on Sunset, Night, and Dark, will be cards in the action deck that will say, if you're on a road at sunset, if you're on a road at night, if you're on a road at dark. It's referencing sunset, night, and dark. So it's important to note that you have to be on those roads for that thing to happen. Also, if you note here at the bottom of the cards, there's a little bus, and then slightly above it, there is a nice little phone booth. that means that if you have cards in your hand that need either a bus icon or a phone booth icon, that's what those things look like. Then as we're moving throughout, there will be some things that are circles like this with numbers inside of them, and around the top it says ambush. You'll have to take damage of if you land on that space and you stop there. If you pass it, it's fine. You don't have to worry about it. But if you stop on that space, you'll take whatever the number is in damage. And then you'll also have to discard that same number randomly of cards from your hand. And it does have to be random, which really sucks.
Yeah, that's awesome, though. I like that.
Yep. There is a potential for during the road at night for there to be a blockade somewhere along the way, which means that we can't get past it if we don't have extra movement. Now, there will be some cards in the action deck, like there's a bus stop card, which will allow you to move from one bus station to the very next bus station, which could potentially get you over top of the blockade. There's also sneakers, which will let you run faster. There's a night owl card, which will let you move farther along the way. There's also something called conserved energy, where if you fill all these spaces here at the top with cards during our action phase or during our play phase for our action cards, that person who's moving could clear all 4 of those away and move 1 extra space. The other thing you can do with that is heal one damage, which is very nice. So once we cross that blockade, should it show up, you'll be able to take one of these action cards from the side. Now, these are midnight cards. If you look in your hand, you should have 1 midnight card. It's a very different color card. And that particular card is called Call in an Action. I'll set it, or Call in a Hit, excuse me. I'll set it down here. Mine, we both have the same card. Now, this card.
Hand, we just have a hand of 7. 1 is this, and 6 are different.
Or something else. Yep.
Okay.
So this particular card, it's a really awesome card. You have 2 things that you can do with this. The key is you have to be on a road that either has a phone booth in front of it, behind it, or in it. So you have to be within 1 road of a phone booth, which is that little phone icon. You could do one of 2 things. You could hurt the event. So you could deal 6 wounds to an event opposition, which is amazing, because sometimes there's no opportunity for us to do that kind of damage. Most of the time it's 2 or 3. The other thing you can do, if you are truly a witness, like I am, you could hurt the other player. So you could call in a hit to someone that you truly believe is the assassin. So the other player randomly discards a number of action cards equal to half of their wounds, rounded up, and then receives 9 wounds. That is a ton of damage. Most times you only have health of 8. So receiving 9 wounds is a definite kill of you. So hopefully we never have to worry about this, and we'll both use our call-in hit cards to stop event oppositions, because I'm sure both of us are probably witnesses.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely a witness.
Okay, good. As am I. Like I said, I never am the assassin.
Yeah.
All right. So West, what happens if you take your full allotted amount of damage? Well, I'm glad you asked. If ever at any point in time you end up taking that total number of hits that you're allotted, let's say your total number of wounds was 7. If you it got to 6, you have to flip your character card over. When you hit 7, you then are technically dying. You're almost dead. Now, as if in cartoon form, you have a last gasp opportunity. So when the bad guy gets killed and then he comes back to life and tries to shoot you one more time, that is a last gasp. So you're going to have an opportunity to either heal yourself, which is great, or maybe you could kill the other guy, because that's really what this is all about. So this is how last gasp opportunities work. Now, I'm going to be very frank, and if my good friends from the Distant Rabbit Studios are watching, I'm so sorry, but I do play with a house rule when I'm not playing with the FBI agents, which is the Under the Roses expansion. It is very difficult to heal wounds, and there aren't a lot of heal wound cards in the deck. So one of the things that you desperately want to do as you're playing this game is hoard all of the healing cards, and you want to save something for the opportunity to do a last gasp healing action. because it's very, very hard to find a good heal card in this game that will save you if something like this were to happen. So you'll have an opportunity, and I play with a house rule of you can grab 2 cards from the action deck and add it to your hand, and then hopefully you'll be able to heal yourself. I've played many a game where even adding 2 cards didn't give me anything to heal myself with, but it did allow me to do the other thing. If you are truly the witness, as I generally am, always, you can kill the assassin. So you have an opportunity to do damage to the assassin and potentially kill the assassin. And then, of course, the assassin would have a last gasp opportunity as well. But if the assassin truly dies, even if you die as a witness, you technically win the game because you killed the assassin.
Okay.
Okay. If you manage to heal yourself and you come back to life, again, I play with a slightly incorrect house rule of you can't take more wounds than your maximum health. So all you have to do is heal yourself for 1 damage. Because most of the time, like I said, it's really hard even to do that. That gives you an opportunity to come back to life. I believe in the technical rules, it is you have to heal damage to get you back to where you were. So like if you called in a hit, you're basically dead because you're going to receive 9 wounds and you probably have 5 wounds. So you'd have to heal like 6 wounds or something to come back to life. And that's almost impossible, which is the whole point of calling in a hit, which I get, but I think it's more fun to play it this way. So I house rule these 2 things. It's the only thing I house rule. So you can only go up to your total number of health. You have an opportunity to heal 1 wound. That's all you really need to do. Just heal 1 wound, and then you'll be okay.
And
if you manage to do that,
you heal from cards, or you heal from knocking out the conserved energy row.
You cannot use the conserved energy row during a last gasp opportunity.
Okay.
You have to use from cards in your hand.
Okay.
If you manage to heal yourself, congratulations. You'll then take this little button and you'll move it to the next spot over here, showing that you've now used 1 last gasp. If at any point in time you get to the point where you've used 3 last gasps and you die again, you die a permanent death, because we're not talking about zombies here. We're now truly dead.
Makes sense.
All right. So one thing that I mentioned was conserved energy. When you're playing your cards face down, instead of playing face down cards, I got disconnected from the server for some reason. That's very frustrating.
Oh, that's
I'll
weird.
be back momentarily. So sorry.
That's
I don't
fine.
know why it's doing that. If at any point in time, when you're playing your cards face down, you can play a card into conserved energy instead. So you don't get to play any face down cards. You'll just play a card into the conserved energy. Now, in the conserved energy, like I said, you can get rid of all of them to heal yourself or move 1 extra space. The other thing that it can be used for is a way for us to share cards back and forth. Because as witnesses, sometimes I'll need to give you cards. There are cards like Teamwork, which looks like little, what are those things called? They're not ferrets. Meerkats. They look like little meerkats standing up looking around. That's a teamwork card. You need to play 1. I need to play 1, because generally they're not the same suit. So you could technically have 2 in your hands, but if they're different suits, you can't play them by yourself. So it's called a teamwork card on purpose, because if you play 1 and I play 1, then we can cancel the event. That's one of those cancel the event cards that's not in opposition, so you can't kill it. It's just something that happens, like an earthquake. We can magically stop an earthquake from happening and save ourselves and not take tons of damage.
Okay.
There's also something called a strength in numbers card, which will be like a pack of wolves. If you play 1 and I play 1, then we can do 4 points of damage together to the event opposition and potentially win and stop that guy from doing damage to us.
And playing cards together is playing them into the conserved energy?
Playing cards together, we'll still be playing them face down. So I will say that I'm going to play a conserved energy card. Not a conserved. I'm going to play a strength in numbers card. Do you have one? And you can say, yes, I have one. So then we're both making an agreement with each other that we're going to play this strength in numbers card. It doesn't mean that you actually have to play the strength in numbers card, because, if you're a true assassin, maybe you don't want to actually stop the event opposition. You just want to let it hurt me, because again, I'm always the witness. So you could lie and say that you're going to do that, but then you've obviously tipped your hand and hopefully you're going to kill me very quickly, because I will then work my strongest to make sure you die as fast as possible.
Okay.
The way that the witness can win is by me getting all the way here to the end, because as we know, again, I'm the witness. If you happen to be an assassin and I get to the end, as soon as I step on the end, I win. Well, technically, I have to live through the event, but that's the goal. As long as I live through the event, I win.
As the witness.
As the witness, yes. If you are a witness and I'm a witness, then you have to be here with me. So I can't just win by getting to the end. I have to have you with me at the end. So our ultimate goal is for both of us to get there. So it would look mighty suspicious if all of a sudden you're hanging back for no reason, because again, I would have no reason to do that. Only you would, as the potential assassin.
Right.
Now, if you're the assassin, you have to kill me before I get to the end. Because if I survive the event at the end while standing there and the event is over and I survive, then I will win the game and you will lose for sure.
Right. Unless
All
you're
right.
both witness, then can you get to the end and the other witness be 2 cards back?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
Yep.
you don't win until the other witness gets to the end.
Correct. Yes. And these 2 action cards here at the end, the first person to get there will have an opportunity to take one of those action cards. And then just like the events at night, or if we cross the little blockade, should it show up, you'll have an opportunity to look through all 3 of these cards and take one of those. When you get to the end, you'll have an opportunity to look through these 2 cards here and you can take one of those. Now, those are vitally, massively powerful cards. There'll be things like the killer, and the killer will just do damage and there's nothing you can do about it. You die because you literally got caught by the killer, and the killer will destroy you. And that is, you play that card as a midnight card face down and you flip it over and the other player dies. There's nothing they can do about it. You are just dead. There's also a car bomb where you do 5 points of damage to the opposition, 5 points of damage to the other player, and 5 points of damage to yourself. You're blowing shit up. There's one called the safe house.
Want to play them though? Unless you're the assassin, why would you want to? You wouldn't. Those 2 cards that are in there are random, right? There's a deck. You just shuffle out 2 and put them there.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
And they're there basically because it gives you an opportunity to do a great last gasp, where you kill the other player who tried to kill you,
Okay.
as a witness in theory.
Got it.
Or you could look really suspect and carry the killer card around just because you're trying to kill the witness. Me.
Okay.
There's also the falls, which is where you could push the other player off of the falls, and they will take a ton of damage. I think it's like 6 or 7 points of damage.
Okay.
But you have to be at the end to be able to do that. There's also like a streetlight healer where you heal 2 or 3 points of damage, but you have to get rid of your entire cards, like all the cards in your hand.
Okay.
So there's a lot of really unique, cool, crazy, scary cards that are in there that will be available to us.
Okay.
All right. Any questions about any of that stuff?
Where does movement come from?
You only get 1 movement. It's just automatic. So at the beginning of every turn, you're going to move 1 space forward. You could move 1 space backwards. You could not move at all. It's completely up to you, but you only get to go 1 time as far as moving 1 space or the other, unless you get rid of the conserved energy to move 1 extra space, or get rid of conserved energy to heal yourself. So you have the opportunity to do technically those 3 things.
And there's the bus stop card you were talking about too.
The bus stop card you play as a card face down during your action phase.
Okay. And that takes you bus stop to bus stop, which could be more than 1. It's still 1 movement, but it's more than 1 space. Could be more
Correct.
than 1. Okay.
Yep. And there's a couple of other movement cards in your hand, like I said, sneakers and some other stuff that will allow you to move a little bit farther, which is great. So you want to save those cards, and we want to fill the conserved energy whenever we're not taking any damage or we don't have to kill something, as much as possible, so that we have the opportunity to heal a little bit or to move 1 extra space to get by that blockade should it show up. It's not always there. There's 1 extra card that gets put to the side.
Okay.
All right.
I like you say that like we need to do stuff like you're a witness.
I'm always the witness. I think we talked about this. I'm pretty sure that the stream could say, I think I've mentioned it like 12 times.
Yeah, I think you have. You tried to convince us about it 12 times, that's for sure.
The important thing is I always tell the truth as well. So it's important that I always put my best foot forward as the witness.
Well, you probably were telling the truth that of the 20-something times you've played, you've only been the assassin a few of them, and I believe that to be true.
Yeah, roughly 50 times I've been the witness. I've been the assassin 5 times.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I'm always the witness.
tonight will be your 6th.
Yeah. It's possible that I might misremember some things, but I'm pretty sure the vast majority of the time,
Yeah.
I'm always the witness.
I like that these are up here too.
Oh yeah, they kind of walk you through everything that's necessary. Yeah.
That's good. Okay.
Yep. And I'll put a caveat out. I may miss some stuff here or there. I'm pretty sure this is the vast majority of the good rules. Like I said, I do house rule those 2 things. But I should have 90% of this down. I played it 7 times when I was at level up. It was great. Such a fun game. All right, so I'll go first if that's okay with you.
Sure. Yeah. Show me how it's done.
All right, so I'm going to move. The first thing you get to do is move 1 space forward. The nice thing is, as soon as you move 1 space forward, it does show the next place. So you get kind of to see what the next location is going to look like, which is very nice. We should each have 7 cards, which we definitely do. So I'm going to grab well, not the entire event deck. That would be silly. I'm going to pull this event card into my hand. And the good news is this is a scene opposition. So I'm going to put it down here in front so we can all look at it. This shows that this opposition already has a health established, so it's a health of 1. We're going to receive wounds 4 divided amongst the players as we choose. That is a ton of stuff that we're going to take damage for. Wow, that sucks. If we can defeat it, then we don't have to worry about anything. So hopefully, between us, we can do 1 point of damage. I have terrible news for us, however. I can't do anything as far
You're
as
already
damage.
gonna tank the game, you fucking assassin.
I have absolutely no way to do any damage whatsoever.
You
That's
can't see
very
the screen,
frustrating.
right? So I can bring out my cards.
Yeah, I can't see your side is hidden to me. I can't see anything.
Or like if
I
I bring it
assume-
up on the bottom of the stream, you're not looking at the stream, right?
No, I'm not looking at the stream at all. I'm just focusing on TTS.
Okay.
I'm trying to see if there's anything anything that I can do here that's going to be assistive. Oh, by the way, if we run out of action cards, that really sucks because then we run out of action cards.
Oh, great. Okay.
Yeah. I do have a strength in numbers card. Should there be something that if you happen to have one, that would be great. One of the other things that you're technically not supposed to do is say exactly how much damage you can do. So you can say I can do a little bit of damage, I can do some damage, I can do a lot of damage.
Okay.
You're just not supposed to say I can do 2 points of damage.
So I can tell you I can do. Is 0 a number?
You can say none because
Alright.
that's the exact situation I'm in. I can do none damage.
None damage.
One of the things that that we can do is a cry. If we run really fast, maybe he won't catch us. No, that's not a thing. We're definitely going to take the damage.
Well, wait a
Taking
minute.
4 points.
So when you said you had a strength in numbers, I do not have a strength in numbers. But if I did have a strength in numbers, it would have to be of the same suit in order to play it?
No, only if you wanted to play additional cards besides the strength and numbers card. So it doesn't
Okay.
matter if you play a strength and numbers card that's a granite and I play a strength and numbers card that's a lilac. It doesn't matter. Because it's my action play versus your action play.
All right. So I okay.
So we have the opportunity now. I'm going to put a card down because I'm going to do something, but it's not going to do anything to our opposition. But it might potentially make us more powerful moving forward.
Well, I mean, are you already said you had a strength in numbers, so if you play that, I can play something.
Aha. I don't want to waste the strength in numbers card right now because this is a damage of 1. As far as like doing only 1 point of damage, I would much rather save something that's going to do significantly more damage to us in the future because there are cards that say it'll do 4 points of damage to both of you or 3 points of damage, but 2 really still sucks. Don't get me wrong, but it's also relatively early in the game. So in my opinion, it's better to save the strength and numbers card for later. But I'm also willing to play the strength and numbers card if you'd like to. I mean, 2 damage to each of us does really suck. It's very early in the game.
Well, it does put you in a much stronger seat because you've played the game before and you can announce that there's better cards for better situations and tell me to wait, the inexperienced player, and you as the assassin.
I mean, if you want to look at it through tainted colored glasses like that, I suppose that's the case. I am truly a witness that is guiding you through this process, hoping that you're also on my side.
I
I am.
will
I'm a
believe you that you're a
professional
witness.
witness.
Okay, I'll believe you that you're a witness.
Okay. I am willing to go ahead and play my strength and numbers card should you desire to do so. I will play with the rules within your whatever you want me to do.
I mean, play your
Because
game.
I'm showing you how much of a witness I am by willing to negotiate with you already
No,
at this
that's just
early point in the game.
You're just gaining my trust to screw me over later. I know how this works.
All right. So I'm going to play 2 cards.
You can play 2?
You can play as many as you want, as long as they are of the same suit.
Right. Okay.
Which is why, again, I'm willing to play the strength and numbers card should you so decide to do so.
And when is this opposition going to hurt us?
At the end of our action phase. So when we resolve these cards, it will then give us the opportunity to deal with whatever the event does.
Okay.
I want to make sure I'm doing these in the right order.
All right.
Yeah,
So that's
okay.
going to be the thing. Okay. And so that makes that way stronger than I think so. And I don't think that's going to work. And you don't have a teamwork card. You only have a strength and numbers.
Yeah, a teamwork card would be something. It would be a huge waste right now, because we could technically defeat this with the strength and numbers. That's way better to use because it does damage, whereas a teamwork gets rid of something that doesn't need damage.
Okay.
And I do not have a teamwork card, unfortunately. But I'm hoping to remedy that situation with my action play.
Oh, then, man, okay.
If you have nothing good to do, you could always put a conserved energy in the top, because that would be very helpful for the future to allow us to heal these 2 points of damage we're about to take.
Right.
It also would allow us to move that extra space in the night should we need to do so.
Right. And they go face down no matter what, yeah?
Yes, that's correct. And you want to put the first card you want to play right there, and then if you wanted to play an additional card, you'd set it to the side.
I'm going to stay with 1 card, and I'm going to put it right there.
All right, perfect. So that means that we're now ready to resolve our actions. So I'll flip this over, and this is going to be our plan ahead. So I'm going to burn the top 5 cards of the action deck into the discard pile, and then I get to take a card from the draw pile. So I get to search through the deck for any card and place it in my hand, and then I have to shuffle the deck afterwards.
So you're burning action cards, which you announced earlier. If we get rid of action cards, oh well, we have no more action cards.
I am doing that, but there's a reason why I'm doing that, which will become clear when I flip over my next card.
Okay.
Now, there's a way to look through the deck. I wonder, can you do that if you're not the main person?
I think you can right click and search.
Yes. Okay. Ooh. All right. If you want, you can go ahead and do your next thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my action card, and I'm gonna put it up here and conserve energy.
Fantastic. You want to flip it over though, so we can see what it is?
It gets revealed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
I figured it's a little early. There's probably more bus tickets. We don't necessarily need it right now, so.
That's very fair.
Okay.
Okay. You said you had a teamwork card, right?
I do have a teamwork card.
Okay, good. Glad to hear that.
That doesn't mean you're picking one, but.
Yeah, I'm definitely not picking one because there's better stuff in here. But I did manage to find the card I want. Let's see. Can I take it from there? Does that work?
I think you should be able to take it and drag it right to your hand, maybe.
Maybe. It felt like that should have worked. Aha, it went on the table. Perfect. Okay. Excellent. Wonderful. Now I'm flipping over the next card, which is a flashback, which allows me to shuffle the discard pile, and then I can take a card from the discard pile. So I'm getting best of both worlds.
Shuffle the discard pile and take a card from the discard pile. Okay.
Yep. These are terrible cards, but I'm glad I get to take one of them because it's a very good card.
Why do you have to shuffle in order to take one? Shouldn't you take one then shuffle?
So that's a really good question. The reason would be if I were to say lying to you about what was actually in my hand, and I said, "Oh, I don't have any of those," and then I discarded something that could have been very useful, you would know that it was the last card that was discarded. So if you started looking through the discard pile, you could see things in order.
Makes sense. Okay.
All right. So speaking of, we're now going to take our cards and then place them face down in said discard pile.
Okay.
And now we're going to deal with this horrible opposition. So we're each going to take 2 points of damage.
And that's,
I think that's the most fair thing to do.
And you could say I take all 4 if you just wanted to be a shit, right?
I mean, I think me taking all 4 would be pretty awesome for you, but I'm trying to be nice as a witness and assuming that both of us are working together, so we're just going to divvy it up equally.
Makes sense. But you could, because it is on your turn, you could divvy them up any way you wanted.
That's correct. I could just say you take 4 points of damage, and it sucks to be you.
Right.
But I'm not mean like that because I'm a witness, and I'm assuming you're a witness, so we're going to work on this together.
I am definitely a witness, and we should definitely work on this together.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. So now we have the opportunity to discard cards and draw more cards back into our hand. Generally speaking, I believe you're allowed to discard 2 cards. You could technically discard more if we wanted to rule it that way. I don't really care. Key here is once the action cards are gone, we don't get them back.
Well, unless you have a card that lets you go through the discard pile.
That's correct. There's a couple of flashback cards in there. I did use one of them though.
You did. And then are we going to draw? We're going to draw up to our hand limit, or?
That's correct. So you draw up to 7 cards. So if you don't have 7 cards in your hand, you'll go ahead and draw up to that.
All right. I feel like no, I think that's way too strong.
Generally speaking, you want to save anything that's a heal. You want to save anything that does damage. And then if there's something that has a condition that's useful for you, you'd want to put that, you'd want to get that out as quickly as you can. If it's something that is very negative towards you, especially condition-wise, it's usually best to just get rid of that card.
Right.
Because it's not going to be helpful for you. And if it's something that's very clearly geared towards a witness, you might want to just discard that too, since we both know you're really the assassin.
I mean, I'm not. I'm definitely the witness.
Okay.
But trying to figure out why this card would come into play, why this card would come into play. They all seem kind of like situational and powerful, so I don't want to get rid of any.
It's very fair.
So I'm just going to draw 1.
Okay.
And I got
all right.
That.
And so now we move on to the next phase where we now have you move.
Okay. So I'm going to move 1.
There you go. And now you'll grab an event card. And then you could take it into your hand. I'm not looking just in case.
Right.
All right. And then you take a look at it. And if it is a white card, the scene style, you'd play it out onto the board. If it's not, just hold it in your hand and then read what it says. So you have to say like if it's a opposition, you have to say how much health it has. And then you have to say what it does. And again, you can't lie other than to say, if it says up to, or if it says, it could say up to 4, up to 3, it could say does yellow damage, split amongst the players as you choose. You make that choice, and then you say it out loud to me so that I understand what we're dealing with.
Okay, and then what about the bonus part?
You would say that part out loud as well, even if it makes you look really, really, really bad, because sometimes that's just the way these cards work. There are literally cards in there that say deal 3 points of damage to the other player, and you heal 2. It just sucks. That's just what it is.
All right. Well, it's both good and bad, I guess. More bad than good.
Okay.
It's an unseen.
Okay.
The effect is we both receive yellow damage.
But that's less good. Okay.
That's
That's,
definitely not good. Right.
Yeah, it's 2 points to each of us. So yeah, that puts us at 4 real early.
Yep. But the bonus is if there's an open space in conserved energy, you take 1 card from the top of the action deck and place it in conserved energy.
I mean, I don't know that I want to take 2 points of damage to put 1 card up there. But I guess that's a thing. So
we don't have a choice though, right? Because that's what the card's telling us to do.
yeah.
Can we
technically?
Can we have? Is this going to happen right now or at the end of the action phase?
At the end of the action phase. So maybe had I actually taken that teamwork card from the deck, it probably would have been smart. But I didn't do that.
What's the other one? The strength in numbers that does damage, doesn't affect the event.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not going to stop an event from happening, because it's not an opposition, right? It's just a straight up event.
Correct.
Yeah, so it's not going to do anything for us, which is very unfortunate.
All right, but I can stop it.
You have a card that can stop the event?
If I'm reading it correctly.
Okay. There are some cards in there that definitely a single person can stop an event. Those are very, very powerful cards.
Okay.
And this would be a good one to stop, because both of us taking 2 points of damage after just taking 2 points of damage really sucks. Especially when we're on the first card.
Yeah, I agree with you. All right, so now what do I do with the event card? I just flip it over back to the table?
Yep.
Okay. And now we play cards?
We would now play cards, yes.
And what's the order of operations? Our action cards go to the discard pile once used or at the end of our action phase?
As long as it doesn't say condition, at the end of the action phase, before the event phase, we discard our cards.
So any card that was played in action that involved the discard pile, those cards would not go in the discard pile until the end of the...
Yes. That's a really good question. I'm not 100% sure on that answer. The way that I've always played it is the action cards are out in front of you, and then they don't get discarded until the end of the action phase. It's probably not that way, because generally I'm 80% wrong when I make action calls like that. But I usually make it the worst thing for the player possible.
Okay.
So potentially after you use an action card, it might go right into the discard pile, but I feel like that's cheating.
Oh wait, you can only
for the
play
exact
action
reason
cards.
mentioned.
They have to be in the same suit, right? You said?
That is correct. Yes, you can only play the same suit at the time. So like they'd have to all be royals, all be granites, all lilacs.
Great. So I was going to play cards and they were all different suits. Remember that thing about how I said I could stop it?
Yeah.
I can't because they're different suits.
That does suck.
Sure does.
Yeah. So that might change my mind about what I am going to do. I'm going to play a card that's going to look really bad for me to play.
Come on.
But I have to play it because it's going to heal points, and I need to play it.
Is it going to heal both of us or just you?
It's just going to heal me, but it's not going to do anything to you. But it is going to look really bad on me, but I promise you, I'm a witness.
I don't trust you at all.
That's what everybody says, and I'm always truthful. When I play cockroach poker, I never lie.
So you say. I don't know what to do here because none of my cards are really working.
So what in this particular circumstance you should do, if you can't heal yourself, which is what I'm going to do, I would highly recommend you play something into the action conserved action or conserved energy line. because we need to fill this thing up as quickly as possible so that we can get rid of all these cards. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to take this bus ticket off of the conserved energy because we can't afford to get rid of that card because it's too good. So one of us will have to draw that card on our draw phase.
Why is the bus too good?
Because if the blockade shows up, a bus ticket is awesome, and a bus
Oh,
ticket also will
sure.
allow you to get really far and sometimes skip ambushes, which is really good.
All
Highly
right.
recommended. All right, you first.
Wait. Let me. What is this? Yeah, I'm gonna play that one. Okay, I'm. Oh, but that doesn't make sense because I'm going first. Shit.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff with this game about how it plays out that makes certain cards not work, and also awesome at the same time.
All right. Well, then, in order to do that, I'm doing this.
All right.
And then doing this. Okay. All right. For real this time.
For real this time. Perfect. Cats and dogs. Excellent. So that will allow you to add any card to your action play. So you can add any card of any suit to the end of your current action sequence, which is fabulous. Not yet. Let me do my card first, and then you can use that one.
Okay. I don't do that right away.
No, you can still put it down because it shows what it's going to be next, but you don't automatically flip that card. It's at the end of your action sequence. So technically you could play more cards in between, but then the very last card is your Cats and Dogs card.
Gotcha.
Like Cats and Dogs Revelation card.
Gotcha.
So what I'm going to do is play the Pied Piper. Now the Pied Piper is a great card. It's going to allow me to heal 2 of my wounds, which is fantastic. But I also have to keep this horrible condition that if I ever get to the end of the road and I haven't gotten rid of this condition, I'll just die. I don't get any last gasps. I'm just dead, which makes me feel really bad. And apparently I just got disconnected again. So I'll probably be back in a second. But it's a terrible, terrible thing. And the good news is I think I can find a card that will allow me to get back in and get rid of this condition. So should be fine.
All right. Well,
getting disconnected.
That's not gonna help me at all.
No.
So your Pied Piper is going up into your conditions thing, right?
That is correct. Yes, it's going to go up in my conditions area. There we go.
All right. Now I get to play my card.
Now you get to play your second card. Yeah.
Great, because it's repetition.
Now I understand what you did. Good. So we're both not gonna basically take the next 2 wounds that are coming to us. So that's really good, right? But now neither of us can get to the end until we get rid of our conditions.
All right. So my repetition goes up into conditions representing the Pied Piper.
That's correct. Yes. And if I get rid of my Pied Piper first, I'll just transfer the card over to you and to replace the repetitions.
Sure. Okay. All right. Cats and Dogs goes away. And now the event, I still don't reveal it, right?
You still do not reveal it, no.
All right, so both Go ahead.
Yep, go ahead.
So just read it. Just do what it says. All right, so both players receive wounds equal to your yellow number.
All right. So we would have healed 2 wounds, and now we just take 2 wounds, so we're just back at 2 again.
Right.
So could be worse. We just both have a really bad condition. So what we need to do to work together as a group is to make sure that that we look for those cards that say get rid of a condition, because we really need to get rid of conditions, because otherwise we're definitely going to lose the game.
All right, and now our bonus was you just take an action card and put it into the top space.
Great, just off the top of the deck, huh?
Yeah.
Or we both get to play an action card from our hand into the conserved energy.
If there's an open space in the conserved energy, take 1 card from the top of the action deck and place it in conserved energy.
All right, cool. So we'll flip this card over, rotate it. Oh, nice. Okay, so Private Call will allow you, if you're at a phone booth space, to search the ally deck for cards.
Okay.
So that's a really good card as well. And
Right.
we could use an ally right now. There's an ally in there that actually does like 1 point of damage to the opposition every time, which is super cool.
So how do we get that card? We draw that instead of drawing from the action deck?
Yeah, so right now we have an opportunity to discard cards and draw from the action deck or draw from the conserved energy spot.
All right. And my unseen event is going into the discard pile, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So you technically have the opportunity to discard cards first and draw. So go ahead and do that.
Not gonna discard. I'm gonna draw. We want the private call thing.
Private call is great. Yeah.
Can I take one and then decide on my second?
Yes. Like if you wanted to, what do you mean? You're not going to take the private call?
Well, I get to draw two because I only have 5
yeah.
cards. So can I take the top of the action deck and then decide if I want the private call?
Sure. I would love it if you would leave private call because I have a card that uses allies in a really cool way. But I also understand if you want to prove that you're an assassin and take that card.
That's a very strong and bold move there. All right.
I'm just telling it like it is.
How do you play this one? Interesting. Huh. All right. I'll leave it.
Okay. I am going to discard a card, and I'm going to take both of the cards from the action deck because they're both really good. And we're just going to have to put more cards up there because we don't want to just leave those cards to chill there.
I mean, you do understand that you're making yourself a target, right?
I told you, I'm the witness. I wouldn't do bad things to us. It's not my fault you chose to copy my Pied Piper. That was not a smart move.
No,
I
it
mean,
wasn't. I obviously didn't know it was a Pied Piper.
I told you something bad was going to happen. I said I had to do this. And then you were like, oh, okay. And I said it was going to make me look really bad.
Which
And
was
then you were
healing.
like, oh, I'll just do the same thing. It's very suspicious.
All right, do your thing.
Okay. So I'm moving to the next location so we can flip the next card over and see that it is, that red number is really rough, but hopefully it's not a bad thing. Okay. We're going to pull an event card here. This is an unseen incident. Oh, wow. This is very bad. Okay. Here's the good news. You're not going to take any damage. Here's the bad news. I am. I'm going to take 2 points of damage. And you have to show me 3 of your action cards. It's your choice what 3 to show me, but you do have to show me 3 of them. And that's assuming that, so we're not going to do that yet. That's assuming we don't cancel this unseen event.
Does the call in a hit count as an action card?
It does, yes.
So I can
that
show
would
you.
always be one I would show me, yes. But you don't do it yet. We're going to play our action cards first. And then if we don't cancel this event, which would be really great, because Al taking 2 more wounds is not fun. And I've already got something that hurts me for doing such a thing. But yeah.
All right. Well, I don't think I could do anything unless you rock a teamwork. I don't have.
Unfortunately, I do not have a teamwork card.
Of course, you don't have a teamwork card.
It's a very bad day.
Yeah, it is. So I have to play in the same suit into my action.
Correct.
Does what I put up into the conserved energy also have to match the suit that I play in the action?
Unfortunately, you can do one of two things. You can either play a card into conserved energy, or you can make action plays.
Gotcha. You can't do both. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Fine. All right. Well, you're gonna like me a little bit, I think.
That would be great. If you're going to heal me, that's super awesome.
Yeah, sure. It's super awesome for you because you're a fucking assassin.
I
All right.
mean, I'm also about to take 2 points of damage that I can't do anything about.
This
All right,
is
so my first card is Private Call. So I'm going to look through this amazing deck here and grab a card, or 2 cards, actually. That's fantastic.
Why 2?
The Private Call allows you to take 2 cards.
Oh, yeah, I need 2. Okay.
Okay. You can go ahead and start your next one if you'd like.
Sure. I'll go the doctor's bag.
Oh, that's very nice.
So it's a condition, and then I get to heal wounds whenever I reveal a suture kit, medicine, or advantage in an action play. Heal one of your wounds.
That's fantastic. I love that condition.
It's a good condition.
So I think I'm gonna take this one here, which goes in here. And where's the last one? There we go. Okay. Perfect. Okay. I'm gonna put this ally card here and this ally card there. So now it's face down. Perfect. The next thing I'm going to do is play medicine. So I'm going to heal one of my wounds.
And I assume my doctor's bag does not work on that medicine, correct? I have to reveal it?
Yeah, whenever you reveal it, it
Okay.
would be the healing.
Okay.
So, all right. What you got?
I have a suture kit.
Oh, you're fantastic.
It says heal other player.
Yep.
Heal 1 wound for the other player.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Because of my doctor's bag, I get to heal one of my wounds.
Fantastic. That's excellent. Thank you very much. That makes me feel slightly better that you may actually not be an assassin.
Don't even.
Unfortunately, I'm going to be taking 2 wounds from this wonderful unseen event. And then you need to show me 3 of the cards in your current hand.
Sure. So there's 1.
Okay.
There's 2.
Okay.
And there's 3.
Ooh, reconsider. That's a great card.
Right? Gets all the discard pile back into the thing.
Yep. That's a really, 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 really good card. So you will save that as late in the game as you possibly can. And it's a really great card to play like during a last gasp, because then you get rid of all the cards in your hand and you get to start over again.
Right. And if we both agree, we can do it twice.
Yep. It's a really, really good one. And it's also really good if you're a witness and someone is proven to be the assassin, which currently won't happen in this particular game. But you could do that to get rid of all of their really great cards that they've been hoarding for the entire game.
Right. Okay.
Cool. All right. So I currently have 5 cards. So I'm going to draw 2 more cards, and then it will be your turn.
I also have 5, and I'm going to draw 2. Oh, that's a cool one. Oh, wow. All right. But that's... I keep forgetting about the suit thing.
Yeah, the suit thing really sucks.
It's just restrictive. It's nice.
Mm-hmm.
All right. How are you on teamwork? Did you get a teamwork card?
I unfortunately did not receive a teamwork card.
All right.
But I do have some other fun things. So now you have the opportunity to move forward.
Right. So I'm going to move.
Okay. And then you would draw an event.
It is unseen.
Mm-hmm.
You take 7 wounds,
What?
and I win the game.
I don't think that's actually a card in the game.
It is. We're playing with one of the expansions.
I see.
No, it's called the Whistling Wind.
Okay,
Effect nothing, bonus none.
that's perfect. So this is one of those wonderful, cherished opportunities where you can throw a card into the conserved energy and start to hopefully try and heal yourself back, or potentially fill it up so that when we get to where the blockade might be, we can easily hop over it.
Right, because we have nothing really to do.
Correct.
All right. So that's going away. Now we get to play something that's just not helpful. I mean, that makes sense, right? Okay.
All right, you go first.
I'm going to play up here, Contention.
Yes.
So steal a condition, you may take 1. I'm not taking your Pied Piper.
That's a good plan. Yep.
And 2, offer this card.
Yeah. So usually what that's used for is somebody has a really great condition, and then you steal it from them, but then you give them the contention card, and they could potentially steal it back from you.
Right, at a cost of a wound.
Exactly.
Right.
And they have to take it into their hand and then play the card later. So it's a really great assassin card. It's a really great card if you're the witness versus an assassin, because it's very situational, but it's very, very powerful in the moment.
And since we're both witnesses, you have absolutely no reason to pull that card from the energy row.
I completely agree with you. It is a card that is useless to me, much like this sanctuary card would be useless to me because you're hopefully a witness as well. A granite card generally does nothing but horrible things to the other player. There are, I suppose, a few decent granite cards out there that are protective cards, but generally speaking, a granite card is only used if you're an assassin or you're being targeted by the assassin. So sanctuary is something you take a wound for, and then you could negate the effects of a granite card coming at you. So this is me being very trusting in that you must be a witness,
Right.
which I'm still not really truly believing yet, but I'm trying to show you that I'm trusting you.
Totally a witness, and I understand why. I'm still learning the game, remember?
Uh-huh.
But yeah, no, I see that. I obviously I wouldn't even know that mostly granite cards are bad to other people because I also have one that's not bad.
Yeah. Most of the time they're bad. Not always, but most of the
All
time.
right.
Like, I mean, I have a granite card that's not technically bad, but it in the right moment could be very bad.
Right. Like I guess like we were looking at the reconsider and how I'm getting rid of all your cards if you're the witness at the right, not you, but in general,
Yeah.
like that could be bad. I see how it affects people. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, so
All
that
right.
was the turn, yeah.
That was the turn. It was a
Oh,
beautiful, wonderful turn that didn't kill us.
I like it.
Every turn that we don't die is a wonderful turn.
I like it.
All right. So I'm flipping for oh, there it is. See, we're already there. So
Well, we
this
gotta
is
don't we have to draw up at the end?
oh yeah, sorry.
You're good.
All right. So now I move forward 1 space, and our beautiful and amazing broken road is there in front of us. So if you land on this space, you have to go back 1 space. Whenever you choose this road, you can take, or whenever you cross this place, you can take any action by night card, which is awesome. So the yeah, so the good news is there's a bus stop right here. So there's definitely a bus stop somewhere along this road. Who knows where it is? So I can definitely get past it, which will be great. And then I can open up this opportunity so I can kind of see what's in front of us. And then you could go forward with a conserved energy if we could do that, or if you've got a card in your hand that will allow you to go a little bit farther. I am definitely going to use my bus ticket to get me past this thing.
How do you do that though? Because there's no bus thing revealed, right?
Yep, but right here, there's a bus icon, so I'm
Oh, it's
able
not
to use
bus
the
to
bus
bus.
ticket.
It's bus plus. I got it. Okay.
Yep,
All right. Well, that's good then for you, isn't it?
it's very good for me. Yeah.
Yeah.
There are some cards in the deck also that will allow me to like drag you.
Okay.
I don't have any of those cards, but you know, if I did have those cards,
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Don't we need an event?
yeah, I already know what I'm going to do. So, but yeah, we should pull an event. Exactly. This is an unseen opposition, so I may have to pull back that card, but I really don't want to. It has 6 health.
What the fuck?
Receive. Let's see here. Yellow number. The good news is my yellow number is 1. And this says receive wounds, your yellow number to each of the players. So we would both take 1 point of damage. If we manage to kill this thing with 6 points, then nothing will happen to us. So really, you're going to have to use your call in a hit card.
I mean, you could use your call in a hit card.
I could. You're right. But I need to move this bus forward. So if you use your call in a hit card, here's what I'm willing to offer you. Okay? This is where we have to trust each other because, as I've already said, I'm a witness and I'm looking out for the best of us. All right. 6 points of damage sucks, but you know, we're only going to take technically 1 point of damage each. That's not horrible. That puts me at 3, you at 2. It's not terrible. All right. The problem is we both still have conditions, so we need to be conscientious of that. You could use your call in a hit card and kill this thing right now, and then that way neither one of us has to take this extra point of damage. We're about to get into the night and into the dark, which are very terrible locations. There's tons of ambushes and stuff that we have to deal with. It's going to really suck. So we might end up losing that call in a hit card at some point. So it would be advantageous for us to use it now while we still can. That's a good thing. The other thing is, while technically I could use my call in a hit card, I want to get farther forward so we can see what's coming in front of us so that we could plan for it properly and make sure we get you past those things as quickly as possible. And I'm able to play 2 cards this round if I use my bus card, which would be also very helpful.
Okay.
And I promise you, we'll be able to do something great that will benefit us greatly in the future. Equally, not just me.
Okay. This is your moment.
This is my moment. This is the moment of truth where together we're gonna flash. It's gonna be awesome. Here's my bus ticket. All right. So what I'm gonna do is flip this card over, and it shows that there's a bus. That's not nearly as cool as I wanted it to be, but it's okay. So that's a good thing. The other good thing that just happened is that I still am at a yellow number of 1 because the unseen event does matter where I ended my turn. Why is that flipped upside down looking? Interesting. So this is a sign of what an ambush looks like. You'll see there's like a little number 1 above it. If you stop your turn on this space, you have to get rid of one of your cards and you take a point of damage.
All right.
All right. Your turn.
Move forward until you reach another bus stop. Okay, so if those cards were reversed, you would have flipped the one with the phone booth over and still moved.
That's correct. I was hopeful that it would not be the very next card, but yeah, it is what it is.
Okay. Okay. All right, I'm going to do the call and a hit.
Fantastic. So that will destroy the opposition. So wonderful. That means the event is not going to happen. It's really, really strong.
You could have lied about, right? It might have only been 1 health. It might not have been 6, and you used that. Could you lie about that? No.
No, I can't lie about the total health. I could technically lie about where the damage was going. I didn't, but I could have.
Sure.
which is also evidenced by me saying that, hey, it's yellow health to each of us. And it didn't change when I moved locations, because that would have made a difference. Because had I ended my turn over here, it would have been 3 points of damage to each of us, which would have really, really sucked.
Okay.
And I did Whispers here, which allows me to take ally cards. Since I am 2 roads away from you, I get to take 2 ally cards instead of just 1, which is really fantastic. So I search through the deck again.
And the allies are going to help just you or help us as a collective?
The ally card that I am going to take will actually help both of us.
Okay.
On my turn, we can deal 1 wound to an event opposition, or technically to you, but we're going to do it to the opposition, and we use it anytime. Use it anytime between event draw and event processing, and no more than once per turn. So, anytime I play a card, we get to do 1 extra point of damage.
Okay.
Which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, I'll agree.
And then I'm going to take 1 other card and put it in my hand here, since I get to take 2 cards, and hopefully that will be a good thing.
If you are at least 2 roads away, yeah. All right.
So now these get flipped over, and then they get placed on top of each other, so that way this one has now been built. So when it's my turn, I can deal 1 damage to an event opposition, which will be great because we're having trouble dealing damage.
Okay.
And then I also have this extra event or ally card sitting here, which is an uncompleted ally. And I have a card in my hand that might be able to utilize that in a really attractive way.
And since you crossed that broken barrier, you get to take a card?
That is correct. I'm going to search through these and then take 1 of these amazing cards. Oh, yowzers.
Don't even tell me they're all bad.
No, 1 of them is really good. 2 of them are very, very clearly bad. So the bad part is that I'm going to take the really good one, and I'm going to leave the 2 really bad ones, because no, I can't. I don't trust you yet, so I have to take this really bad one.
But the really bad one I could just put up into the energy bar.
You could. Yeah. Okay. This is going to be a great way for you to show me that you're not the assassin. I'm going to take the 1 very good card that's going to help me live and help hopefully you live as well. And I'll use it as soon as I can. And you'll see that I took a card that was not one of the really, really, really negative cards, because hopefully you're going to cross this area very shortly.
Yeah, I hope so too. Okay.
Okay.
So I would not be able to move past the broken barrier.
Not until we fill up this conserved energy.
Or I have a bus ticket.
Or you have a bus ticket, yes.
Okay.
I have played games where I've been stuck behind that stupid broken road for a very long time because the person I was playing with kept taking the conserved energy cards. It really sucks.
Yeah.
Especially when you can't find something to move across.
Yeah, sure. All right.
All right. So now we get rid of our cards.
It goes away. We draw 1.
All right, whenever you are ready.
Oh, that ain't that bad. I need to play it with something else. How you doing on teamwork? Nothing?
Unfortunately, I got nothing.
All right. Well, I'm going to move 1 and hope this thing doesn't do anything with the red fucking numbers, because we're both on bad.
Yeah,
that's it right now.
This is really bad.
It is unseen.
Okay.
I cannot lie about the health.
That is correct. You cannot lie about the health.
It's got 1.
Okay.
If they're not defeated, We receive yellow divided amongst the players as we choose.
All right, so good news is we're going to kill this event because I automatically do 1 point of damage.
Right, because of Rocco, whatever. If it's defeated, there's nothing bad happens.
Fantastic.
Or nothing good happens either.
Well, but at least nothing bad happens. That's a good way to start.
And we know it's going to die, so we're not going to be taking wounds, which means we can now dump stuff into the energy.
Yes, but I am going to move 1 space forward with a special card that I have here in front of me. I know we need to conserve energy, but I also want to move forward while it's safe to do so, and we don't have to use a card to do anything to kill the event. So I'm going to move 1 space forward and not end up hitting that nasty ambush.
Right, we don't want to land there. Okay, so I go first?
Yes.
All right, bus ticket.
Awesome. There you go. So you're going to scooch there. Excellent. And I am going to flip this card over and use my safe house, which is what I picked up here from the actions at night. And that allows me to move travel safely. So I get to move 1 space forward and ignore ambushes. So I don't have to deal with that, which is really nice.
All right, that's good.
And now technically this card is now in the discard pile. So if we ever get cards like flashback that allow us to go through the discard pile, we can now pick that card out of the discard pile.
And the reconsider will put it back into maybe our hands or the deck.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so we're done. Rocco does the damage.
Yep, she does the damage. And we kill that event. Opposition.
Yep. He's dead. Okay.
And now you can discard a card or 2 and draw more.
I want to get rid of the teamwork is just clogging on my hand if you're not going to work with me, dude.
I'm going to discard a card now to hopefully get something that will be helpful to potentially deal something here. So
Well,
hopefully maybe I'll get a teamwork.
I can do some damage to something now.
That's good.
Yep. I just need that to come up, and it's just not fucking working. All right, I'm gonna dump. Oh, but that's such a good one. I'm gonna keep him. I'm not gonna discard anything.
All right, I'm discarding 2 cards to be able to hopefully pull something good here.
Ugh.
I must have disconnected again. Yes.
Oh yeah. Well, there's one card over here that you were discarding that went flying over to the right, so I discarded.
Okay, fabulous. I don't know what's going on. This like never happens to me. It's very strange.
Yeah.
I play tons of TTS.
It could be me. My internet, like I already got a little warning that it was unstable on the stream, so it could be because I'm the host of the room, so it's probably me.
Yeah.
It's notorious. It's not as bad as Tim from Board Game Rundown that just freezes every now and then.
Yeah, he's great. It's like every 20 minutes.
Yep.
I love him. All right, so wherever did you put that card away from me?
I did. I put it on the discard pile.
All right, so I'm grabbing 3 cards, and away we. Hey, guess what? I got a teamwork card.
Oh, nice. Okay, good. All right. Well, now we have some teamwork stuff. I mean, it's a damage card, but it damages them and us.
It must be a grenade. At least it's only 2 points of damage for each of us, so that's not so bad.
Am I allowed to say what it is?
No. But I can take a wild stab in the dark that's probably what it is.
Okay.
All right. So now it is event time and move forward time. And the bad news is there's an ambush in front of me. That sucks. Another one. So 2 in a row is terrible.
Yeah, I can't wait to have to deal with them myself.
But
you just discard 1 card, yeah?
And take a wound.
Oh, right, and a wound. Well, do you have anything that would work with my doctor's bag? Like that you can put up in the energy thing so I can take it and heal you?
Unfortunately not.
All right.
Oh wait, advantage does, right?
It gets to heal me. My doctor's bag heals me. Oh, I have to play
Oh,
the card to heal you. Yeah, no.
yeah. No, I do have a card that would potentially do good there, but I have to get to that, which sucks. And I have really great cards in my hand. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna hope for the best, and hopefully it doesn't take one of the cards that I really like. Um, so what I'm gonna do is,
Oh, it's random. Yeah.
yeah. Um, can you, yeah. Oh man, so you can shuffle that little hand and everything. So I'm gonna take one card. Setting them out here. Um, ugh. Choose one card and put it in the discard pile. I hope it wasn't a good one.
I hope it wasn't either.
Okay, good. It was the one I would have chosen had I actually had an opportunity to choose one.
All right, good.
That never happens. Wow. All right,
Kind of like
perfect.
you never being the assassin.
You're exactly right. That happens to me as often as me being the assassin. It's
All right.
100% correct.
Okay.
All right, so here comes our event. Our event is a scene opposition.
Okay.
So it's a health of 4. If we don't defeat it, it is 2 wounds divided amongst each of us. Players move forward, roads up to your green number. Well, shit.
Oh, you got to flip over the dark card ahead of us, right? Ahead of you.
Yeah. The bad news is we're not going to move forward at all, so we get no benefit from that.
Why?
Oh,
Ugh. Wait, why
our
don't you
green
move
number
forward?
is 0. That
What?
really sucks.
Oh,
So
your green number. Got it. Yeah.
yeah, so we're not going to move forward at all. That really sucks.
All right. Well, I'm going to take care of him. I can take care of him.
Okay.
And the effect
before
of
you-
the thing is less than his damage to us. So.
It's actually in theory the same.
Oh, it should. Yeah, because it's 2 divided. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm assuming you don't have a strength and numbers card anymore.
I never did.
Okay.
I have teamwork that you got.
Yeah, teamwork is it can prevent an event. 2 points of damage is 2 points of damage, 1 each. We can deal with it. Yeah, it'll be fine.
So you're saying don't kill him?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's necessary because it's going to equal the same amount of damage no matter what. Am I assuming that you have a grenade? So I think it's better to hold on to the grenade when we're looking for something that's going to hurt us more than just 1 point of damage each.
Okay.
And I plan on healing myself a little bit here. So.
All right.
So I'm going to put down my card. I mean, technically, I could use my call and a hit card. And that would stop.
That's true.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. You ready for this?
Wait,
I'm going to really, really prove to you that I am not the assassin.
I mean, you keep saying that. I keep hearing you say that.
Yeah.
Oh, don't I get I get one of the, I should have had one of these cards when I turned the corner.
That's correct. You do. You do get one of those.
I wouldn't have drawn this other card.
It's okay. Just take one when this is over.
All right.
Unless you're an assassin and you want to take it now.
Well, I mean, I know what card that I just drew, so I could put it back, but that's weird.
Yeah.
Because now it's kind of more like the crystal ball, where it's like, well, if I'm not going to play an action, I'll just dump a card into the conserved energy, and it would have been that card I would have dumped. That's fine.
Yeah.
We'll do it one turn
We'll
later.
do it afterwards. It's no big deal.
I don't like that card at all. All right, I want this out of here. Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna call in a hit,
Ooh. Okay.
and that's gonna do 6 points of damage to you. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna kill the event.
I mean, that would have been a good play, but
It would have been, but I don't think you're the assassin enough to do that yet.
I mean, I'm
So,
not. So
yeah, well, we'll see. The jury's
I'm
still
not.
out.
All right. Well, whatever. I'll prove to you. All
But-
right. So you're doing the thing. He's done.
Yep, he's done.
All right. I'm gonna play to the conserved energy.
Cool. Ooh, curtains. Deal 1 wound to the event opposition. Interesting. End action processing. All processing ends immediately. That is really cool. I haven't seen that card before.
You get to
And a very,
choose
very-
all the face down cards that either get put into the discard pile or conserved energy.
Interesting. Cool.
So that's going up here.
All right. So my call in a hit card is back into the discard pile. So that's pretty sexy.
Okay.
All right. So now I'm going to discard a card.
These suck.
And I'm going to take 3 cards.
Yeah, I need to discard. I need to swap some of these things out.
Yeah.
There's been 2 I've been sitting on from the beginning that just they're not doing anything. But like I know as soon as I discard it, I'm gonna get the card that I need.
Yep. I hear you. I've been in the same situation. I have had 2 cards since the very beginning. It's the only 2 cards I've had since the very beginning, but I know both of them potentially could be very helpful. Although you never seem to get a strength in numbers card, so you know.
Right. I also never see.
Or there is also something called a chameleon card, which replicates either a strength in numbers or a teamwork card.
All right, I'm discarding this card. And now I'm down to 5, so I get to draw 2. Oh, look at that. So remember that strength in numbers?
Uh-huh.
I got one.
Hey, excellent.
And you remember that card you just mentioned that copies of strength in numbers?
Well, that's good to know because then one of us could play something else. And you could make the no, you couldn't because they're 2 separate things. Never mind.
Yeah.
All right, well, good to know.
But now I have both cards we need and something to mimic the card that whatever.
That's
All
a
right.
good thing.
Yeah, I guess, but now I got to move and discard something at random, which is going to suck
Yeah, that does definitely really suck.
unless I don't move.
Yeah. The good news is if you discard something, hopefully you'll still have the chameleon to play whatever it is you get stuck, or you'll have the strength of numbers or teamwork card because you won't discard both of them. However, the next space for me is in fact a 2 ambush, so I'll
Yeah.
have to discard 2 amazing cards.
Right, but I mean over the next 3 turns, I'm going to be discarding 4 cards.
Yeah, that it does really, really, really suck. I mean, there's something to be said for hoping to get a bus card, but that's not really does. It's only going to save you 1 card.
Yep.
Yeah, it really sucks.
All right. Well, how do I get them all out of my hand? Oh, there we go.
And then shuffle them as well. Oh, when they're in your hand highlighted, you can shuffle them. It's pretty cool.
Oh, I didn't know that. All right.
I'm definitely taking this one. That's the
That
one
one?
right there. Yep. I
Right.
feel like that's the card.
Wait, where's my? What just happened?
That was the
Ah!
least bad one. It's okay. I saw only one thing, and it was the grenade that I already knew you had.
Where did the other ones go? They just fell off the fucking table? Oh my god, they all fell off the table.
Nice. There's one like chilling over here on the side. Like right here.
Yeah, it's a deck of 6, believe it or not.
That's just like swinging.
Sideways.
Love it.
All right, so I have 6 cards. All right. All right, not horrible. Could have been way worse.
Yeah.
All right, so event card.
Yep. Apparently, according to the information up top, the second player was supposed to draw an ally card, but it's fine.
Oh shit! I'm supposed to draw the. I got to get one of these things.
Yes.
Oh, but that would have been in my hand. Fuck! I fucked it up again.
And we'll do it the next time. It's fine.
All right. Unseen incident.
Okay.
Oh, that's not good. Okay.
What happened?
All right. So the effect says all completed allies in play for both players are returned to the ally deck.
That is very bad.
The bonus, if at least one ally is lost in this way, you take any one ally card from the ally deck. Well, wait, you don't have to do it now. We can still finish the event. We can still cancel the event though, yeah?
Oh yeah, that's right. I always forget that. Okay, so technically Miss Rocco's still with me.
Sure, yeah. You still have Rocco.
Yeah.
All right.
Because we have teamwork card, don't we?
We do. And the other one.
But this one doesn't have any information, right? As far as like it's not an opposition, it's not a certain amount of damage or whatever, right?
Nope. Unseen incident tragedy.
Okay.
Which is accurate.
Yeah, it's definitely accurate if I have to get rid of Rocco because that sucks.
Yeah, 1 damage every card.
Yeah, or 1 damage every round is really amazing.
Round. I mean, yeah. It is only 1. So that depends. You're working on another ally. Is it worth it for you to get the other ally going? Because you can lose Rocco and pull 1 ally card from the ally deck.
Yeah, no, unfortunately not.
All right. So then we want to stop the event, yeah?
It would be very good to stop the event, yes.
Okay. So you're going to play your teamwork?
Yes.
All right. Looks like that's the only thing I can do.
Again, I'm going to do a little something extra because, reasons. And it might look weird for me to do this, but it's not going to hurt you at all.
Yeah.
At all.
Okay.
Hopefully it will help us as a team, but it would be really great if you could heal me at some point.
Well, yeah, I just need the right cards.
Yeah. Are you going to play something at the event, Conserved Energy? Because if you can do that, that would be really fabulous, because then I can move past this number 2 and not take 2 additional points of damage the next round.
I can if we're playing teamwork, and I can only play an action card.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That sucks for you.
I mean, it sucks for you because now you're lying because you don't have teamwork down here?
No. I definitely have teamwork down there. I totally forgot about that.
Okay.
But I was just thinking, it got really excited there for a second that I was going to be able to move past this next row without having to hurt myself.
Not yet.
All right, go ahead.
All right, well, you know what I'm playing.
Yep. That's good. I'm playing my teamwork card as well. See, I planned it.
Uh-huh.
I'm also going to play the Well, which is going to deal 2 points of damage to me, but it will mean that I can stop damage from an event. It will just come to me, and I can prevent those wounds. So if there's an event that comes up that's going to deal just damage to us and there's nothing we can do about it, this Well will stop that from happening. But I really need to heal myself now because I'm savagely close to death.
Okay. But that does protect us from another bad card. That's good.
That's the idea behind it. Yep.
Okay.
Also, don't forget, if I get to the end here with Pied Piper, I die. So we need to try and fix that at some point.
Well, you can just choose not to move, right?
Yeah, which is definitely what I'm going to do. Is not move this round
Okay.
because I can't afford to take 2 points of damage
Sure.
in the next round. So
All right. I'm not discarding anything. I'm taking one of these cards from here,
good plan.
which
And
doesn't. You're saying they're both shit, right?
they're both terrible, horrible, no good, very bad cards. Technically, you could flip them over and show them, and then put them back there, and then choose to take one. And I could explain what both of them do, should you desire the answers.
All right,
And
'cause
that way,
you're
I still won't know which one you take, but I think they're relatively obvious what they do.
and you already looked at them.
I already know what they are. Yeah, so I know that one's a car bomb and the other is the killer card.
And you're telling the
So
truth.
yeah, so the killer card fatally wounds the other player. So if I have at least 3 more wounds than you, then I will receive 9 wounds, and I cannot heal them. I will die. The car bomb, it does lots of damage. If you're at the end of the roads, the only time you can use this one, it'll deal 5 wounds to each the event, opposition, the player, and yourself. So just kind of, it's a FSU.
Right. So I'm going to take one of these into my hand. I'm going to put one of them up into the conserved energy. You're going to take it into your hand and use it.
No. One of them will stay in the actions by night. The other will go into your hand.
Right. And then if that's the one that I use to put up here, say,
Then
on
I'll
your
know
turn,
that
you draw it
you're
into your
good.
hand.
I'm not going to take that card. If you put one up into there, I will use it to get past this next road. Because I'll just wipe the conserved energy row.
Well, I'll do that. And then I get one more because I'm at 6. So I actually caught up to what I'm supposed to be doing.
All right. Currently at 7.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I have really good news.
Okay.
I can look through the draw pile and hopefully get rid of a condition somehow. With an action that I'm able to do. So hopefully good things will happen here. Because it's my turn, right? I
It
believe
is,
so.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna pull an event card here, and let's see what happens. It is an unseen event. You know what just happened? This unseen event is literally called the Purge. So all conditions in play for both players are discarded. So that's a good and a bad thing all at once. Because we both
we lose
lose.
the well in the doctor's bag, but we also
Yeah.
lose the Pied Piper.
So at least we can win the game as the witnesses together, should we make it to the end. But
Okay.
losing the well really hurts, and losing the doctor's bag is pretty shit too.
Okay.
So
is there a bonus to that or no?
There's no bonus. So there's still a situation where we could say, I don't want that to happen, and we could cancel the event. I actually don't have that card anymore. So never mind. I can't do that. I was hoping I still had that card, but I don't have that card anymore.
But we don't want to cancel that event. We want that to happen.
Yeah, it's good to get rid of the Pied Piper for sure. It just really sucks that I took 2 points of damage for no reason. But we got rid of the event, we'll get rid of the Pied Piper, which is fantastic. So that's good.
So Julie is hopeful that we're on the same team, which we are clearly, and we will make it. We will make it together.
Yeah, we're gonna do this.
Hope so.
I think we can get there. All right. I got my card.
Oh man. God, this is gonna be really weird. But I think it's the right play.
Uh-oh. I don't like it when you say things like that.
Well, I don't know. I don't necessarily know, but considering the way things are right now, I think this is the right thing to do. So let's see.
All right.
Also, I'm gonna kill you, then I'm a fucking witness and not trying to kill you.
Okay. Are you going to conserve energy?
I am.
Okay, then I'm not going to conserve energy because I was thinking about doing that.
I don't know what that is.
All right.
Oh yeah, what would happen if we both conserve energy?
We would just have one of them would basically be discarded.
Oh, okay.
You can only store 4.
I'm conserving energy.
Okay, cool. Well, then I'm gonna hopefully find something in the deck that will help us.
Okay. Let your go first.
All right. So I'm gonna do plan ahead. I'm gonna take 5 cards and drop them in.
That's really
and then
deck. I need to use the reconsider and shuffle everything back together. Yeah.
yeah, probably pretty soon we should. Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh. Hey, I've got a great idea. Interesting. Okay. I think I have a way. I have a way for us to get through this together.
Okay.
Yeah. I have a way for us to do this together. This is going to be okay.
Okay.
We're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. I think we can make this as long as I can survive. That's the key. I need to heal somehow.
Okay.
And I don't have much in the way of healing. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a card from here, which will be very helpful very shortly. And then you're going to need wait, that was not what I meant to do. You're going to need to use that reconsider card here very shortly.
Okay. It's at the ready. You tell me when.
All right. So your turn.
All right. I'm going to conserve energy.
Okay.
I'm going to conserve energy with a betrayal card.
Wow. Yeah, that's a pretty good. It's a pretty good thing.
Right.
Although, yeah. That's definitely good. And there's no way to remove afflictions. So yeah, that does help me and show that you probably are not the assassin.
Right. It's going to get you 3 wounds back, which is good. And then it stays on your thing as an affliction, whatever, but it's helping you with the 3 wounds just in case something kind of goes south.
Oh no. If I were to use such a thing, that means that I would have to be the assassin. Or I would have to be a witness trying to kill you. Because you have an affliction. We play until death, so one of us has to die. If both of us were witnesses, if both of us were witnesses, we couldn't play that card because we'd have to kill the other player.
Oh shit. Okay.
So that's a really good thing that you played up there because that, assuming you kind of sort of understood what it meant, means that you're not really the assassin. Because if you were the assassin, that would have been a really great card to play to yourself and heal yourself, or at least save for yourself for later. But it's still a really good card to put up there because in theory we shouldn't need to use it. So
okay, well that'll give you the extra movement you need to get past that ambush. I was hoping it was going to get you 3 heals.
No, that's very kind, but yes, I would rather not kill you if I can avoid it because I am a witness, as I've mentioned before.
I'm sure. We'll see. All right.
Okay. Now we get rid of all of our conditions. So
right, and they go just in the discard. Yeah.
Yep.
Come on. All right. I'm at 6.
So a good thing for us to do now is you should probably play that reconsider card on your next turn.
Okay.
I don't need to draw any cards, so. Although technically you didn't get rid of that other card, but you did try to heal. You were hoping that would heal me, so I'm gonna assume that maybe you're not just misunderstanding things on purpose.
Right. I'm not.
Yeah.
Really did think that was just going to get you 3 wounds.
Yeah.
Be a great play if I'm trying to play it that way, but I'm not.
It would be. It would be. Yeah. That does put you as a bit more of a mastermind than I would clock you at. So
I do have my moments, but usually not the first play of a game.
true.
Speaking of that awful card, I can just discard that as part of my hand, yeah?
You could. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not restricted by keeping those in my hand. Like I can just dump them.
No. You could definitely get rid of it at any point.
All right. That's going.
Cool. I do again want you to still play that other card probably here at some point.
Yeah, I mean I could play it next if you want because there's still 22 cards in the deck though.
Yeah. I think we're kind of okay, so maybe we can hold off for a little bit.
All right.
Especially since we got rid of our conditions, so
I'm at 5. All right, so I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to draw 2. All right. What does that do?
all right.
Oh,
Whenever you're
cool.
ready, grab that event.
That's neat. All right, but I don't have anything that matches that. Okay. All right. Event time. Oh, I gotta do this. Scene event.
Okay.
The other player receives 2 wounds. Sorry.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I have something that can fix this. You have to trust me that it's worth it. But I really don't want to have to play this right now. This part really sucks.
Can we
But
just
I have something that will make it so that I don't take these wounds. But it's not going to be good for you. But I can't take 2 wounds right now. I can't afford to be that much lower. So
Okay.
I'm gonna fix it. But I'm sorry, is all I'm gonna say.
Oh my god. All right, so am I still playing the reconsider?
No. I can't afford to lose my hand right now. You're gonna have to wait at least 2 turns. Man, got kicked out again.
2 turns?
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait 2 turns. Then you can play reconsider. And it'll be fine then.
Yeah. I mean, you could also just wipe conserved energy and heal yourself, yeah?
You can only heal 1 wound.
Right.
Yeah, and I'd rather save that to help you move.
Oh, yeah, because the next 2 are going to suck. Okay.
Yeah.
But you're going to use it to move over the 2 ambush.
I'm not. So I have a plan. You're just gonna have to trust me. It's gonna take 2 turns for you to use the reconsider. So,
right.
and I'm gonna do something that you're really not gonna like. But again, I need you to trust me. We're witnesses in this together. We got this.
All right.
It's just gonna feel weird, kind of like that first time.
I don't like what you're saying, but I understand. I mean, I don't even know if that's worth playing. All right. And you want me to wait on that? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. I'm just gonna play this then. Okay. And I go first, yeah?
Yeah, you go first.
All right, spyglass.
All right. See an unseen event. Nice. All right.
I have to discard it, but I get to see.
Cool. That's a good card to do. So
Yeah.
I'm using a card called Ricochet, which is going to transfer all the damage that I'm going to take this round to you. So that way I can survive. Okay. And you've got plenty of health.
Right.
And that way we can get through this together.
Right. Okay. It's only 2 wounds.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's it.
That's it.
All right, so I go up to 3.
Yep.
Okay. This goes away. It's your turn.
And now it's my turn of it. Now, I'm not going to use the conserved energy, so I'm just going to sit here because I have a plan, hoping that I don't need to do anything else. So we'll see what happens with this event.
All right, well, you have to draw up, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm going to dump a card. And I'm down to 5, so I'm going to draw 2. Oh, 2 new ones. What the fuck?
All right. You still have that strength in numbers card, right?
I do?
Good. We're definitely going to need to play that this next round, which really screws up everything that I wanted to do. Unless you still have that grenade.
I do?
Okay. Do you still trust me?
So far, yes.
Okay. If you want, you can use your spyglass right now because what I'm about to say is going to sound really, really, really shifty. If not, I totally understand. But let me tell you what this says first. And then if you choose to want to see whether or not you truly believe what I am about to say, you can use your spyglass and take a look at this. All right. What I'm going to tell you is the health of this unseen opposition is equal to my yellow number. I'm going to tell you right now that when this is over, I need you to use your grenade, and I have no idea how much health this thing is going to have because I'm going to move to a space that is currently got something on it, and I have no idea what it's going to be. It could be more, could be less. I don't know.
But what does me using the grenade do if we don't know what it is?
Well, at least it's going to do 4 points of damage.
Right.
So hopefully that'll be enough to kill it. The 4 is the most that any number is, and generally 4 is not listed on a yellow. Most of the time 4 is stuck at number at red.
Most of the time.
Most of the time. I don't think I've ever seen a 4 on a yellow, so I think 3 is going to be the maximum that it would ever be. So unless you have the ability to do 3 points of damage without having to use a grenade, I think that's fantastic. I would love that. But
why'd you bring up the strength in numbers though? Because the strength in numbers.
well, we could do the strength in numbers. The problem is I can't use the card that I want to use to get past this blockade or this stupid number 2, and I want to save the conserved energy for you to get past it, so you don't have to take 2 points of damage and lose 2 cards.
Okay.
So the other part of this is if we don't defeat this opposition, we receive wounds equal to whatever that yellow number is, directly and solely only to me. So I can't give them to you even if I wanted to. And if we kill this thing, nothing good happens other than we don't have to take the damage. So at the very least, if we take this grenade and you take those 2 points of damage, then we're both on equal footing. We both have 5 points of damage, and I get past this really bad thing without having to take any damage.
So
And
I
then,
take 2, you take none. You're farther along.
yes. And there's no advantage for me if I were the assassin to get to the end before you, other than I get to take an action card by dark, which I guess could technically be an advantage, but that's not my goal. I also have a card that I can play the next round, and I'll be far enough ahead of you so that I can heal some damage, which is what I desperately need more than anything in the world.
Right, but then I'm going to be in the same place, so I need something that's going to heal me.
Correct. And hopefully we'll be able to find that when you use your other card the next round.
Okay.
If you want, you could use your spyglass and take a look at this card, and you can see that I'm 100% telling you the truth. Though why would I lie that I'm going to be the one taking all the damage?
That's exactly why you would lie.
I mean, I suppose.
All right.
Trust me. I'm a witness, just hopefully like you are. We're going to get through this together. This is a great plan.
You keep saying that.
Mm-hmm. It'll be worth it.
Uh-huh.
Okay. There's my card. This is going to be a card that's going to allow me to move to there. And hopefully whatever's there is not terrible. Because I think this is the worst card on the dark. There may still be an ambush of 1, which is why I can't promise you that I can take any damage, because I have a feeling I'm still going to get ambushed with something.
If you use a bus ticket, say, I know I can't, I mean, the bus ticket would let me stop where you are now, but if that was something different, if I used a bus ticket and I ended up on that 2 dark, would I be ambushed by the 2, or is that only on your movement when you use that? Like if a card lets you move rather than your 1 movement, do you still suffer the 2 hit?
But as long as you pass that, as long as you don't end your turn on that space, you don't take the damage.
What if it's moving, it's not my turn?
Wherever you stop, you still take the damage.
Okay.
This corner here with 4 damage is unbelievably terrible.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal.
It's very brutal. The way these cards fell down, it hurts a lot.
And you're saying end my turn, like end our action play.
Wherever your pawn stops, yeah. At the end of your turn.
Not at the end of the card, at the end of the turn.
Correct.
I don't think.
Well, no, it's wherever your pawn stops. So yeah, I would say that's the end of your turn, though. Like if you were going to play 2 cards and you move 2 spaces, because each card allow you to move 2 spaces or something, then that would probably be better. I really hope you're not moving, because I need you to be where you're at, so that I can use a card that I need to use to heal myself. But if you are moving, I mean, I guess it is what it is.
I just want to get around that turn.
I hear you. You can move 1 space this next turn. No, you can't. You can't even move 1 space this next turn. You're going to have to sit there for another round.
I mean, I can move 1. I'll just have to sacrifice a card.
Yeah, I don't want you to do that, though, because that means that I won't be able to use this card. I think. Hold on. Let me double check. Yeah, you can't move this next turn either. I need you to stay right where you're at. Which makes this game take a little bit longer, but it's the only way I think we're going to survive.
All right. Okay. You lead.
All right. Sneakers. That means that I'm going to go to here. Whew. That's what I needed. And now we get to flip this one over too, so we see what's there. Beautiful.
Okay.
So there's at least 1 space for us to get to that doesn't kill us.
I like that.
Not this next turn, but the turn after that, you can move to this space, and then you can clear the conserved energy and move to where I'm at and not hurt yourself.
How does the conserved energy let me move? Oh, because then what? No, I'd still. I'd lose 1 card.
Yeah, you're going to lose 1 card rather than lose a lot more cards. So you'll be able to clear conserved energy, and then you can get to where I'm at. I just need you not to move this turn so that I can heal some damage off of myself, because I'm hurting very badly.
All right.
So,
play the grenade.
Okay.
And since you're healing so much and having me not move, why can't you take 1 of this grenade damage?
Because when I heal, I can take 1, I guess, and then that puts us within 1 of each other after I heal.
Okay.
I'll take one, you take one, that's fine. As long as it doesn't do something really nasty next round.
All right, and we're doing 4 wounds to the event.
Yep. Which
kills
is
it.
definitely enough to kill it. So, because it technically, oh, interesting.
What else?
So, hold on, let me look at this thing again. Yeah, we had to kill it so that way I didn't take all those wounds.
Right.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
right. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now it is time to pull more cards.
And you're saying I'm still not moving and I'm still not using the reconsider?
Not yet. Next round. All right. I'm going to discard this card and hold on to that one. I'm just going to discard this one card and pick up 2.
Fuck. These are not good.
Interesting.
Okay.
All right. I have an even better plan. I have a fantastic plan. It's going to work beautifully. You're going to be so proud of this beautiful, amazing plan. You're going to be so proud of it. It's going to be incredible.
I don't
It's going to be
believe it.
incredible. You're
All
not
right.
going to move at all, and I'm going to the next round's going to be amazing. You're going to love it. This would be a great plan. It's so good.
I don't believe you.
It's okay. You don't have to believe me. You're very much going to appreciate this plan.
And you're saying I can't move.
Do not move.
I literally have nothing to do then.
Yeah, it's totally fine. Well, you got to see what the event is. So, because we may have to kill something. It's going to be great. Trust me. Trust me, it's going to be great.
I'm not moving.
All right. What's the event?
Oh, the whole deck. Scene event.
Excellent.
The weakest link effect. If in front of you, the other player moves to 1 road behind you.
Oh, no.
Bonus, none.
That is the absolute worst thing that could have happened.
That is pretty bad. Do you have a teamwork?
I do not have a teamwork. That is the worst thing that could have happened.
That's pretty bad.
Oh my gosh, that's the worst thing that could have happened.
How's that plan look?
We have to you have to play your card now. Your reconsider card. That sucks.
In hopes of getting something that's going to get us to bounce an event.
Yep. That sucks so hard. So hard. Wow. Okay. I think if I play a conserved energy card, I just take a conserved energy card out of the conserved energy deck and put it away in the discard pile. Because I need to put a card up here for you to take on the next draw.
Okay.
Because assuming that we get a situation where assuming I can stay where I'm at, which is we desperately need to do, you're gonna want this card. So man, that really sucks because that means I can't heal myself either. And I took an extra point of damage because, reasons. Okay. I'm going to play a conserved energy card just for the record. You need to play reconsider.
Which means what on your end now?
I'll still get to put my conserved energy card up there, but I'm going to get rid of all the rest of the cards in my hand, including the card I was going to use to heal myself. But you need this card, and we need to find a way to cancel this event.
All right. Ready?
Yeah. Man, this sucks. Okay.
So both players' entire action card hands and the action discard pile into the action deck. Then we both draw new hands. So this reconsider, does that go into the discard too? No.
It goes in after this is over. After the action plays over, it does.
All right. Well, we can, if we both agree, we can do it again.
Yeah. So you draw 7 cards.
Okay.
And I'll draw 7 cards. First things first, did you get a teamwork?
I did not.
Yeah. Here's the other bad thing. We can't play another action card right now. Shit.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Damn it.
Oh,
Okay.
that's right. We can't. Why would I do that now then?
Oh, because we still need to get rid of our stuff, so it's fine. It sucks so bad. Okay, it's fine. I still have another option. I'm okay with keeping this hand. Gah.
I mean, my hand is definitely very powerful.
Yeah. That's bad. I'm okay with keeping this hand. There's enough stuff here that is good.
All right. If you're okay with it, I can discard some of this shit for the next round.
This hand would allow me to move a little bit, so it's okay.
Okay. All right.
And now I have to go. So I'm gonna discard this, and then I'm putting this card up here. You need to take this card, Reckless Abandon. It's going to allow you to move to the next location that's 4, so that will put you up here, past this bad corner.
Yeah, but that's gonna hit me for 3, 2.
Which is less than it would have cost otherwise. And you're not going to lose cards on the way.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. I have to heal.
Yeah, we both do. So now I move all the way back here. Great. That sucks.
Yep.
Definitely discarding that card.
I think this one's useless.
All right. Whenever you're ready, draw your cards, and then I'll draw mine.
Okay. All right. Oh wait, I'm not taking. You're saying I'm taking one from the top. Oh, I don't have to do that now. Yeah, I do have to do that now.
You do have to do it now, yeah.
Let me shuffle that one back in. And then I'll take that as my second. Okay.
Man, it sucks that smoke grenade wasn't still at the top. That was a great card.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Uh-huh.
How'd you know it was a smoke grenade?
Because I saw it when you flipped it up.
Oh. You read it wrong. It wasn't a smoke grenade.
Wasn't a smoke grenade, huh?
Because you shouldn't know that it was a smoke grenade.
It's true. I shouldn't know that it was a smoke grenade. You're right. All right. Darn it. I can't move forward.
I mean, you can.
I can.
You just discard a card at random.
Yeah, and take a damage.
Oh, ambushes take a damage. Yeah. Don't do
Yeah.
that.
So I can't do that. Yeah, I definitely can't do that. So here we go. Event. It is an unseen. It's an unseen incident. Both players return all their face-down ally cards to the ally deck. Completed allies are not affected. So thankfully, that is a good thing. So this incident doesn't really do anything to hurt us, which is great.
Which means we can put something up and conserve energy then.
Correct.
Well, you can. I'm supposed to use Reckless Abandon, yeah?
Ideally, yes, that would be fabulous. Which means I need to do something else first. Good. Yes, I desperately need you to do that. And I need you to do that as the first card you play, please.
I mean, I don't have anything else I can play, so.
Okay, good.
Okay. You go first.
All right. Playing Foresight. So if I ever were to use an Amber card, I could discard Foresight and heal myself for 1.
Oh, okay.
Which is very nice.
Yeah, that's nice.
Hopefully heal myself in the future here.
All right. I'm going to move to the next red number 4 and take 2 damage.
Excellent. And now that you're 3 spaces or more away from me, I can heal 2 wounds.
Okay, that's good.
Great.
So now we switched. I went from 4 to 6. You went from 6 to 4.
Yeah. I was hoping that I would be there and be able to use advantage now, and I managed to keep advantage somehow when we reshuffled everything. So at least I got to heal, which is good.
Convenient.
It is convenient. I agree. I'm not exactly sure how it worked out, but I'm not going to complain. And our unseen event kills my ally, but just that one, which is good.
Right.
Nothing else bad happens, and it is now your turn.
Right. So I add
we heal for draw first.
Right. All right. This doesn't do shit. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can discard how many?
I've always said 2, but I think you can discard as many as you want. Just the key is the action deck doesn't come back, but since we've reshuffled it, it's fine.
All right. So I'm down to 4 cards. I played 2, I discarded 2. Nope. Played 1, I discarded 2. So I'm going to draw 3. And I got some new ones.
All right.
Well, I got a teamwork.
Ooh.
That's not going to help much. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's not good either. Okay. Event time, yeah?
Yep.
Scene opposition. Health 3. Your yellow number to each of the players. If defeated, nothing.
So we only have to do 2 points of damage.
'Cause you have one-
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
I don't have any way to do that unless you have a strength and numbers card as well.
I do not. I mean, I could do something else. I can do one. Can you do? You can only do one
I can only do one.
because of Rocco.
Yeah.
I could do one. I can't do two.
And it's going to do, to each player, it's going to do 2 points of damage. Yowzers.
Yeah, I didn't move yet. Or I didn't move. All right, I can take care of it.
Okay.
We can defeat it. We're good.
All right. I have good news and bad news.
Bad news is you're a fucking assassin.
No, I'm not the assassin. Hopefully you don't need me to be where I'm at to do whatever you're about to do, because I'm not going to be here anymore.
Nope, I don't.
Okay, good. Whenever you're ready, sir.
I'm going to. Can you get off that? Calling a hit.
Excellent. I can't believe you picked up one of those cards. That's awesome. Hopefully not on me.
No, not on you.
Okay, good. Fantastic. Good. I'm going to use a bus ticket, which gets me to here.
That'd be great if it was on you, though.
It would be like super cool. And then I'm going to use a duck, which makes me move 2 spaces and brings me to you.
Oh, nice. I had the duck. That's what I was asking. Like, could I move and then play the duck? Would it, if it took me to, does the ambush affect you if the duck was played in addition to your move?
Yeah. So I'm going to say, so if you're using it as your basic move, so your move phase, that ends your movement. So you have to take the ambush at that point. And then if you then played the duck as one of your action cards, if the duck brings you to a phase, like because I did here, I moved twice, so my action phase is now over. I believe you avoid taking the ambush in that situation.
So had the duck moved you to here, you would not have taken the ambush.
Had the bus ticket moved me to there, I'm playing it currently as I wouldn't have taken I wouldn't have taken the points.
Okay.
Because I'm finishing the action phase by doing this here.
Okay.
Now, I could technically be reading that wrong because most of the time, the way that I play questionable situations is whatever's worse for the player, but that's usually 80% wrong because that is also extremely brutal.
Right. Okay.
So I believe that if you're doing 2 action plays, your movement ends, and now you take the damage from ambushes.
Okay. So you move to this with the 1 ambush, and then the duck moves you to 2. You wouldn't be taking 3 ambushes; you'd be taking 2.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that was a question I had earlier. So.
Yeah.
All right, so we did that. That's a thing.
That is a thing. All right. Now we just need to get past this next one and get there.
I mean, I can do that.
Yeah.
Yep.
I can do that. I can do that too on this next turn. So, but it's gonna be not great for you.
I'm already at 6 wounds, so don't fuck with me.
I actually have to delete this one that I was going to use anyway because now it's useless because I'm too far forward.
Oh yeah, we can discard cards now. Yeah.
Yeah. The good news is, if you get to the end of the road, you should be able to take that thing that will heal you. You just have to get rid of your entire hand to use it. So that could be very helpful.
Are you gonna? You're going first, though, aren't you?
Yeah, I am going first.
All right. So wouldn't you get it first?
Depends on whether or not I get there.
Okay.
All right. Here, did you grab your cards?
No, I'm still debating on if I want to discard, which I think I'm gonna. I'm back down to 4. I'm taking 3. All right, you're up.
Okay. Do you have anything that could potentially heal you?
No.
Okay. I've moved forward. I'm going to take 1 point of damage and an ambush. So flip these. Oops. Flip all these bad boys over. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Let them out. Pick one. Okay. Pick them all back up.
Why is that over there?
Oh, sorry. I forgot.
What just happened? That was weird.
Yeah, it's because I grabbed them again.
Oh. Okay.
Okay.
What's the event?
The event is bad.
Great.
Yeah. So the event says that
Is it unseen or seen?
it is definitely unseen and it's an opposition. Do you have a strength in numbers, maybe?
I don't.
Okay. We need to do 4 points of damage. Otherwise, we're going to receive divided amongst us as I choose 3 points of damage. I don't know about you, but I can probably get away with taking 2 as long as nothing really bad happens after that. I can do 3 points of damage. I'm not supposed to say that. I mean, I could do 1 point of damage, is what I meant to say anyway, because we know about Miss Rocco. That's all I'm allowed to say. I can't do anything else, by the way. I could literally do nothing else.
So it's how much damage does it need?
4. So we need 3 more points of damage. I can only do 1 unless you have a strength in numbers card.
I mean, I have something else that does damage.
Okay. Is it enough to get us past the 4 marker, knowing that I can only do 1?
Get us past the 4 marker. No, what? Yeah. Yep.
Okay, perfect. That's fantastic.
You don't have a teamwork?
I do not. No.
Okay. Have to fucking stay here another turn. God damn it.
Just trying to see if there's anything else I can do. So I'm gonna do that really cool thing I did at the very beginning of the game, where I burned some cards and then drew some stuff and then drew some more stuff.
Okay.
I'm gonna do that again, and then maybe there are cards in the deck that allow me to drag you forward.
I mean, okay.
So, or wait, I could put something in conserved energy. That's probably smarter.
Well,
Never
wait.
mind.
We can also, if you can take 3 and I can take 1, then we can also just move forward and not deal with the event. Correct?
I can't take 3.
No, you can take 2. I can take 1.
Yeah, if we had to go that direction, it would probably be better for us not to do that. But yeah.
Because what's the end game? We both have to be on that last spot.
And survive.
All right, so we have to deal with the event then. Okay.
Yeah. And as soon as I get to this next, I mean, when I can move 1 more space forward, then I can heal myself and then take all the damage if that's what we need to do.
Okay.
All right.
You lead.
Oh, it's yours. Oh, it is mine, isn't it?
Oh, it's yours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So plan ahead. I'm gonna burn the top 5 cards
Mm,
and then look through and see what's in here. Okay. Did you say you had a teamwork card?
I do.
Excellent. So I could probably snag something like that, and then that would help us to cancel an event.
Sure.
Okay.
Good.
Yep.
Grenade.
Excellent. Where did my teamwork card go? Just disappeared.
Right here.
Ah, excellent. All right.
So
And then
I mean, you're okay with taking 1 wound, right?
yeah, I'm fine with taking 1 wound.
You did say you could take 2, but
Yeah, I'd much rather take 1, but
sure.
All right, and then I'm gonna flashback search through the discard pile here and see if there's anything good and exciting I can steal from here. We have terrible cards in our discard pile, for the record.
They're not even good in the hand.
Yeah. Yowzers. Okay. These are awful. We've just had really bad hands.
Great.
Wow. There's just nothing good here. It's just nothing. Yeah, there's just absolutely nothing in here that does any good to us whatsoever. That sucks so bad.
Well, you
I was-
can take a card that you can burn up in the energy row.
yeah. Yep. That's what I'll have to do. Okay.
All right. So we did the thing.
We did the thing.
All right. So we each take 1,
Yep.
and now you said that if you're 1 away from your health max, you reveal your character.
Correct. Excellent.
And that's it, right? Just my maximum wounds is 8, so I'm at 7. So now I reveal.
Yep, you just revealed that right there, what you just revealed, which just says there's nothing special happens. You have a total of 8 health. No biggie.
Okay. All right. But that also
Mhm.
reveals to you that I'm almost dead.
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right.
Uh,
And now we can discard some cards, yeah?
Yeah, I'm gonna discard those and then draw up 3. All right.
All right, I'm going to take 3. Come on.
All right.
Oh, man, that sucks. Really wish. Oh, is that granite? Oh, damn it. That would have been a good combination. All right. I'm not moving.
Okay.
Do the event. Oh, I almost slipped it. It is a scene event. Scene opposition. Number of condition cards controlled by you and the other player.
So health of 2. So we only have to technically do 1 additional point of damage since I have Miss Rocco.
Which is really good, actually. So he's... All right, so we should be able to do this.
Okay.
Not defeated, receive wounds 4 divided among the players.
Yeah, we definitely want to defeat it.
If defeated, nothing.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna burn something into the conserved energy if you think you can do the other point.
I know I can do the other point.
All right.
We
Wonderful.
only need to do 2
Only need to do a total of 2, right?
because we each have 2 conditions. All right. Okay.
All right. Whenever you're ready.
I'm gonna flip these around. I'm gonna do this one first. All right. Moving forward, 2 roads.
Nice. That's awesome.
So now I get both of these.
You get 1.
I get to pick from. Yeah, that's right.
Correct. I'm
So I
burning
can-
the conserved energy.
2 of these. The falls. Oh, fatally wounded.
Yeah. It's awesome. You're kicking him off the falls like you're Sparta kicking him into Niagara Falls, basically.
Oh my god, that's great.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, it's not automatic. I got to play this card though.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's fine. All right. And you did what'd you do?
I burned 1 into conserved energy.
All right. And I'm going to baseball bat him.
Perfect. All right. Now it's a matter of throwing some stuff down.
Surviving.
Yep.
So I don't need to. I'm assuming we're both witnesses.
I'm assuming we are as well. Because I could do something else really bad, but so could you. So
Yep,
I'm
sure
hoping
could.
we're gonna take this time, since we've done so much work together already, that we're gonna finish this thing out together.
All right. So all you have to do is survive. You have to move forward, which you're going to do on your turn, and then we have to survive the event.
We just have to survive whatever happens next.
Okay.
And I think we'll be okay. We'll see what happens. Holy cow. Excuse me.
Plus,
Okay.
we should be okay.
Oh my gosh.
Don't lie to me. I have a spyglass. Don't you even try to lie.
Okay, I think the important thing is right now you should use your spyglass, because what it says is the other player receives 2 wounds and I heal 1 wound for myself. That's literally what it says. I swear to you, I'm not lying. You should use your spyglass.
Okay.
Hopefully you took the healer and you could use that right now and be able to survive that.
Well, yeah, but I also have another. Well, yeah, no, that's true, because that would help me survive it, right?
Yeah. Unless you had a teamwork card and we could just cancel this event.
I also have a teamwork card.
Perfect. We'll play the teamwork card together, and this will look, we'll be buddies hand in hand. You play your teamwork card, I play my teamwork card. We're trusting each other till the end.
I don't trust you.
I promise you, I'm a witness. I've done nothing but tell the truth this whole time.
Right, until right now, when you don't drop the teamwork, the thing fails and I take my damage.
I would never do that at the end of the game in a situation like this. I'm not saying I would never, ever, ever do that, but as a witness, I would definitely not do that. You have to trust that I'm going to do the right thing and play this beautiful teamwork card that I have just played right there onto the table. This is the moment that we live and die together. We're going to get out of this together, just like we've survived it this whole time. that terrible little shitty corner over there that did 4 points of damage almost to us and made me do it twice. But we still managed somehow to get out of this together. So we're gonna do this together, trusting me.
What is it saying? Take 2 damage.
What it says is, it is an unseen incident, and it says the other player receives 2 wounds, and I heal 1 wound for myself. So I am saying I'm not going to take that heal because I'm going to play this card just for you. Technically, you could still play your heal card. If you're really truly worried, you could play your heal card instead of playing your teamwork card, because all it does to me is heal 1 wound. So I'm okay with healing 1 wound.
Right, but I don't die, and if you're the assassin, I win.
Yeah, but is that really the way you want to play this game? Do you want to have trusted me this long to just do it for yourself?
But we'd both win.
Yeah, we will both win.
Either
Play
way,
your
we both.
teamwork card. Trust me. Play your teamwork card. If you don't play your teamwork card, we've failed as a group.
That's such a manipulative statement.
This game will have failed if you don't play your teamwork card.
I just want to say this card that I'm putting over here is the card that I should be playing.
Okay. That's fair.
And it's not the healer.
So does that mean you're playing some sort of you're playing the falls card right now, and that's the teamwork card that you should have played?
No, I played the teamwork card.
So what you're saying right now, if I flip over this card and it's not the teamwork card, this will have been a failed experiment.
I just will never trust you again.
Okay. Do you want to flip it over? I think it's more suspenseful if you flip it over.
I want to flip this over.
Okay, go ahead.
So the well would end up being a condition, and if this damaged me, then I would just not die.
No, the well would have done 2 points of damage to you first, and you would have definitely died. And yeah, because it would have done damage to you first.
No, you or the other player would receive.
Yeah, I suppose you could have given me 2 points of damage and killed me.
No, because you can take 3, can't you?
No.
Oh,
I could
you
have
know,
at 1 point. Not anymore.
I thought you could take 3.
No.
All right. So that would have killed you instead. It might have probably still been the play because this is not the teamwork card.
Oh, it's definitely the teamwork card. I have not lied to you this entire game.
Until now.
Not once. I'm not lying to you now either. See? We're both witnesses.
Wow. Wow. All right. You are a witness.
Uh-huh.
Also, in that reshuffle, I got both hit cards.
Did you really?
Yep.
That's awesome. That's fantastic. Technically, when I reached this location, I should have taken one of these, but I reached it right now. So, oh well. The Falls is one of my favorite cards. I just think that's such a great thing.
It's a cool thing to take at the end. Shit.
Yep. So the times where I have been, the very few times where I've actually been the assassin, I almost always wait until the very end on that very last card to do exactly what you just said. Kill someone on the very last thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, congratulations, man. We made it through.
Play, though. The play is waiting till the end. You keep yourself quiet. You do the thing. You're very insistent on certain things throughout the way, and I had to believe you because I don't know the cards and I don't know really the game yet. So I am trusting you in guiding the narrative, and then the play is that last card to be like, oops.
Yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is. Though there are strategies to kill
cool.
someone when you're in the road on the night, because there's a lot of really nasty cards that you can do in the night.
Yeah.
Um, and there is a card that like forces someone to move forward or backward, uh, which I was trying to find to pull you forward into the next road. But that one also really sucks if you push someone forward into the ambush of two, and that's
Yeah.
how they die. Like, that's the
The
worst.
Badger.
The Badger. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the one.
The Badger was one that I wanted to play on you. Not Amalgam. Amalgam was bad. Heal and wound. Private
Yeah.
call. What was the other one? Oh, Forsaken was the other one I wanted to. I'm like, oh, okay, that would have been cool to use if I was a different role. Heal and harm.
Yeah.
So you must either move backwards to or receive a wound. I'm like, wow.
Yep. Yeah, the backwards two spaces is rough.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Your reaction to the event that was you got to move behind me one was kind of like I knew what you were doing and I knew you had to heal because it was desperate. But it
Yeah.
almost was like, oh man, it goes like it almost was enough to be like he could be playing this as an assassin the entire game. Because it was a little bit disheartening that you were like, oh shit, I gotta move, but you would have been like, oh, that's okay, like it doesn't hurt anything. And the way that you reacted to it was like, well, wait a minute now.
Just yeah, because I was trying to heal. I needed to be 3 spaces in front of you
Yep.
to heal. Because the one card that's the starts with an A, not the amalgam card. It's the I don't know. It's like action or something like that. The one that
Yeah.
works with the doctor's bag. That one you have to be 3 spaces away to heal two.
Right.
So and to get past that corner, this three here where the 1, 1, and 2 on the ambush, man, that sucked. To get
Yeah.
3 spaces like that is nearly impossible. So you're gonna have to take at least one of those damages.
Yeah.
Other than that bust duck combo that I was able to make work, man.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
fun.
Isn't it good?
Yeah.
And it only gets better. The Distant Rabbit is a couple, and they made this game in 2019. And of course, then during the pandemic, they just started playing it and iterating it and doing all these crazy things. And the more you play, the more you know the cards that are in the deck, and the more you can start like digging for cards in the action deck and playing combos and stuff like that down together. And it works out really, really well. What the Under the Roses thing brings into the expansion brings in is an FBI agent that you can duck cards underneath, and then have the ability to pay, like you have to play 2 cards of the same suit or 3 cards of the same suit to be able to pull cards from underneath them, so you can kind of stash some really good cards away that won't get taken in ambushes and stuff like that. But the
Gotcha.
problem is you have to pay the FBI agent off before you can leave. So you could be sitting at the end of the road and not have the cards necessary to pay off the FBI agent. The other player can pay off your FBI agent, which adds a whole new level of tomfoolery in the whole thing,
Oh, wow.
because I can purposefully pay off your FBI agent to make you lose all those cards that are in your deck or in underneath your FBI agent. Because once your
Right.
FBI agent's paid off, then they're gone.
And
So
so we played with one of the other things.
yeah, we played with the Full Circle
Yeah.
expansion. Yeah, and the Full Circle expansion adds the granite cards in, and some more additional like really nasty cards.
That's cool.
Yeah, there's one in there called Ball and Chain, which you heal. I think it's you heal a whole bunch, but you can't move anymore. So
Oh.
like you're just stuck there until you get rid of that condition.
Is that so in the upper right it looks like there's a circle, like my spyglass has it,
Yep, those
and
are
Forsaken has
those
it.
are
That's the
cards that
full
were
circle.
added for that. Yeah,
It's a well. That's cool.
yep. I always play with a Full Circle expansion because it doesn't add anything to the complexity, and I think it adds a lot of really great cards. Um, and then obviously with the allied deck, those are also, you should definitely play with that. I forgot that apparently you get an ally card at the very beginning of the game. The second player does, so at least you start off with one, which is kind of cool.
Right, right, right.
But otherwise, it still didn't make that much of a difference, grand scheme. But the allies do really cool things. I just find it's hard to complete them sometimes.
Yeah.
You have to really dig through the deck to be able to find the cards that are necessary to make the ally happen. So
Yeah, because getting 4 of the same one seems tricky.
yeah, it can definitely happen. But then of course you get some of those events that are terrible and kill your ally that you spent so much time working.
Yeah, they were
To
all
pick up.
gone. Yeah.
Yep.
That's cool. Yeah, that's a good one. Good recommendation.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
that a lot.
It's definitely a lot of fun, and I think, like I said, I played it 7 or 8 times at the level up event,
Yeah,
and uh, it's just so much fun playing.
that's really cool for a 2-player. I don't know what it would play as 3, but for a 2-player hidden role, it works really well.
Yeah. Yeah, it really does. I can definitely tell you that at 3 players, I played it that way. I think I played it that way twice, and it was not fun. It was not
Oh,
fun at all.
that's
I may have been player error. I don't know. I had my rules guy playing it with me, so in theory we should have been playing it correctly. But it just because one person is sitting off to the side, and the third person, that third wheel, basically can add a card into the action selection. So when you're playing cards down, you can like heal someone, or you can do damage to someone, or you can stop something from happening. So it doesn't it's much harder. And then there's definitely going to be a bad guy. So
right.
it's just figuring out which one is the bad guy. Um,
That makes sense.
I don't know. I think as a 2-player, it's so strong.
Yeah, I want to play it again. That's a good
If it
one.
wasn't
That's a
if it
good one.
wasn't 230, I would play it again. But Gen Con, I'll bring it with me.
Oh, for sure. Well, I'm gonna hunt down a copy by then too, so I can bring it to game night on Tuesdays and shit. But
Yeah.
yeah, playing this in person where I can tell you to your face I don't trust you, absolutely.
Oh yeah, it's so good. It's so
Yeah.
much fun.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
plan on playing this. I'd like to play this in person. That'd be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Cool.
I'll definitely bring it with me. It'll be a lot
Okay.
of fun.
Good stuff.
Yeah, man.
All right. Well, this definitely is a record. I think 5:15. I think that's a record for both our shows. The rundown. I think I held the record for longest guest on that, which was a little over 4 hours, and I think this might be the longest full 42 show.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah. This was awesome. You're great. Great hanging. I've spent a lot of time
Yeah.
together over the past couple months with the Gamma and then Origins and then this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, you should definitely come in September.
Yeah, when in September?
21st is a Thursday. So VIP
Okay.
Thursday and then 22, 23, 24. I'll send you the details.
Yeah, please do. Because that would be great. How many people usually come to QSCon?
Last year we had 330 unique, 340 unique.
Nice.
Yeah,
Are there
we're
still
changing
hotel rooms
venue.
available?
There should still be. Yeah, I can send you the link too.
Cool.
It's a new venue, so it's definitely going to be a little more limited than previous years. But it's a nicer spot. It's got it feels really good the way they have the ballroom set up and the one entrance in and the different rooms we can have for like quiet rooms and RPG
Oh,
room and trivia and panels and stuff like that. So
that's cool.
yeah, it'll be
Yeah,
fun.
it's nice to not have one big giant room all the time, to have some of those smaller rooms where you can teach rules a little easier.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, there's 3 of them. There's one right upstairs from where the ballroom is. There's a bigger ballroom, obviously, and then there's one room right upstairs. And then on the other side of the hotel, there's 2 other rooms that they're opening up for us. So,
Wow.
yeah,
That's
like
awesome,
30,
man.
40 person rooms. So it'll be like, you want to get away from the ballroom kind of thing. There'll be another room you can go in and play your Twilight Imperium and play your whatever. So,
Yeah,
yeah, it'll
that's
be fun.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds great. I'd love to come.
I'll send you all the information.
Yeah, cool. That sounds awesome. I love
Awesome.
that. I should have our prototype copy of Rove by then too, with our 3 new scenarios. So that should be really
All right.
fun.
Yeah, let's do
Yeah.
that. And we'll have obviously some other stuff to talk about by then as well.
Yeah, cool, man. Sounds good. I really
Awesome.
appreciate you inviting me on. This was a lot of fun. maybe next time Chris will join us as well. That'd be cool.
Yeah, we'll make sure you're on when Chris can make it too, and we'll play. I mean, I wouldn't want to. I don't know if this is not recommended at 3. We'll play something else.
Yeah, I can always. I mean, we could give it a shot again. I'll reread the rules for 3 and just make sure I wasn't losing my mind or something. But
Sure.
yeah, for sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that would be really fun. I'm sure we can also find something else fun to play too. So
Yeah, it's always fun.
yeah.
No, I definitely want to play this again. This was good. Great recommendation. Good teach.
Thank you.
Love the art. Love the style of the whole thing.
Oh yeah, it's
good job.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan. The for those of you who don't know, this is what the box looks like. It's nice and small, and they actually have the mat is just it's all cloth, which is super cool. And then everything comes in these little drawstring bags. And this isn't the this isn't the deluxe copy. This is just regular. Everything comes with sleeves as well, because it's really important that your cards don't have any sort of like weird look to them. So you don't have any distractions, or you have an idea of what this card might be. So everything comes with sleeves, and you can sleeve everything. It's a really well thought out thing. So
for a regular edition of a game, it has the mat, it has the bags.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, all the tokens were wood and everything too. The only thing that the deluxe added, I think there's a couple extra cards that might be in there that were part of the deluxe. And the life tracker card, instead of it being a card, is like this big chunk of wood that has everything like laser etched on the top of it, which is super nice. Unfortunately, I don't have a deluxe copy of it, so I have to kind of hunt down Distant Rabbit, see if maybe they have any extras left over from the campaign that I can sneak out.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
All right, well, that was awesome. We went
man.
through Disney villains. We learned a lot more about you. We learned about your role now. So congratulations on that.
Thank you so much.
If so obviously people can find you in Syracuse in September and Indy in August at Gen Con. If anyone else wanted to find you, where can now that it's 5 hours 20 minutes in, I'm sure people have been waiting for this moment. Where can they find you? Where can they connect with you?
Yeah. So I'm on Facebook. I'm literally the only West, like the direction, and Todd out there. You can catch me. I believe my my email will be set up for west at addictsgames.com. Should be out there very shortly. And I will be going to Gen Con, to hopefully QsCon. I'll also be going to Grand Con up in Grand Rapids.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and Cornhole Con as well, out in Madison, Wisconsin, and quite a few other ones here. Maybe Essen as well. We'll see. But I think over the next 6 months, I'll be hitting a whole bunch of conventions along the way. And I'm always out in the area out here in Michiana, the Michigan/South Bend area. So if you're heading out this way, or you want to set up a fun game day in Chicago or something, let me know, and then I'm always willing to drive and have a good time.
Hell yeah! I already told the Board Game Rundown folks I was going to come out and game with them, so we'll make a thing of it for sure.
Nice. Yeah, they meet the guys from Board Game Rundown meet every Friday night pretty much and do something. So I try to join in with them where I can.
Cool. Yeah, we'll make something of it.
Sounds good, man.
Awesome. Great seeing you, buddy. I really appreciate you hanging out, taking the time, taking 5 hours after driving 12 from Connecticut.
Yeah. It was super fun. Yeah, I appreciate you inviting me over, man. It was great. I'm glad I could do it.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have you on again too.
Cool. Sounds good, man.
Cool. Thanks.
All right. You bet. Have a good one.
You as well. I'm going to hit the right button.